Chapter 1199. Primordial Demon Region, Western Battlefield. After a great battle, the battlefield was devastated and filled with corpses. The Emperor's power was shocking. Just his incarnation was already so powerful that it made people despair. In the void, the demon war god stood in the air, and his demonic aura gradually retracted. The war god had broken an ancient taboo. An emperor had been defeated and disappeared. Azura turned around and looked at the 10 Sacred Region Palace lords in front of the Sacred Region army. He was calm and silent. In the middle of the Sacred Region Palace lords, Luo Jia also looked at the demon war god in the void with a serious expression. Azura had come out in the end. The two looked at each other, and after a while Azura looked away. He descended from the sky and walked to the heavenly demon camp. Azura, welcome back. Xian Emo looked at the demon war god and said calmly. Azura stopped and looked at the half-dead heavenly demon royal army behind Xian Emo. You've worked hard. It's my duty, Xian Emo replied. Since you've come out, I'll return to the city to report. Azura nodded and said, We'll meet again. We'll meet again, Xian Emo replied, and looked at the 4 deputy commanders behind her. Stay here and help Azura resist the Sacred Region invasion. Don't be careless. Yes. The 4 deputy commanders behind Xian Emo bowed respectfully. 13th Prince, shall we go together? Xian Emo looked at the 13th Prince and asked calmly. Yes. Ning Qin replied and walked to the 13th Prince's side. Under the first light of dawn, the two set off and walked toward the heavenly demon imperial city. Behind them, Azura looked at the two's backs and narrowed his eyes. The 13th Prince, this disciple of Nine Nether, had too many secrets. It was difficult to see through him. The Scale Emperor had made a move just to kill this child. It was indeed unusual. In the southern continent, under the bottomless purple scale abyss, a terrifying demonic aura rose. The furious Scale Emperor's terrifying aura swept across the entire continent and shook the stars in the sky. When the Emperor was angry, the world changed. In the sky above the southern continent, meteors streaked across the void and burned with blazing flames. At the same time, in the depths of the heavenly demon ancestral land in the primordial demon region, 2 peerless demon cultivators stood in the air. Their gazes were solemn as they looked at the shaking southern continent. In this battle, the Scaled tribe had lost almost all of their elite forces. It was not surprising that the Scaled Emperor was so furious. 13th Brother had indeed given everyone a surprise this time. How should we deal with this matter? The 8th Desolation Demon Emperor asked. I'll make a trip there myself. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor replied and left the heavenly demon ancestral land. In the 3 Imperial City, when the sun was about to set, 2 figures rushed over from the distance, returning to the Imperial City. When the 2 entered the city, they did not return to their residences. Instead, they headed straight for the 3 Sovereigns' Palace. In front of the majestic Imperial Palace, 2 figures appeared and bowed together. Greetings, Devil Emperor. Just as he finished speaking, demonic chi surged in front of the royal palace. The 8th Desolation Demon Emperor appeared. He looked at the 2 people below the stone steps and said, Rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. The 2 straightened their backs. On the left, Xian Emo raised her head and looked at the 8th Desolation Demon Emperor in front of the royal palace. She said, Your Majesty, Azura has escaped. I've completed my mission and have returned to report. Thank you for your hard work. The Imperial City still needs your protection. I can only give you 1 day to rest. After 1 day, the Great Commander will resume her duties and continue to protect the heavenly demon Imperial City, the 8th Desolation Demon Emperor said seriously. Yes, Your Majesty. Xian Emo said respectfully. You may leave now, Great Commander, the 8th Desolation Demon Emperor said calmly. I shall take my leave. Xian Emo bowed and turned around to leave. After Xian Emo left, Only Ning Chen was left at the bottom of the stone steps. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. In front of the royal palace, the 8 Desolation Demon Emperors stared at the young man below with a complicated expression. It was a blessing for the imperial family to have such an outstanding prince among the direct descendants of the imperial family. However, the young man in front of him was a human after all. Although he had the bloodline of the Heavenly Demon Clan, it could not cover up the awkwardness of his identity. The human race was the most inferior race in the primordial demon realm. Many big clans even fed on the human race. Allowing someone with the bloodline of the human race to inherit the throne of the Heavenly Demon Imperial family would undoubtedly cause turmoil in the entire imperial family. If he and 7 luminaries chose to suppress the young man in front of him and support other princes, the only ones with the bloodline of the imperial family who had the hope of inheriting the throne would be the 3rd Prince Xian Qing and the 9th Prince Xian Ke, whose bloodline was slightly flawed. Xian Qing was cold by nature. Once he got the throne, the other princes would not be able to survive. As for Xian Ke, he was still young and in the growth stage. It would be difficult for him to fight Xian Qing head-on. It was hard to imagine that the Heavenly Demon Imperial family, which had many geniuses, would fall to the point where there was no one they could use. Both of them had their own thoughts. Neither of them spoke. The atmosphere was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. After a long while, the 8 Desolation Demon Emperor regained his composure. He looked at the young man below and said calmly, "Well done." "Thank you for the compliment, Demon Emperor. This is what I should do." Ning Chen smiled and replied calmly, "Prince Xian, Shao was a good friend of your master. You should tell your master about this personally." The 8 Desolation Demon Emperor continued. "Yes," Ning Chen replied. "You have been busy for many days. You should go back and rest." The 8 Desolation Demon Emperor waved his hand and did not mention anything about rewards. The Crown Prince of the Imperial family was an extremely high position. There was nothing else to be rewarded. If there was another reward, it would be the throne of the Imperial family. "I will take my leave." Ning Chen bowed and turned around to leave. In the 9th Underworld Palace of the 3rd Imperial City, Ning Chen walked over. The guards in front of the palace did not stop him and bowed. "Greetings, 13th Prince. No need to be so polite." Ning Chen replied and walked into the palace. In the Imperial Palace, Ning Chen entered and said respectfully, "Greetings, Master." As soon as he bowed, demonic qi surged in the Imperial Palace. An unparalleled demonic cultivator, surrounded by demonic qi, walked out of thin air. Even though his imperial aura was restrained, he was still so strong that it was hard to look at him directly. "You always come back with injuries. What should I say about you?" Xianjiu looked at his disciple and sighed. "Injuries are inevitable when one's skills are not as good as others." A smile appeared on Ning Chen's face as he said, "Master, thank you for helping me last night." Xianjiu was startled when he heard this. Then he laughed and said, "Are you complaining that I did not help you to the end?" "I don't dare." Ning Chen smiled and said, "Master definitely has his own considerations. However, can Master inform Disciple the next time you do this?" Last night, Disciple was originally prepared to stop and watch the show, yet Master suddenly stopped. Fortunately, Disciple reacted quickly and fled first. Otherwise, Master would be able to light incense for Disciple by now. "You little brat, you are making fun of me." Xianjiu reprimanded him helplessly. He did not mind and continued, "With your strength, you should be able to fight back. Why do you have to hide your strength and make yourself so embarrassed? The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Disciple is now the crown prince, and this has already caused many people to be envious of me and wish for nothing more than to get rid of me. Fortunately, I have Master's protection, and only then am I able to walk until today. If Disciple is in a slightly more miserable state, it will make those people lower their guard slightly. It is worth it." Hearing this, Xianjuo's expression turned solemn. He knew who his disciple was talking about. In the primordial demon region, there were very few people who truly approved of Ningqin. Bloodline and identity were like a natural chasm in front of Ningqin that was difficult to cross. The Sky Devil imperial family had never really conferred a king with a different surname, let alone a prince of the human clan. Do you really want to take the throne? Xianjuo asked seriously. Ningqin was silent. After a while he said, Master, I don't want to lie to you. However, I will definitely fight for what belongs to me. Master, you don't have to interfere in the fight for the throne. I can handle it myself. Xianjuo looked at his disciple quietly. After a long time he nodded and said, Since that is the case, I will not interfere. This is the era of you young people. However, I hope that this is your era. Ningqin nodded. For the first time, he did not hide the sharpness in his eyes. He said sharply, Don't worry, Master. Give me time. It will not take long. My name will definitely shock the entire primeval demon area. Huh. Xianjuo laughed. This was his disciple. 100 years was just the beginning. It was time for him to shine. There was no need for him to be so lifeless like these old monsters. Just as Ningqin returned to the Three Royal City, in the Sorcerer tribe's holy land in the northern land, Sorcerer King Tianqin was standing on the central altar. The new Sorcerer King was beautiful and otherworldly. She was dressed in a ceremonial robe, which made her look even more beautiful. Above the central altar, the mysteries of heaven were changing. They replayed the past and deduced the future. Suddenly, Tianqin's body trembled. She stumbled and spat out a mouthful of blood. An emperor vomited blood. Above the altar, the mysteries of heaven immediately disappeared. Tianqin wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and steadied herself. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. In the past, she had tried to deduce the origin of the 13th prince, but to no avail. Now that she had attained the imperial path, she did not expect that she still could not see through the mysteries of heaven. An emperor had the protection of the imperial path's precepts. It was difficult to see through their destiny. However, the 13th prince was not an imperial path expert. Why did he block her deduction technique again and again? 13th prince, what kind of secret do you have? Tianqin looked in the direction of the heavenly demon imperial city. She was serious. The real instigator of this war was this person. However, what was his real goal? Did he really just want to change the fate of the humans in the primeval demon area? At the same time, in the Holy Capital Mountain, the Western Holy Region, and the Stone Clan's Holy Spiritual Mountain, the three top Imperial Path experts all looked at the primeval demon area. Now that the Scale Emperor had taken action, it meant that it was almost time for them to take action. Now, the heavenly demon Imperial family had suffered heavy losses. The imperial fate of the Imperial family had become unprecedentedly weak. Without the support of fate, the heavenly demon Imperial family would no longer be invincible. They had waited for this day for too long. Chapter 1200. In the primordial demon region, the flames of war raged. The 4 battlefields were locked in a stalemate. Lives were lost and corpses were strewn everywhere. As the war reached its climax, the power of fortune that had protected the celestial devil imperial family for tens of thousands of years above the celestial devil imperial city gradually weakened, dropping to an unprecedented level. In the Qi observation pavilion, an elder with white hair and beard looked at the sky above the 3 emperors' palace with a grave expression. Master. In the Qi observation pavilion, a young man in green walked over and bowed respectfully. What did the 2 demon emperors say? The elder with white beard asked. The young man in green was silent. After a while he said softly, the 2 demon emperors did not say anything. Hearing this, the elder with white beard clenched his fists. What were the 2 demon emperors thinking? If this continued, the providence of the Sky demonic imperial tribe would decrease. They would not even be able to protect the imperial city. let alone the new demon emperor. At the same time, in the 13th prince's palace, Ning Chen was also looking at the providence above the 3 emperors' palace. Currently, there were only 2 demon emperors in the Sky Demonic Imperial tribe. If they wanted to add a 3rd demon emperor, they would have to use the providence of the Sky Demonic Imperial tribe. However, the Sky Demonic Imperial tribe was not the same as before. Even if they used the providence, it was unknown whether the 3rd demon emperor could successfully attain the demon emperor. Once the providence was used up, the 2 demon emperors who had lost the support of the imperial tribe's providence would not be able to deal with the joint attack of the other demon emperors. In this dilemma, it was up to the 2 demon emperors to choose. 13th Prince. At this moment, golden light shone from the palace behind him. A beautiful and ethereal figure walked out. Looking at the young man in front of her, a complicated look flashed in her eyes. In front of the palace, Ning Chen turned around and looked at the new demon emperor. He smiled warmly and said, "Long time no see, Miss Tian Xan. Perhaps I should call you demon emperor now." 13th Prince, you can call me Tian Xan, Tian Xan said softly. Tian Xan opened his mouth and asked softly, "Your Highness, can you give me an explanation regarding the Scaled tribe?" The young man in front of him was the instigator of the 5 imperial tribes joining forces to attack the primordial demon region. He did not expect the Scaled tribe army to be destroyed by the 13th Prince. "I do not trust the Scaled tribe," Ning Chen said calmly. "Is that all?" Tian Xan frowned. "Yes." Ning Chen didn't explain further and replied, "Your Highness' reason is really hard to accept. Now the Scaled race's army has been destroyed, and the 5 kings have all died in battle. Their overall strength has been greatly reduced. Relying only on our race and the other 3 races, the difficulty of conquering primordial devil area has increased by several times. Conventional warfare is ultimately a preparation for the final battle." Ning Chen said seriously, "As long as the 4 royal families continue to break the Sky Devil Imperial family's defense line, the Sky Devil Imperial family will lose the support of the people, and the fate of the royal family will be further weakened. At that time, the Sky Devil Imperial family will not be able to withstand a single blow. Your Highness, can you really guarantee that the 9 Nether Devil Emperor won't make a move?" Tian Xan asked solemnly. "Since I have made a promise, I have the confidence to do so. Miss Tianqin, you don't have to worry about Master." Ning Chen said seriously, "However, the precondition is that you must not harm the innocent in your battles. Victory or defeat in wars and the change of dynasties are normal. Master will not care about it. However, if someone from the 4 royal families deliberately kills innocent people, even I will not be able to stop Master from taking action." "I understand." Tian Xai nodded and looked at the Sky Devil ancestral land. Hatred flashed across her beautiful eyes. She would personally take revenge for her master. 13th Prince, I will remember your kindness. We will meet again." As she spoke, Tian Xai's figure gradually faded away. In the blink of an eye, she had disappeared. Seeing the new sorcerer tribe emperor leave, Ning Chen turned around and looked at the changing situation in the primordial demon area calmly. Now no one could stop this war. They could only wait for the final outcome. Northern Sorcerer Tribe. On the altar, Tian Xan retracted her thoughts. Above the altar, 3 illusory figures floated up and down. The powerful royal aura was shocking. How was it? What did he say? In the air, the lord of Holy Capital Mountain, Yu Luwu, asked lightly. "No explanation," Tian Xan said calmly. "He only said that the Scaled tribe cannot be trusted." Hearing this, Yu Luwu frowned. He had not expected the 13th Prince to say such a thing. Opposite the lord of Holy Capital, the holy leader of the Golden Lion tribe, said seriously, "Now that I think about it, when that young man traveled through the 5 continents, the only place he did not go was the Scaled tribe. Does he have any grudges with the Scaled Emperor?" "I don't think so." Tian Xan shook his head, and looked at the emperor of the stone tribe in front of him. If we are talking about grudges, the 13th prince has some with the stone tribe. However, ever since the war started, he has not taken the opportunity to plot against the stone tribe. In the air, the stone tribe emperor snorted coldly and did not deny it. If that's the case, it's even stranger. Why is he so hostile towards the scaled tribe? The holy leader of the Golden Lion tribe asked curiously. The scaled tribe is a sinister tribe. It's normal for someone to be their enemy, the Lord of Holy Capital U said coldly. The stone tribe holy leader and the holy leader of the Golden Lion tribe were silent. Everyone knew about the grudges between the Holy Capital Mountain and the Purple Scale Abyss. If not for the fact that the Sky Demon Imperial tribe was a huge threat to the other Imperial tribes, the two tribes would never have joined forces. On the altar, Tion Xan raised his right hand. Instantly, golden light shone, and the scene of the Blood Moon ancient battlefield appeared. When the 13th prince first appeared in front of the world, he represented Rising Sun Imperial City in the ancient battlefield. In the ancient battlefield, he suppressed the descendants of the 100 tribes and shocked the world. However, before this, I have never heard of such a person, Tion Xan said honestly. In the primordial demon realm, the human race is weak. Human cultivators usually keep a low profile. This is not strange, the holy leader of the Golden Lion tribe replied. It's not strange for him to keep a low profile. However, if you can't deduce his fate, isn't that strange? Tion Xan said seriously. In the sky, when the 3 sovereigns heard this, their expressions froze. How could this be? With the shaman tribe's deduction technique, no one and nothing in the world could escape the eyes of the shaman tribe's sovereign unless they were sovereigns. Sorcerer Emperor, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Yu Luowu asked seriously. I've tried many times, and the results are the same every time. His fate seems to be covered by something. I can't see it, Tion Xan replied. The Sorcerer Emperor's words made the 3 emperors feel uneasy. A young man who couldn't even see his fate was too strange. After a long while, Yu Luowu calmed himself down and said seriously, no matter what, the war has reached the most critical moment. There's no turning back. Let's think of a way to defeat the imperial tribe of the Empyrean demons first. Azura, the war god of the demons, has taken action. The army of the sanctuary can't break through the defense line for now. Can you break through the defense line as soon as possible? The Golden Lion tribe leader asked. On the southeast battlefield, Xuanqi has recovered. With the help of the 4 mysterious entrances of the Empyrean demon 3rd prince, the Stone tribe can only delay him. We can't help you, the Stone Emperor said indifferently. The situation on the east battlefield is similar to yours. Our divine generals can suppress the 3rd prince, but it's difficult to defeat him in a short time. The east battlefield still needs time, Yu Luowu said seriously. The 3 emperors expressed their opinions. On the altar, Tion Xan's eyes flashed coldly. They were all sly old foxes. She didn't believe that the 3 sovereigns didn't have other plans. These 3 old guys were waiting for her to express her opinion. Leave this matter to our tribe, Tion Xan said solemnly. However, when our army reaches the 3 sovereign cities, the 3 of you must not forget to lend a hand. There is only one chance to defeat the Empyrean demon imperial family. If we miss it, we won't have another chance. Understood, the 3 emperors responded. Their figures faded away, disappearing from the void. Order the 12 shamans to attack with full force. Defeat the Empyrean demon imperial family as soon as possible, Tion Xan ordered coldly. Yes. In front of the altar, a sorcerer tribe expert appeared. After receiving the order, he quickly got up and left. At the most crucial moment of the war, all the races under the heavens were paying attention to this war. The Empyrean demon imperial city had ruled the primal demon realm for too long. Everyone was waiting for the arrival of a new dynasty. Just as the final battle of the primal demon realm was about to begin, Luo Fei appeared in the Reverence, Moon Ancient Ground at the border between the All-Heaven Starfield and Luo Jia Starfield. Seeing her, Qingning, Mu Qingxue, and the others were puzzled. Why would Luo Fei come alone without Xia Zi accompanying her? Miss Mu, please come with me, Luo Fei said anxiously. What's the matter? Mu Qingxue asked. The king of the scaled tribe laid down a grand formation in the Z-Wei galaxy to devour the myriad spirit source energy, to replenish the Western King, Hairpin's spiritual energy. Z and the Dawn Moon House's master tried to stop it, but they couldn't break the Scaled King's armor. Therefore, I came to ask for your help, Luo Fei said quickly. Mu Qingxue frowned slightly. A moment later, she shook her head and said, I'm sorry, I can't help you now. Why? Luo Fei asked anxiously. The shadow-bearing sword is broken. I can't use my full strength for the time being. Moreover, the Scaled Tribe's armor is different from the Nether King's protective true energy. In order to break its defense, other than absolute speed, a powerful attack is indispensable. In this aspect, I'm not as good as Ning Qin, Mu Qingxue said honestly. Luo Fei had heard of this before. Her body trembled slightly. How could this be? Luo Fei, don't worry, Qingxue hasn't finished. Qing Ning comforted. Other than Miss Mu, is there anyone else who has absolute speed? Luo Fei recovered and asked in surprise. Yes. Mu Qingxue nodded. She looked at Yin and said, It's her. Ina? Luo Fei was surprised. Yes. Mu Qingxue replied. Her master gave everything to her. Now, not only does she have the heavenly language source, she also has the phoenix bloodline. Luo Fei was shocked again. She looked at the girl who was practicing her swordsmanship, not far away in disbelief. Marquis Jiming's phoenix bloodline was given to this child. Then what about Marquis Jiming? Miss Luo, I'll explain your questions on the way. Time is tight. Let's go as soon as possible. Qingning reminded. She turned to the girl beside her and continued, Qingxue, you come with us, just in case. Chapter 1201. In the Z-Wei starfield, bloody mist filled the air. Within the bloody mist, deafening battle cries resounded through the starry sky. After a long battle, Xia Zi and the Waning Moon House Master teamed up to fight the Scaled King. Their divine weapons clashed with the Scaled Race's absolute defense. Both of them were dyed red. The intense battle did not allow for a moment of carelessness. Within the life-sacrifice formation, the Scaled King's expression was abnormally heavy. Facing two peerless human powerhouses, he did not dare to be careless even with the protection of his scales. The battle was intense. The three of them unleashed their full power. Their bodies shone brilliantly like gods. Between the two human powerhouses, the Waning Moon House Master wielded her spear and sword. On the other side, Xia Zi wielded the 6-foot-long demonic sword. It was a rare demonic weapon, and it unleashed its most powerful attack. On the other hand, the Scaled Race King was covered in scales. His cultivation was at the peak of the King Realm, and he suppressed the two human powerhouses. The battle between the two powerhouses shook the universe. Demonic chi and demonic power soared into the sky. The spear and sword moved. Demonic sword reincarnation. The battle reached its climax. The demonic sword held up the sky, and the demonic aura transformed into the scene of reincarnation. Within the giant whirlpool, thousands of swords surged like waves, slashing towards the Scaled Race King. Within the life-sacrifice formation, the Scaled King raised his hand. Bloody mist filled the air, blocking the sword chi. Rumbling sounds shook the stars. In the distance, withered stars were affected by the battle and turned into dust. Close at hand, the two pairs of eyes looked at each other. Their eyes were equally cold, without a trace of human emotion. The Scaled Race King was a true demon among humans. The two peerless powerhouses of the primal demon realm and the Netherworld King's pure land were fighting. Demonic sword, God slaying. Xiaozi's expression did not change. His eyes turned black, and black feathers fluttered around his body. The 12 wings of sin appeared in the human world. The powerful demonic aura that was rarely seen in the human world exceeded the limit. The Mad Doomsday Sword was also a divine weapon that did not belong to the human world. The God-slaying sword defied the laws of heaven and earth. In front of the Scaled King, the bloody mist dissipated. Seeing this, the Scaled King's expression darkened. The demonic human in front of him was extraordinary. Even among the heavenly demons, there was not a single one with such pure demonic chi. Clang! The divine artifact shook the scale armor, and the sound of intense friction rang out. The demon's sword spun rapidly, continuously attacking the king's absolute defense. How foolish! The Scaled King was pushed back half a step before he steadied himself. He looked at the demon in front of him and snorted coldly. He gathered Yuan in his right palm and struck out. Behind him, a silver-gray figure flashed by. The underworld divine spear was like a dragon breaking through a city as it clashed with the king's palm. The thunderous rumbles shook the starry sky. The dawn moon brothel mistress slid back 100 steps. The aura around her circulated and dispersed the remaining power. This was the first time the world had seen such a bizarre technique. The palm strike that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth had actually dissipated silently between heaven and earth. The two peerless powerhouses of the human clan each displayed their amazing abilities. They fought for time for the knowing destiny state and for the human clan. With the opening of the ancient battlefield, the source energies of the outer heaven and the inner heaven were temporarily replenished. Fourth realm cultivators appeared one after another. However, 100 years was not enough for the fourth realm cultivators of the outer heaven and the inner heaven to grow to a level where they could contend against the kings of the 100 races. The king unleashed his might, and his aura forced the two human experts back. 100 steps away, the Dawn Moon House Master wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said calmly, "Can you still hold on?" Endless battle intent. Xiaozi replied coldly as he half knelt. Above the starry sky, black, demonic clouds appeared. Under the demonic clouds, the demonic aura of the human clan soared into the sky. The 12 sin wings opened behind his back, and boundless demonic aura spread out continuously, shocking the gods of the 9 heavens. Waves and undercurrents stole the light of heaven and earth. This unprecedented scene shocked the world. Looking at the changes in heaven and earth, the Dawn Moon House Master's eyes flashed. Pluto! Within the life-sacrifice formation, the Scaled King's expression also turned serious. Such shocking demonic aura. This person cannot be allowed to live. In the starry sky, the Pluto's projection appeared. His eyes looked down at the world coldly. Just one look was enough to make the entire starry sky freeze. After a few breaths, the Pluto's projection dissipated, turning into endless demonic power that entered Xiaozi's body. Suddenly, the 12 sin wings expanded endlessly. The huge black wings were like a canopy that covered the 9 heavens. Break! With the Pluto's projection, Xiaozi's body broke through the limits. Terrifying demonic aura surged, and the weather changed. The 12 sin wings shook, and the demonic figure disappeared instantly. When he appeared again, he was already in front of the Scaled King. With such shocking speed, the Scaled King's pupils shrank. He subconsciously raised his left arm to block the incoming attack. With a loud bang, the frenzy of doomsday slashed down with the force of 1,000 caddies. Amidst the deafening sound of the collision, a piece of scale armor on the King of Scales' left arm cracked. The remaining force hit the King of Scales' body, and the King of Scales took half a step backward. The scale armor shattered and blood seeped out. The invincible Scaled King was dyed red for the first time. Back off! The Scaled King was injured, and his anger reached its peak. With a deep roar, his demonic energy exploded, and the demonic figure in front of him was blown away. 100 feet away, Xiazi stopped. The hand that was holding the sword overflowed with blood, dyeing the 6-foot demonic sword red. The shocking battle was tragic and tragic. The blood did not stop flowing. Xiazi's figure swept out once again. His sword moved like lightning, suppressing the Scaled King with all his might. Not far away, the Dawn Moon House Master condensed her chi and stepped forward. Her figure instantly split into two. Her spear and sword moved side by side, teaming up with the demonic figure to fight the Scaled King again. This was a battle for survival. It was not a battle for revenge or personal gain. Battle after battle, the battle cries shook the heavens. Yao, Yao Hui Ming, 5 destructive heavenly curse. The Scaled King roared and used the Scaled Race's forbidden technique. Immediately, the power of darkness exploded. The power of devouring the heavens and destroying the earth swept out towards the 2 people in front of him. The 2 of them blocked the attack together, but with a muffled groan, they both retreated 100 steps. In front of them, the Dawn Moon House Master's left arm, which bore the brunt of the attack, started to wither. The terror of the heaven destruction technique was revealed for the first time. Seeing this, the Dawn Moon House Master's expression turned serious. With a light roar, a strange light rose around her body. In the blink of an eye, the Dawn Moon House Master's left arm recovered. With a strange technique, she barely blocked the heaven destruction technique. This was the most difficult battle. Even the 2 people at the peak of the human race were trapped in a bitter battle. Ling Liwang, who was at the peak of the Scaled Race, was shockingly powerful. At the same time, at the border between the All-Heaven Starfield and the Z-Way Starfield, a phoenix cried out. A huge fire phoenix rushed towards the distant battlefield. Its speed was unimaginably fast. Beside the phoenix, there was a woman in snow-white clothes. Her seemingly ordinary pace was actually able to keep up with the phoenix's speed, not falling behind by even half a step. The 2 fastest people in the human world rushed to the Z-Way star zone together. They traveled day and night. Just as the people of the sky beyond heaven were trying their best to buy time for the human race, the flames of war in the primordial demon realm burned through every corner of the demon realm. In the northern battlefield, the 12 Shaman Empress led the army south. With the power of the entire race, the demons would be wiped out. The shaman race rose up and the heavenly demon army in the north was defeated. Even the heavenly demon, 5th Prince Xiankong, and the 8 tribes Gandharv could not stop the 12 Shaman Empress. As the shaman race attacked with all their might, the other 3 sovereign races also strengthened their attacks. They restrained the heavenly demon imperial race's forces and created opportunities for the shaman race. With the 4 sovereign races working together, the heavenly demon imperial race was in a difficult situation. In the heavenly demon imperial city, where the power of the heavenly demon clan gathered, reports from the front lines were sent in one after another. The entire imperial city was in a state of panic. The shaman race army in the north had entered the hinterland of the demon realm. Their attacks were unstoppable. In a few days, they would reach the imperial city. In front of the 3 sovereigns' palace, the sovereign races knelt on the stone steps, waiting for the heavenly demon emperor's decision. Summon Xianqing and take over the throne. In the face of danger, there was no room for hesitation. In front of the imperial palace, the 7 luminaries demon emperor and the 8 baron demon emperor pondered for a long time before finally making a decision. Under the emperor's order, the hundreds of sovereign races below kowtowed with different thoughts. In the 13th Prince Palace, Ning Qin was the first to receive the news. A cold look flashed across his face. Go and tell Xian Ke that this is his last chance. He must not fail. Ning Chen ordered. Yes. Inji accepted the order and disappeared, heading to the northern battlefield. The final battle was close at hand. Ning Chen looked at the sovereign luck above the three sovereigns' palace with cold eyes. Being in this heartless imperial city, he had almost forgotten about humanity. Killing and arson. Stirring up the wind and clouds, he would do anything. Now it was all about to end. In the northern battlefield, the ghost chariot rushed over and stopped in front of the heavenly demon camp. Inji entered the camp with the crown prince's golden token and went straight to Xian, Quebec. In the king's tent, Xian Ke, who was working hard on the battle, looked serious when he saw her. Inji, why did she come personally? Greetings, Ninth Highness. Inji bowed. No need for formalities. Xian Ke said in confusion. Why did Miss Inji come personally? Did something happen? Ninth Highness, I came on the orders of the 13th Prince to inform you of something. Inji said seriously. The two demon emperors have ordered the third prince to return to the city and take over the throne. What? Xian Ke's expression changed. How could it be so fast? Ninth Highness, the 13th Highness asked me to tell you that this is your last chance. The Imperial Edict should not have reached the southeast battlefield yet. Your Highness, you must seize this opportunity and not miss it. Inji said seriously. Xian Ke's expression turned gloomy. After a while he said, Thank 13th brother for me. I know what to do. In that case, Inji will not disturb you. Goodbye. With that, Inji bowed again and turned to leave. After a few breaths, the ghost chariot rushed out of the heavenly demon camp and returned to the city to report. In the 13th prince's residence in the 3rd imperial city, Inji returned before sunset. She appeared in front of the palace and bowed respectfully. Your Highness, the message has been delivered. In front of the king's palace, Ning Chen nodded gently and said, Thank you for your hard work. Inji was silent. After a long time, she could not help but ask, Your Highness, why are you not anxious at all? Are you not going to fight for the throne? She, the Ghost Clan, chose the 13th prince because she wanted to be a subject of the emperor. However, the 13th prince was not anxious at all when the two demon emperors had ordered him to do so. She was puzzled. Don't worry, Ning Chen said faintly. It's not that easy for Xian Qing to get the throne. Didn't you tell Xian Ke about this? If Xian Qing wants to inherit the throne, he must come back alive first. Chapter 1202. Primordial Demon Region. Southeast Battlefield. Xian Qing received the secret edict and was moved. After fighting for so many years, this day had finally come. In front of Xian Qing, the 4 profound entrances were also excited and congratulated him. Prepare to return to the imperial city, Xian Qing said. Yes. East Xian Yu Ting, North Xian Yao Shui, West Xian Yu Feng, and South Xian Yang Yi bowed and left the tent. Half a day later, outside the heavenly demon camp, the crown prince's carriage moved toward the heavenly demon imperial city with 3,000 elite demon soldiers. On the flood dragon carriage, Shi Xian Yu Feng drove the carriage forward and used a special technique to help the 3,000 elite demon soldiers to speed up the journey. After half a day, the sun set in the west and the sky gradually darkened. As night fell, the 3,000 demon soldiers were fully alert, ready to deal with any enemies that might appear. On the flood dragon carriage, Shi Xian Yu Feng opened his divine sense and didn't dare to be careless. The news of the third crown prince returning to the imperial city couldn't be hidden. Tonight was destined to not be a peaceful night. In the east, the cold moon rose. When the demon army passed through a valley, suddenly a sandstorm blew. Black shadows appeared out of nowhere and attacked the demon army without any warning. Before the 3,000 demon warriors could even react, hundreds of them had already been sacrificed. Around the chariot, 2 streams of powerful palm power attacked from the left and the right, shattering the chariot into pieces. On the carriage, Xian Yufeng jumped up and locked onto the attacker with his divine sense. His palms gathered the power of wind and slapped out. Down below, there was no one in the collapsed chariot. It was a diversion, and it was hard to tell what was real and what was fake. Retreat! In the darkness, a cold voice sounded. There was no surprise as he calmly gave the order. With this order, the black-clothed assassins who charged into the demon army quickly retreated. They were well trained and didn't hesitate. Xian Yufeng's expression froze. Strange. Why did these people retreat so easily? Could it be that their plan had been exposed? Almost at the same time, 3,000 miles away, for figures in black robes rushed north. There were 3 men and 1 woman under the long robes. The one in the lead had a grave and stern appearance. His brows were as sharp as swords. He was the 3rd crown prince of the royal family. Although he was covered in a black robe, his extraordinary temperament was still difficult to conceal. Just at this moment, a majestic palm energy tore through the air from the east. The powerful energy tore through the void and blasted towards the man before the 3 of them. The leader of the 4, a man in a black robe, stopped in his tracks. He frowned slightly as he looked at the palm energy coming from afar. There was actually an ambush here. Your Highness, please leave first. I will hold him back. Among the 3 in the back, Nan Xianyang raised his body to block the attack. Devilish flames swept out as he met the attack head-on. The heavens and earth shook violently as the 2 attacks collided. The ground within 1,000 miles collapsed as a demonic silhouette appeared amidst the raging waves. He struck out with another palm towards the 3rd crown prince. Nan Xianyang's figure flashed and blocked in front of him again. His palms collided. The 2 demons clashed, their momentum shaking the heavens. Incomparably powerful forces clashed against each other, rolling up tens of thousands of sand waves. After watching for a moment, Nan Xianqing withdrew his gaze and continued forward without further delay. Under the night sky, the 3 of them moved faster and faster. After advancing for nearly an hour, a rain of arrows tore through the air from afar. The incomparably sharp arrow light swept directly towards the 3 of them. Snow of the world. At this critical moment, Beixian Yaoxue stepped out of the 3 of them. The snow that filled the sky surged and formed a barrier in front of them. The arrow rain struck the snow waves and rumbled. The arrow rain withered and the snow dissipated. Whoosh! Whoosh! However, after the first wave of arrow rain, another wave of arrow light tore through the air. It was endless and earth-shattering. The arrows that were infused with devilish qi were like flying meteors. They streaked across the sky with astonishing power and were unstoppable. Beixian Yaoxue shouted. The snow waves around her swept out and blocked the arrow rain. Your Highness, let's go. As soon as she finished speaking, the arrow rain and snow waves collided. The terrifying aftershock shook and destroyed everything in the surroundings. Your Highness, let's go quickly. Dongxian Yuting's expression hardened as he urged. Xianqing clenched his fists tightly. He knew that he could not delay any longer. His figure flashed as he continued to move forward. The cold night gradually deepened. A cold wind blew and dust filled the sky. The 2 of them who had traveled day and night did not dare to stop for a moment. They hurried in the direction of Sanhuang City. Boom! Just as the 2 of them traveled for another hour, the ground beneath them suddenly shook. A giant hand rose from the ground and grabbed at the 2 of them. Dongxian Yuting saw this, and his expression darkened. He leaped into the air and punched out. The 2 fists collided with a force of 1,000 caddies. The giant hand of mud and stone shattered and scattered into the sky. After the punch, huge stone pillars rose from the ground below, blocking the road ahead. Your Highness, you go first. I will catch up soon. Dongxian Yuting looked at the black-clothed, demonic figure on the stone pillar in front of him with a dignified expression. On the huge stone pillar, The black-clothed demonic figure was filled with royal aura. He had never seen anything like this before. However, his powerful aura was terrifying. "None of you can leave." On the stone pillar, the black-clothed demonic figure said. His figure swept down and punched out. Thousands of demonic figures appeared, both real and illusory, difficult to distinguish. Dongxian Yu Ting's eyes narrowed as he crossed his fists. Majestic lightning surged out, and immediately a lightning net spread out to block the incoming attack. The demonic figure shook the lightning net. Amidst the violent tremors, the black-clothed demonic figure broke through the lightning net and punched the head of the 4 Xian. Dongxian Yu Ting crossed his arms in front of his body and blocked the attack. There was a muffled groan as he retreated several steps. Blood flowed from the corner of Dongxian Yu Ting's mouth, dyeing his battle robe-red. "Your Highness, let's go." Before the third crown prince's figure could leave, Dongxian Yu Ting flipped his palm and sent the former out of the battle. 300 miles away, Xianqing staggered and stabilized his figure. Looking at the battle behind him, his expression grew darker and darker. Who was it that arranged so many ambushes? The road back was fraught with danger at every step. Xianqing gathered his thoughts and continued to rush in the direction of the imperial city. After traveling for more than 1,000 miles, the surrounding atmosphere changed again. The wind howled and the sky changed color. "Third brother, how have you been?" At this moment, above the void, demonic chi surged. A familiar figure appeared and looked at the man in front of him with a cold expression. Xianqing saw this and stopped. He took off the black robe covering his head and looked at the demonic figure in the void. He said in a low voice, "Ninth brother, I didn't expect that the one who came to greet me would be you." "Who do you think it is?" "13th brother?" Xian Ke sneered. "Ninth brother, don't use others." Xianqing's expression was gloomy. "You and I are both injured, and 13th brother is just waiting to reap the benefits. You should be able to see through such a simple trap. Don't try to drive a wedge between us." Xian Ke clenched his right hand. Suddenly, a black demonic chi surged out and turned into a battle armor to protect his body. Before the unification of the imperial power, the 9th prince of the imperial family no longer hid his shocking cultivation. He stepped in the air and rushed out like lightning. Xian Ke's right fist activated the demonic chi and blasted toward the former. Xianqing snorted and met the attack with a punch without fear. In the battle between 2 kings, the demonic fists collided and the power shook the sky. There was only life and death in the battle for the unification of the imperial power. Xian Ke, who had given up all paths of retreat, was surrounded by demonic chi. Xianqing was also fearless and met the 9th prince's attack head-on. Their fists intertwined with each other with boundless power. The two of them landed heavy blows on each other's bodies, bringing forth a glaring waterfall of blood. This was a battle that only belonged to the two of them. After putting aside the schemes, there was only absolute strength left. Fist after fist collided with each other. Their attacks became fiercer and fiercer as they displayed the shocking power of the imperial bloodline. Under the night sky, the two of them fought fiercely. Their attacks were like raging waves, and the world around them quickly collapsed under their powerful attacks. The battle between 2 kings would not end until one of them was dead. At this moment, the void shook a few hundred miles away, and a figure in plain clothes walked out. He looked at the battle in front of him, and a cold smile appeared on his face. "Your Highness, can the 9th prince really stop the 3rd prince?" Behind him, Yinji asked solemnly. "Xian Ke's strength is definitely not as mediocre as he usually shows. He alone is enough for this battle." Ning Qin said calmly. Yinji heard this and frowned slightly, but did not ask any more questions. In front of them, as the battle continued, the injuries on the 2 kings became more and more serious. The two of them only attacked and did not defend themselves. They relied on the indestructible body of the demon clan to withstand the opponent's attacks. At the same time, they used their destructive power to bombard each other. Blood splattered and dyed the surrounding ground red. The battle of life and death became more intense. Heavenly Demons, 7 Transformations, Yu Tianqiong. Heavenly Demons, 7 Transformations, Yu Tianqiong. The same move shook the heavens and the earth. The 3,000 feet tall, demonic body appeared in the world, and the earth-shattering demonic power swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The appearance of the Dharma form caused the battle between the 2 kings to reach its climax. The giant fists punched out and cracked the earth. Boom! The heavy punches landed on each other's bodies and brought out another waterfall of blood. The 2 unyielding kings of the demon clan were determined to control their own fates and destroy all obstacles with their fists. In the distance, the knowing destiny who set up this trap stood quietly and looked at the 2 demon princes in front of him. He did not interfere. This fair battle was the only respect he could give the 2 of them. He could not give more. 300 miles away, a demonic fist pierced through Xian Kei's chest. Blood flowed out and dyed the demonic body red. Got you. Taking the 3rd prince's punch, Xian Kei raised his hand and grabbed the former. Then his figure soared into the sky. The 2 of them broke through the clouds like shooting stars. The flames around their bodies were burning fiercely, shocking the world. 9th brother, you. Xianqing was shocked. He struggled hard but could not break free. In the next moment, the 2 of them fell from the sky. Their speed was getting faster and faster, and they crashed into the ground below. The move of mutual destruction shocked the heavens and the earth. At the last moment, Xian Kei gathered demonic qi around his body and protected his vital parts. Boom! The 2 of them crashed into the ground. In the most terrifying tremor, thousands of miles of wasteland collapsed. In the distance, mountains were also affected and collapsed into the ground. It's over. In the turbulent aftermath, Ning Chen looked at the huge pit in front of him and whispered softly. Chapter 1203. The night was cold, and the battle between the kings was coming to an end. The 2 kings that fell from the sky were like blazing meteors, completely smashing the entire wasteland into the ground. This shocking scene caused everyone to feel fear in their hearts. In the distance, the 4 profound entrances sensed the commotion and revealed shocked expressions. They disregarded everything and hurriedly rushed forward. Thousands of miles away, Xian Kei stood up and spat out a mouthful of blood. Xian Kei's body was dyed red and covered in cracks. He barely managed to stabilize himself as he looked at the 3rd crown prince who had fallen to the ground. A complicated look flashed through his tired eyes. In the end, they still came to this point. Xian Kei gathered his demonic essence and punched the 3rd crown prince's chest with all his strength. Cough! Xianqing opened his eyes and coughed out a mouthful of blood. He looked at the 9th prince and said with a hoarse voice, 9th, be careful of 13th. Xianqing's hands fell to his side. He had fought and schemed his entire life, but he still died in someone else's scheme. How ironic and bitter. Xian Kei wiped the blood from his mouth and suppressed his internal injuries. He looked at the 3rd crown prince with a complicated expression. If it was in the past, he might have fallen for those words, but it was impossible now. 9th brother, congratulations. At this moment, a white-clothed figure appeared in the sky. She slowly descended and arrived beside the 9th prince. 13th brother, you've been here all along, Xian Kei sighed. This is a battle between 9th and 3rd brother. It's not suitable for me to interfere, Ning Chen said calmly. Xian Kei nodded, and his expression dimmed slightly as he said, even though it must be done, the feeling of killing my brother with my own hands is still difficult to easily forget. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and shifted his gaze to the 3rd crown prince, who was lying in the dust. He said, the 4 profound entrances will be here soon. 9th royal brother is injured. so you should leave as soon as possible. Leave this place to me." "Thank you." Xian Ke nodded lightly, took a step forward, and left first. Under the collapsed ground, Ning Chen raised his hand, and demonic qi surged around him. The light of the divine seal devoured the third crown prince's body. "Master!" At this moment, the thousands of great demons in the soul-suppressing banner on Ning Chen's body became restless. They desired the bloodline of the celestial, demonic, imperial tribe. "I have a use for this person. I can't give him to you for the time being," Ning Chen said calmly. Hearing this, the thousands of great demons immediately fell silent and didn't say anything else. Now that the final mission was over, Ning Chen didn't stay any longer. His figure flashed and disappeared into the night. Not long after the two of them left, the 4 profound entrances arrived one after another on the collapsed battlefield. Looking at the ground that was riddled with holes, their faces were filled with anxiety. "Your Highness!" Beixian Yao Shui's divine sense swept across the battlefield, but could not find traces of Xianqing. "Split up and search. No matter what, we must find His Highness the Crown Prince." Dongxian Yu Ting said in a low voice. "Yes." The 3 of them accepted the order and immediately flew off in different directions without any hesitation. Just as Xianqing died, the army of the sorcerer tribe marched day and night in the northern battlefield, constantly attacking the imperial tribe of heavenly devils' defense line. When the 12 sorcerer queens worked together, no one below the imperial path could defeat them. In the northern mansions, cities fell one after another. Everywhere the flames of war passed, the land was scorched. The war against the demons had reached a critical moment. The divine capital mountain, the western sacred region, and the Shur tribe, the 3 imperial tribes, attacked with all their might, restraining the forces of the imperial tribe of heavenly devils, so that the 3 armies couldn't send reinforcements to the north. Xian Ke, who rushed back in the night, looked at the flames of war in front of him, and his face grew darker. Was the heavenly devil tribe really going to fall from their pedestal? After the defeat, the heavenly devil tribe had lost the ability to fight back. The army of the sorcerer tribe had reached the imperial city, and it was difficult to stop them. "Your Highness!" Behind Xian Ke, a black-clothed demonic figure appeared and said with a serious expression, "Now that the 3rd prince is dead and the 13th prince has taken the initiative to promise not to inherit the throne, only your Highness has the ability to inherit the throne among the princes of the imperial family. Therefore, your Highness only needs to wait for the summons of the 2 demon emperors." "Thank you, Second Father," Xian Ke said. After enduring for so many years, he finally got to where he was today. The hardships he had endured were something that others could understand. "It's my honor to serve your Highness." As he spoke, the demonic figure in black showed his face. His old face was filled with the vicissitudes of time. The long night gradually passed. The sun rose in the east, and the first rays of the morning sun shone, dispelling the coldness of the darkness. In the hinterland of the north, the army of the sorcerer tribe kept marching southward. They were unstoppable. In just one night, the army of the sorcerer tribe marched southward for another 1,000 miles and conquered several cities. Their shocking combat strength was unprecedented. The death of Emperor Go had always been a source of uncontrollable anger in the hearts of the thousands of soldiers of the sorcerer tribe. Once it exploded, the world was shocked. In the deepest part of the heavenly devil ancestral land, the news of the 3rd prince Xianqing's disappearance came. The 2 demon emperors' faces darkened, and they couldn't hide the anger in their eyes. Although Xianqing wasn't their favorite candidate, they had just ordered him to be recalled when Xianqing was assassinated and disappeared. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Such an audacious act deserved death. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor released his divine consciousness to search for Xianqing's aura. However, after searching for a long time, he didn't find anything. "How is it?" the 8 Desolation Demon Emperor asked seriously. "I can't find it." The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor said in a deep voice, I'm afraid something has happened to Xianqing. 8 Desolation Devil Emperor's eyes flashed coldly. How many princes had met with mishap? Bahuang, who do you think did it? The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor asked in a deep voice. Old 9 and Old 13 are the most suspicious. However, we can't rule out the possibility that it's the other races. The 8 Desolation Devil Emperor said seriously. 13th brother. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor murmured. He glanced at the 3rd royal city in the distance and said after some time, Bahuang, don't you think it's strange? Since 13th brother became the ruler of the royal family, all kinds of things have been happening to the Imperial Sky Demon tribe. First it was 7th brother, then it was Xianzhan, and now it's Xianqing. All 3 princes are in trouble. On top of that, the royal city is in chaos, and the 4 royal tribes are stirring up trouble. You suspect that 13th brother is behind this? The 8 Desolation Devil Emperor frowned. I'm not exactly suspicious. I just feel like something isn't right, the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor said seriously. After all, 13th brother was not directly involved in any of the incidents. However, it was the reason why he was even more suspicious. 13th brother had covered himself too well. He was always able to pull himself out of the mess, even though he was in the middle of it. It was not something an ordinary person could achieve. The 8 Desolation Devil Emperor fell into deep thought. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor was right. 13th brother was indeed suspicious. Regardless of whether 13th brother is involved in the incidents or not, his goal is to become the ruler of the Imperial Sky Demon tribe. Why don't we take the opportunity to test him? The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor suggested. Sure, the 8 Desolation Devil Emperor nodded. Men, the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor said. Emperor. A messenger showed up and bowed respectfully. Summon the 13th prince to the palace. On top of that, summon the 9th prince back secretly, the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor ordered. Affirmative. The messenger accepted the order and left the Imperial Sky Demon tribe's territory. Should we send someone to escort Xian back to the city? The 8 Desolation Devil Emperor asked. That won't be necessary. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor said. Xian isn't an idiot. Xianqing's death will serve as a reminder to him. Even if someone wants to harm him, it won't be easy. 3 Monarch City, the 13th prince's residence. Ning Qian was standing quietly in his residence. He was looking in the direction of the Imperial Sky Demon tribe's territory. His eyes flickered with astonishment. It was impossible to hide Xianqing's death from everyone. The 2 demon emperors must have begun to suspect him, but it was not important. No one could stop the decline of the celestial devil imperial family. They only needed to wait for the final round before this colossus would truly step down from its divine altar. Meanwhile, a demonic aura surged in the rift as a messenger walked out with the demon emperor badge in his hand. He said sternly, by the order of the demon emperor, the 13th prince is summoned to the palace immediately. Yes, your highness. Ning Qian bowed and accepted the order respectfully. Ning Qian rose to his feet and looked at the 3 monarchs' palace coldly. The 2 demon emperors could no longer sit still. Almost at the same time, demonic aura surged in the heavenly demon camp on the northern battlefield. A second messenger appeared with the demon emperor badge in his hand. He said, 9th prince, the demon emperor has ordered you to return to the city immediately. Xian narrowed his eyes and said, Yes, your highness. 9th prince, if there's nothing else, please depart as soon as possible. The messenger reminded him kindly. Thank you for the reminder, your highness. I'll return to the city as soon as possible. Xian nodded and said gratefully. The messenger did not stay any longer after receiving the imperial order. He disappeared and went back to report. After the messenger left, a black-robed demonic figure appeared behind Xian and said, It seems like the 2 demon emperors didn't suspect your highness. Your highness's great cause is about to succeed. Xian Ke fell silent. A moment later, he sighed softly and said, "The biggest suspects in Xianqing's matter are me and 13th brother. If I'm fine, 13th brother will definitely suffer this injustice. How can you be soft-hearted if you want to succeed? Besides, 13th prince has the Netherworld Demon Emperor behind him. If the two Demon Emperors don't have any evidence, they won't make things difficult for 13th prince. Your Highness, you don't have to feel guilty. As long as Your Highness inherits the fate of the royal family and attains the imperial path, it won't be too late to repay this favor in the future," the black-robed, demonic figure advised. Xian Ke nodded and replied softly, "In the Three Monarchs' Palace of the Heavenly Demon Imperial City, a white-robed figure walked up the 90,000 stone steps with a calm expression. There was no sign of fear. In front of the Imperial Palace, endless demonic aura surged as the two demon emperors appeared. They looked at the young man walking in front of them with undisguised coldness. "Greetings, demon emperors." Ning Qin stopped at the bottom of the stone steps and bowed respectfully. "13th brother, do you admit your sins?" The Seven Brilliants, Demon Emperor, said coldly, "I don't know what sins I have committed." Ning Chan raised his head at the bottom of the stone steps and replied, "Last night, Xianqing went missing after an assassination attempt. His whereabouts are unknown. Do you know?" The Eight Desolation Demon Emperor said coldly, "I don't know." Ning Chen said calmly as he stared at the two demon emperors in front of the palace, his eyes blazing like torches. Chapter 1204. The demonic emperors appeared in front of the three emperors' palace and questioned knowing destiny about the assassination attempt on Xianqing. At the foot of the 90,000 stone steps, Ning Chun raised his head and met the gazes of the two demon emperors. His expression was calm and fearless. Demonic chi surged around the two demonic emperors in front of the imperial palace. Terrifying demonic aura spread out and brought endless pressure to knowing destiny. They were emperors who were powerful enough to shake the world. Both of them appeared at the same time. Just by standing there, the entire world seemed to have frozen. It was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. "Where were you when Xianqing was attacked last night?" the Eight Desolation Demonic Emperor asked coldly. "I was in my residence," Ning Qin said calmly. "Who can testify?" the Eight Desolation Demonic Emperor asked. "Inji can testify," Ning Qin replied. "Inji is your servant. Her words don't count," the Seven Luminaries Demonic Emperor said coldly. "Other than my servant, who else can testify for me in my residence?" Ning Qin looked at the two demonic emperors in front of the imperial palace and said coldly. In front of the imperial palace, the Seven Luminaries Demonic Emperor and the Eight Desolation Demonic Emperor looked colder and colder. Their demonic aura engulfed the entire imperial city. In an instant, thousands of people in the heavenly demonic imperial city looked at the three emperors' palace. They were all shocked. What happened? Why were the two demonic emperors so angry? In the north of the three emperors' palace, several demonic shadows rushed over. The man in the lead looked sinister. At this moment, he looked anxious. In the sky, the sun moved west. Prince Xian Ke and his group were getting closer to the three emperors' palace. Such powerful demonic aura. Thousands of miles away from the imperial city, Xian Ke felt the terrifying aura from afar and said seriously, "It's the two demonic emperors." The black-robed, demonic shadow behind Xian Ke said, "This is bad. Hurry up." Xian Ke's heart sank. He sped up and rushed toward the imperial city. In front of the imperial palace in the three emperors' palace, demonic chi surged. Two demonic emperors stood in the air in the terrifying demonic chi. They looked at the young man below and kept pressuring him. At the bottom of the 90,000 stone steps, Ning Qin stood there in silence. He was proud and unyielding. Even under the pressure of the emperor, he refused to yield. The oppressive atmosphere became heavier and heavier. The two demon emperors seemed to be certain that Xian Qing's death was caused by the young man in front of them. Their demon aura continued to increase, and their aura was so oppressive that even the heavens and earth started to distort. Xian Juyo appeared in the 9 Nether King's mansion. He looked at the 3 emperors' palace in the distance with a cold glint in his eyes. These 2 people had gone too far. In the west, when the sun was about to set, Xian Ke and his group returned to the imperial city. They did not stop and directly rushed towards the imperial palace. In front of the 3 sovereigns' palace, the 7 luminaries Devil Emperor and the 8 Desolation Devil Emperor felt Xian Ke's aura and gradually withdrew their devil aura. 13th brother, you're now the only crown prince of the royal family. Are you willing to take over the throne? The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor asked. After he said that, the atmosphere became heavy. The 2 demon emperors looked at him, waiting for his reply. Almost at the same time, Xian Ke appeared at the end of the stone steps. When he heard the words of the 2 demon emperors, his body trembled subconsciously. Ahead of them, knowing destiny was silent. His white hair danced in the raging waves, which was unusually dazzling. I'm not willing. The 3 emperors' palace fell silent. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The 2 demon emperors were startled. None of them had expected 13th brother to give such an answer. Behind them, Xian Ke collected his thoughts. His eyes flickered with gratitude. As expected, 13th brother had kept his promise and voluntarily gave up the throne. Do you know what you're talking about? The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor suppressed the shock in his heart and asked. I do, Ning Chen said calmly. Ning Chen said calmly, Imperial power is not my ambition. Therefore, I give it up. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperors and 8 Desolation Demon Emperors frowned. Strange. Why would 13th brother willingly give up the throne? Could it be that they were wrong? If 13th brother was not willing to take over the throne, how could they explain the things that had happened before? The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperors and 8 Desolation Demon Emperors fell silent for a long time. They could not figure out the reason behind it. 13th brother's statement had shattered all their guesses. If 13th brother was not responsible for everything, then who was the person behind it all? The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperors and 8 Desolation Demon Emperors subconsciously glanced at the 9th prince in front of them. Their eyes widened. Xian Ke? The thought was unstoppable like a raging tide. Now that they thought about it, there was only one person who would benefit when something happened to the princes of the royal family. Xian Ke sensed the demonic aura approaching. His eyes flickered. Something was not right. The 2 demon emperors were trying to kill him. Why? Below the 90,000 steps, Ning Chen turned around and looked at the 9th prince with a gentle smile. Under the powerful demonic aura, Xian Ke stepped forward. He suppressed the shock in his heart and bowed respectfully. Greetings, demon emperors. Xian Ke! The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor glanced at the person below and said, Are you willing to take over the throne of the royal family? Xian Ke's body shuddered when he heard the words. A moment later, he calmed down and said respectfully, I might not be that talented, but if our royal family needs someone with the strength of the Emperor realm, I'm more than willing to accept it. Xian Ke answered firmly. He dropped to his knees and bowed without any hesitation. Very well. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor's expression turned colder. He said, You may leave now. Affirmative. Ning Chen and Xian Ke bowed at the same time and left together. In front of the royal palace, the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperors and 8 Desolation Demon Emperors watched the 2 leave. Their demonic auras were surging vigorously, indicating that they were not calm at all. What do you think? The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor asked sternly. My instincts are telling me that something is wrong with 13th brother, but I can't see through his answer. The 8 Desolation Demon Emperor replied. It's meaningless if his goal isn't to take over the royal family. However, if it's not his doing, Then the only suspect left is ninth brother, the 7 brilliance, Demon Emperor said. The 8 desolation Demon Emperor fell silent. A moment later, he said, "It's not that I'm trying to protect ninth brother, but there's no way ninth brother could do something like that with his talents, unless he's being guided by an expert." The 7 brilliance, Demon Emperor nodded. He did not think it was possible for ninth brother to be the culprit. Every incident that had happened to the royal family of the Sky Demon realm was shocking. If ninth brother really had the talent, he would not have waited until today. 3 Royal City. The two walked out of the demon palace, side by side. Xian Ke stopped at a fork in the road. He looked at the white-haired young man beside him and said seriously, "Thank you, 13th brother." If 13th brother were to compete with him for the throne, it was hard to tell who would win in the end. Now that 13th brother had given up on the throne, no one among the remaining princes could stand against him. "It's what I should do," Ning Chen said softly. "Now, I might be able to congratulate you in advance for inheriting the throne. It's not certain yet, so it's too early to celebrate. However, if the day really comes, I won't forget 13th brother's kindness," Xian Ke said seriously. Ning Chen nodded and said with a smile, "I'll be waiting for the day to come. It's getting late. I'll head back first." "See you later," Xian Ke said. "See you later," Ning Chen nodded. He did not stay any longer and headed back to his residence. Seeing Ning Chen leaving, Xian Ke withdrew his gaze and headed in another direction. Not long after the two returned to their residences, a black light shone in the sky above the royal city. A black demon royal badge appeared in the sky with a shocking aura. The demon royal badge has granted the 9th prince, Xian Ke, the title of crown prince of the Sky Demon royal family. The dignified voice spread across the Sky Demon imperial city. It came so suddenly that it shocked everyone. In the 13th prince's residence, Ning Chen looked at the demon royal badge in the sky with a strange look. "Xian Ke, are you satisfied with the result?" At the same time, a black badge with a golden glow flew into the sky above the 9th prince's residence. The golden badge of the crown prince had appeared once again. Xian Ke reached out his hand and received the crown prince badge. He could not hide the excitement in his heart. Finally, the day he had been waiting for had arrived. "Congratulations, Your Highness!" In the 9th prince's residence, the soldiers and consecrators knelt down and saluted respectfully. "Rise!" Xian Ke turned around and looked at the people behind him. He said, "From today onwards, my glory will be your glory." "Thank you, Your Highness." The people bowed again and stood quietly at the side. "Your Highness." In front of the crowd, a black-robed elder walked forward and said calmly, "The Sorcerer Tribe's army is about to attack the 3rd imperial city. There is not much time left for the 2 demon royals to consider. Your Highness should be prepared to inherit the fate of the royal family as soon as possible. You only have one chance. You can only succeed and not fail." "I understand. Thank you, Second Father, for your reminder," Xian Ke replied. Just as the situation in the 3rd imperial city was changing, the battle in the northern battlefield was getting more intense. The Sorcerer Tribe's army swept across the northern territory of the primordial demon region and was less than 10,000 miles away from the Sky Demon imperial city. In the sky above the battlefield, more than 200,000 Sorcerer Tribe's army moved forward quickly. Their aura was so heavy that it made one's heart tremble. In front of the army, the 12 witch queens looked at the Sky Demon imperial city in the distance. They did not hide their murderous intent. They had never forgotten about Emperor Go. In this battle, they would definitely make the Sky Demon imperial family pay with blood. In the northern continent, on the altar of the Sorcerer Tribe, the new emperor of the Sorcerer Tribe, Tianxan, who was watching the battle in the distance, stepped forward and walked toward the primordial demon region. The Sorcerer Emperor moved. At the same time, the 3 emperors of the Sanctuary region, The Shur tribe and the holy capital mountain opened their eyes and looked toward the primordial demon region. Time was up. At the same time, in the purple scale abyss in the southern continent, demonic aura soared into the sky and waves surged. Under the abyss, an unusually strong aura was quickly awakened. All living beings were frightened and prostrated on the ground. While the emperors were moving, in the deepest part of the ancestral land in the primordial demon region, the two demon royals opened their eyes and their expressions darkened. It was coming. Night fell. In the north, in front of the sorcerer tribe's army, a golden light shone. A beautiful figure walked out of thin air, and her supreme imperial aura shocked the 9 states. The sorcerer emperor appeared. 10,000 miles away, in the sky demon imperial city, all the citizens saw the dazzling golden light in the distance and were shocked. The supreme emperor of the imperial path. In the 13th prince's palace in the imperial palace, a black chess piece fell on the black and white chessboard. The last game was full of murderous intent. Chapter 1205. The sorcerer emperor appeared in the primordial demon region. His majestic aura filled the air, shocking the world. The final battle was coming. The battle that would decide the fate of the primordial demon region was about to come to an end. In front of the sorcerer tribe army stood a beautiful woman. Golden light shone around her, making her look like a fairy. She was so perfect that no one dared to blaspheme her. The new sorcerer emperor was a peerless powerhouse. Even though he was just standing there, all the powerhouses in the primordial demon region felt an unparalleled pressure. Behind the sorcerer emperor, the 12 sorcerer empresses stood quietly. The auras of the 12 powerhouses above the advanced stage of the king realm covered the cold moon. The sorcerer tribe had sent out their strongest lineup. They were willing to pay any price to kill the demons. Thousands of miles away, in the heavenly demon imperial city, everyone looked to the north in shock. No one had expected the sorcerer emperor to arrive so quickly. The final battle has begun. In the 13th prince residence, Ning Chen stood up and walked to the front of the imperial palace. He looked to the north and narrowed his eyes. Since the sorcerer emperor had appeared, he would definitely take action. It was time for the final battle to begin. The night was endless. In the northern sky of the primordial demon region, Tion Xian raised his right hand. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged, and the sky changed color. Golden light spread. 10 miles, 100 miles, 1,000 miles, 10,000 miles. For the first time, the Emperor Realm powerhouse showed his earth-shattering power. When the Emperor attacked, the entire primordial demon region began to tremble. The Emperor Realm's precepts filled the air. Stars appeared in the sky and turned into blazing meteors. They streaked across the sky and smashed into the heavenly demon ancestral land. Meteors rained down in the sky. For the first time, the Sorcerer Emperor showed his unparalleled power. He controlled the stars in the sky to attack the forbidden land of the heavenly demon clan. How dare you! At that moment, an angry roar came from the depths of the heavenly demon ancestral land. Amid the deafening roar, a demonic shadow surrounded by demonic chi flew out. He raised his hands to the sky, and many demonic suns appeared. 7 luminaries attacked. He used all of his primordial chi. The demonic suns shot into the sky and blasted toward the meteors falling from the sky. Boom! Boom! The demonic suns and the meteors collided, and the demonic suns and meteors exploded. Dazzling light lit up the night sky. It was a terrifying scene. Shocking. A ruler's ability was limitless. With just the first move, he displayed a shocking power that could destroy the world. The meteor was stopped. 10,000 miles away in the north, Tion Xian's expression didn't change. She formed seals with her slender hands, and countless complicated seals entered the void. They were endless and endless, drowning out everything within 1,000 miles. Sovereign Tao laws appeared again. This was a move that had never appeared in the world. Even before the move was executed, its aura was awe-inspiring. In the sky above the heavenly demon ancestral land, the seven brilliants demon emperor stared at the sovereign of the sorcerer tribe in the distance. He did not dare to hesitate any longer and threw a punch. A destructive force surged out and swept toward the sovereign in front of him. The punch that could shatter the starry river swept through like breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The void along the way shattered and turned into dark nothingness. Tens of thousands of miles to the north, the demonic fist arrived. Tion Xin stretched out his left hand. Golden light filled the air and blocked the attack of the celestial devil emperor. Rumble! With a loud rumble, the golden light dissolved the demonic cultivator's attack. At the same time, tens of millions of imprints gathered around Tion Xin, and a demonic divine spear appeared. The dazzling golden light spread out for 30,000 miles. It was the first time a demonic weapon had appeared in the world. In the sky above the heavenly demon ancestral land, even someone as powerful as the seven brilliants demon emperor felt an indescribable coldness. His face darkened, and he gathered all his power. Murky demonic aura spread out for 10,000 miles. 7 huge demonic suns appeared around the seven brilliants demon emperor. Each of them seemed to have a shocking power that could destroy the world. When the 7 suns appeared, all spells were destroyed. In the next moment, the golden divine spear pierced through the void. The terrifying imperial might pierced through space and time. The spear disappeared, and when it reappeared, it was already in the sky above the heavenly demon ancestral land. The power that surpassed space and time could no longer be restrained by time and space. The demonic divine spear carried endless murderous intent, and it was determined to kill the sovereign of the sorcerer tribe in front of it. The seven brilliants demon emperor yelled before the crisis. 7 demonic suns flew around him, and the 7 stars lined up to block the golden divine spear in front of him. Boom! The 2 attacks collided. The universe shook, and the aftershock forced the 7 brilliants demon emperor to take a few steps back. Blood spurted out of his mouth. The 7 brilliants demon emperor was injured in the second attack of the battle between the sovereigns. The world was shocked. How could this be? For a moment, all the experts in the primordial demon realm who were watching the battle were shocked. The sovereign of the sorcerer tribe had just entered the sovereign realm. How could he have the power to suppress the 7 brilliants demon emperor? Above the divine capital mountain, the sacred region, the stone tribe, and the purple scale abyss, the 4 sovereigns were watching the battle in the distance. It was not that the 7 brilliants demon emperor was weak, but the sovereign of the sorcerer tribe was stronger than expected. Logically speaking, a new sovereign would need 100 years to adapt to his power. Even though the new sovereign of the sorcerer tribe was a genius who had mastered the power of the sovereign realm in just a few months, his accumulation of power was definitely not as good as the 7 brilliants demon emperor who had entered the sovereign realm long ago. There must be something strange about the battle just now. The sorcerer emperor should not be so powerful. In the primordial demon realm, the 7 brilliants demon emperor who was being suppressed by the battle between the sovereigns darkened. Thoughts flashed through his mind as he tried to find the reason. In the 13th crown prince's residence in the heavenly demon imperial city, Ning Qin looked at the woman standing in the golden light in the north. It seemed like Sovereign Go had passed everything he knew to Tion Xin before he passed away. In this world, Tion Xin was the only one who knew the weakness of the heavenly demon imperial tribe. The efforts of 2 generations of sorcerer tribe sovereigns were not in vain. Although Tion Xin was not as powerful as the other sovereigns, he should have the strength to fight against the sovereign of the demon tribe based on his understanding of the heavenly demon imperial tribe's cultivation. Of course, it was not easy to suppress the 7 brilliants demon emperor. Once the 7 brilliants demon emperor figured out the reason, the advantage of Tion Xin's moves would be weakened rapidly. As expected, above the heavenly demon ancestral land, the Seven Brilliance Demon Emperor realized the problem. He clenched his left hand and simplified it. He no longer used the martial arts of the Heavenly Demon Imperial Tribe. He wanted to rely on his physical body and cultivation to win the battle. 10,000 miles away in the north, Tion Xian narrowed his eyes. His expression darkened slightly. The Heavenly Demon Emperors were indeed not ordinary to be able to react so quickly. Continue to lead the army forward, Tion Xian said after glancing at the 12 shamans behind him. Yes. The 12 shaman queen received the order and led the army behind her forward. In the void, Tion Xian looked at the heavenly demon ancestral land in the distance. His royal aura soared. Suddenly, the shadows of the 12 shamans appeared in the sky. The 12 immemorial gods appeared in the world. The shadows of the gods were imprinted in the world. Their divine aura was earth-shattering. The moment the 12 shamans appeared, the sorcerer power in the world surged and suppressed the demonic aura in the primordial demon realm. Above the heavenly demon ancestral land, the Seven Brilliance Demon Emperor looked at the 12 gods' shadows in the sky. His eyes narrowed. What a powerful aura! Were these the guardian gods of the sorcerer tribe? The appearance of the 12 shamans shook the world. A powerful pressure fell from the sky and suppressed the demonic power in the primordial demon realm. Below, with the appearance of the shamans, the army of the sorcerer tribe seemed to be assisted by the gods. Golden light shone around them as they turned into heavenly soldiers and generals and rushed to the south. At the same time, the heavenly demon imperial army and the royal city guards gathered in the royal city. They were ready to face the biggest crisis in the history of the heavenly demon imperial tribe. 5,000 miles north of the heavenly demon imperial city, 200,000 heavenly demon soldiers gathered and faced the army of the sorcerer tribe that was rushing toward them. In the sky, the two sovereigns who were facing each other from 10,000 miles away flew out. In the blink of an eye, they were fighting head-on. The new sorcerer tribe sovereign raised her slender hand and blocked the Seven Brilliance Demon Emperor's fist with softness. With the heaven-shattering fist and the heaven-transforming hand, the two sovereigns fought in close combat. Their moves were full of hidden power. The time and space around them had disappeared. It could not withstand the power of the two sovereigns for a moment. While the two sovereigns were fighting, the armies of the sorcerer tribe and the heavenly demon tribe also started fighting. The fierce battle was so intense that powerhouses from the two tribes kept falling from the sky. Blood splattered and fell like rain. In the most intense battle, the two armies suffered heavy casualties, especially the heavenly demon army. After losing the general who could fight against the 12 shamans, the 200,000 heavenly demon soldiers were losing twice as fast. Before long, 30% of them were dead or injured. In the sky, the two sovereigns began to bleed. They were fighting in close combat and every move was deadly. Even with the recovery ability of the sovereigns, they could not heal their injuries in a short time. Boom! With a shocking explosion, the Seven Brilliance Demon Emperor punched Tion Xian's left shoulder. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Tion Xian's left shoulder was completely shattered, and his left arm hung limply. However, at the same time, Tion Xian's right hand pierced through the Seven Brilliance Demon Emperor's chest. Blood gushed out and dyed the sovereign's clothes red. Back off! The Seven Brilliance Demon Emperor roared furiously. Demonic chi erupted around him and pushed the person in front of him back. 100 feet away, Tion Xian steadied himself. He glanced at his left shoulder and frowned slightly. He reached out his hand and regenerated the broken bone. A moment later, Tion Xian's left arm regained its mobility. Golden light shone and surrounded his body again. On the opposite side, the Seven Brilliance Demon Emperor circulated his demonic technique and quickly healed the wound on his chest. In the deepest part of the heavenly demon ancestral land, the 8th Desolation Demon Emperor watched the fierce battle in the sky. Demonic chi surged around him as he prepared to attack. At this moment, 3 powerful palm energies pierced through the sky from afar and swept toward the 7 Brilliants demon emperor. The earth-shattering palm arts came from 3 different directions. The sovereigns of the 3 tribes were assisting the shaman sovereign. In the sky, the 7 Brilliants demon emperor sensed the attack. He let out a deep roar as the demonic chi around him turned into a protective barrier to block the 3 palm energies. Boom! Amid the earth-shattering tremors, the palm energies that traveled across the continents landed on the 7 Brilliants demon emperors' protective demonic chi and unleashed a shocking force. The 7 Brilliants demon emperor grunted. Blood poured out from the corner of his mouth as cracks appeared on his body. In the heavenly demon ancestral land, the 8 Desolation demon emperors' figure flashed and flew into the sky. He carried the injured 7 Brilliants demon emperor and quickly left the battlefield. In the sky, Tionexayan watched the 2 sovereigns of the demon tribe leave. He did not chase after them. Suddenly, he let out a groan and vomited a mouthful of blood. Below him, the army of the shaman tribe led by the 12 shaman empresses had crushed the heavenly demon tribe's army. The army continued to march toward the heavenly demon imperial city. The day of the army's arrival had arrived. The entire heavenly demon imperial tribe was in imminent danger. It was truly a moment of life and death. Chapter 1206. The night gradually passed in the primordial demon region. When dawn arrived, the sounds of battle stopped. The sorcerer tribe army continued southward, rushing towards the heavenly demonic imperial city. In the heavenly demonic imperial city, 100,000 imperial guards rushed back in time, ready to fight the incoming sorcerer tribe army. The final battle attracted the attention of everyone. A tense atmosphere filled the imperial city. Everyone, from the royal family to the common people, began to panic. In the sky above the imperial palace, as the sorcerer tribe army approached the city, the purplish-black providence became weaker. It was the first time in thousands of years that the heavenly demonic imperial family was forced into such a sorry state. In the north of the imperial city, the sorcerer tribe army stopped. In front of the army, the 12 sorcerer empresses stood in the air, their powerful royal aura shaking the kings in the imperial city. The final moment had arrived. In the 13th prince residence, Ning Chen's weathered face was filled with emotions. After so many years of planning, the day had finally come. In the deepest part of the heavenly demonic ancestral land, the 2 demon emperors looked to the north, their faces turning gloomier. We can't wait any longer. It's time to make a decision, the 8 Desolation demon emperor said. The 7 Luminaries demon emperor was silent. After a while, he sighed softly, summoned Xian Ke to the palace. Let's take a gamble. If Xian Ke could successfully enter the imperial path, the imperial city's crisis would be resolved. If he failed, it would be troublesome. In the 9th prince residence, Xian Ke, who had just been conferred the title of crown prince, was looking in the direction of the 3rd emperor palace. He did not have the time to care about the sorcerer tribe army approaching the city. Behind Xian Ke, an old, black-robed demonic figure was quietly guarding him, just like how it had been for hundreds of years. 9th prince, the demon emperor has ordered you to come to the palace immediately. At this moment, demonic chi surged in the crown prince residence. The messenger appeared, holding the demon emperor's token and speaking politely. Hearing this, Xian Ke's eyes lit up. He bowed respectfully to the messenger in the air and walked out of the residence without saying anything. After hundreds of years of waiting, this moment had finally come. Outside the heavenly demonic imperial city, the sorcerer tribe army of 200,000 soldiers arrived. The black mass of armored soldiers gave the people in the imperial city an unparalleled pressure. On the city tower, Commander Xian Mo stood quietly, looking at the sorcerer tribe army in front of her, her eyes calmly but with seriousness. In front of the city gate tower, a young man in plain clothes walked over. His extraordinary temperament attracted the attention of many. 13th Prince. Everywhere he passed, the imperial army soldiers respectfully bowed and greeted him. Ning Chen nodded and didn't say anything else. He took a step forward and leaped into the air. On the city gate tower, Shen Mo sensed someone behind her. She turned around and bowed. "Greetings, Your Highness." "No need to be so courteous, Grand Commander." Ning Chen replied softly and stepped forward. He looked at the shaman army in front of him and asked calmly, "How's the situation?" "Reporting to Your Highness." Xian Mo's expression turned serious as she said, "The sorcerer tribe hasn't started attacking the city yet. They should be waiting for an opportunity." Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. The opportunity would come soon. At the same time, in front of the 90,000 stone steps of the three sovereigns' palace, Xian Ke, who was dressed in the crown prince's luxurious robes, appeared and ascended to the sky step by step. 99,900 steps led straight to the heavens. Above the stone steps stood three majestic palaces, which had become the faith of the celestial devil imperial family for thousands of years. On this day, the crown prince ascended to the heavens, preparing to inherit the imperial legacy. Demonic chi surged in front of the two palaces on the left and right. The 7 luminaries demon emperor and the 8 desolation demon emperor appeared amidst the boundless demonic chi. Xian Ke, the 7 luminaries demon emperor, said calmly, "I'll ask you one more time. Are you willing to inherit the legacy of our race?" "I am willing," Xian Ke said firmly. "Very good." The 7 luminaries demon emperor nodded and yelled. Demonic chi surged around him as powerful imperial might spread and shrouded the entire 3 emperors' palace. As the demon emperor made his move, the purplish-black imperial fate above the 3 emperors' palace exploded. Endless fate energy surged out and dyed the sky above the imperial city into a purplish-black ocean. The moment the 7 luminaries demon emperor made his move, the 8 desolation demon emperor made his move as well. Powerful energy surged wildly as they worked together with the 7 luminaries demon emperor to channel the imperial fate energy into Xian Ke's body. At this moment, the earth-shattering scene shocked everyone. Everyone looked over in shock. "Ugh!" Xian Ke grunted as the imperial fate energy entered his body. Intense pain spread throughout his body and spread to every inch of his meridians. The fate energy that had accumulated for countless years was indescribably vast. As the fate energy entered his body, Xian Ke's body slowly rose and floated between heaven and earth. In the sky, the purplish-black ocean of fate energy turned into a giant whirlpool and devoured Xian Quebec below him. The 2 demon emperors poured all the fate energy into Xian Ke's body with the help of imperial laws. Boom! The heavens and earth sensed the heaven-defying action. Dark clouds swept across the sky as thunder and lightning rumbled across the 9 heavens. Ning Chen looked back at the scene from the city tower in the distance. His expression was still calm, without the slightest change. Behind him, Inji wore a heavy expression. This was the outcome that the ghost race did not want to see the most. In the end, the 2 demon emperors still did not choose the 13th prince. "Your Highness!" Inji opened her mouth, but she did not know what to say. "Wait," Ning Chen replied calmly. He looked at the sky above the 3 emperors' palace and did not say anything else. Looking at the former's calm expression, Inji frowned slightly. She was puzzled. Now, she could not understand the 13th prince. Now that the throne had been decided, the 13th prince was still indifferent. On the side, Xian Mo looked at the young man beside her. A thoughtful look flashed across her eyes. Outside the imperial city, in front of the sorcerer tribe's army, the sky shook. A beautiful figure walked out from the golden light. She looked at the scene above the 3 emperors' palace with a serious expression, but she was not in a hurry to make a move. Now, There were two demon emperors and endless fate energy. Even if she made a move, she would not be able to stop it. In the distance, the four demon emperors of the divine capital mountain, the holy region, the stone tribe, and the purple scale abyss watched the changes in the heavenly devil imperial city. Finally, they chose to stop watching. Everyone, it's time for us to make a move. On the divine capital mountain, the lord of divine capital, Yu-Lu-Wu, spoke. He waved his hand and a crescent blade appeared. He took a step forward and disappeared. At the same time, three figures walked out from the stone tribe, the holy region, and the purple scale abyss and flew toward the heavenly devil imperial city. The demon emperors moved. In the space that was constantly torn apart, the demon emperors' figures flashed. In an extremely short time, they had arrived at the primordial demon region from various continents. The four demon emperors appeared at the same time. The sky above the primordial demon region twisted violently, unable to bear the shocking power. With the arrival of the four demon emperors, all the heavenly devils in the heavenly devil imperial city were in despair. They could not imagine the fate of the imperial city. On the tower of the imperial city, Ning Qin looked toward the east. A look of nostalgia flashed across his face. He had been away for so long. How were they? His mission in the primordial demon region was about to end. It was time to prepare to go back. Before he could finish his thoughts, the four demon emperors walked out of thin air around the imperial city. A terrifying pressure pressed down. Suddenly, a huge crack appeared in the sky above the three emperors' palace. The apocalypse had descended upon the heavenly devils. Chapter 1207. The four emperors walked out of the celestial demon imperial city, the center of power of the celestial demon clan. With the arrival of the final battle, the entire celestial demon imperial city fell silent. One could even hear a pin drop. On the city tower, Xian Mo saw the four emperors appear. Her expression turned serious, and she said, "Men, escort the crown prince back." Yes. Two imperial guards stepped forward and said respectfully, "Your Highness, please." Ning Qin nodded and did not refuse. He turned and walked down the city tower. "Get into formation." After Ning Qin left, Xian Mo looked forward and ordered in a low voice. With this order, the 100,000 soldiers of the imperial army swiftly moved into action, demonic qi surging out like an unfathomable ocean. At the front, Xian Mo held the military saber at her waist and slowly pulled it out. At that moment, the demonic qi above the 100,000 imperial guards surged toward the Grand Commander. With the 100,000 imperial guards' help, demonic qi surged around Xian Mo like waves. She slowly rose into the air and looked at the emperors, facing each other. Legend has it that if Grand Commander Xian Mo of the Celestial Demon Imperial family has 100,000 imperial guards, she can stop the emperors. Today, let me see if the legend is true. As she spoke, the lord of the divine capital, Yu-Lu-Wu, walked over with his saber. The crescent moon saber was mighty and could cut the sun and moon. The emperors raised their saber, and a powerful emperor's aura rose rapidly. In an instant, a dark force rushed into the sky and pierced through the 9 heavens. On the city tower, Xian Mo focused and raised her military saber. Vast demonic qi surged. The 100,000 imperial guards got into formation. The change in quantity led to a change in quality. Vaguely, the emperor's aura spread out, and the sun and moon moved in reverse. In the next moment, the crescent moon and the military saber collided. An incomparably terrifying power swept out from the king and emperor in a head-on confrontation, destroying everything in the world as easily as crushing dry weeds and rotten wood. Bang! After one move, the 100,000 imperial guards and 30,000 soldiers exploded, turning into blood and bones that scattered at the foot of the imperial city. On the city tower, Xian Mo grunted and took half a step back. Blood dripped from the corner of her mouth and dyed the armor on her chest red. Emperors were invincible. The celestial demon, imperial guards, were invincible. The celestial demon, grand commanders were kings, but they could only lose when facing emperors. The rumors are true. Unfortunately, you will still be defeated. Yu Luowu's face flashed with admiration as he looked at the unyielding king before him. Then he flipped his palm and activated his ultimate move. The murky dark force swept up the wind and clouds within 10,000 miles. The might of a ruler was immeasurable. Just as the two kings were exchanging blows in front of the three sovereigns' palace, a shocking phenomenon occurred. The two demon emperors worked together to channel the fate of the royal family into the ninth prince's body. They were willing to pay any price to add a new sovereign to the Sky Devil royal family. Outside the imperial city, the Stone Emperor, the Lord of the Sanctuary, and the Scale Emperor flew out and arrived above the three sovereigns' palace. The three sovereigns arrived at the same time, and the sky changed color. In front of the imperial palace, the two demon sovereigns looked gloomy. They shouted angrily and activated their demonic vitality, attacking the three sovereigns in the sky. A futile struggle. The three demon emperors snorted coldly and launched a palm attack at the same time. Boom! As the sovereigns fought, the sky and the earth turned upside down. Terrifying shockwaves swept out, and the entire imperial city felt as if doomsday had arrived. Just as the imperial city was in danger and the people were in danger in the Juyo King's mansion, which had been quiet all this time, a surging palm energy broke through the air. It directly dispersed the aftershock of the five sovereigns' fight and stabilized the shaking ground. With Juyo's attack, the crisis of the people in the imperial city was resolved. With the Juyo King's mansion as the center, black, demonic flames spread out and protected the entire imperial city. In the sky, the three sovereigns looked down at the Juyo King's mansion, and their eyes were solemn. Xian Juyo, the peerless genius of the ancient era, was undoubtedly more powerful than 7 luminaries and 8 baron. If he attacked, it would be troublesome. In the north of the imperial city, in front of the sorcerer tribe's army, Tian Xian walked over. His body shone with golden light, and his imperial might was shocking. With the arrival of the 4 sovereigns, the imperial might in the sky above the imperial city was even heavier. The people were terrified and kneeled on the ground, trembling. In the Juyo King's mansion, Xian Juyo looked at the 4 sovereigns in the sky. His demonic might spread out, protecting the people in the imperial city from the shockwaves of the battle. Let's continue. Seeing that the Juyo demonic emperor had no intention of attacking, the Lord of the Sacred Region was slightly relieved. The Stone Emperor and the Scale Emperor nodded. They activated their vital essences and attacked the 9th prince of the heavenly demon tribe, who was in the ocean of fate. In the 3 emperors' palace, the 2 demonic emperors attacked again. Demonic chi shot up into the sky, and the powerful demonic might blocked the attack of the 3 sovereigns. In an instant, there was an earth-shattering tremor. The aftermath swept out, and the space collapsed. The sky immediately turned dark. It was difficult to defend against the joint attack of the 3 sovereigns. The 2 demonic emperors groaned, and the corners of their mouths turned red. The imperial family was in danger. In the distance, the heart-burning sword light and the fire-beacon spear light broke through the sky at the same time. In the sky, the Stone Emperor and the Lord of the Sacred Region turned around and blocked the sword light and the spear light with their palms. They looked at the 2 approaching people with murderous intent in their eyes. The number 1 sword in the world, Xuanqi, and the heavenly demon war god, Azura. They had rushed back in the end. Sorcerer Emperor, I'll leave them to you. The Lord of the Sacred Region said in a deep voice. Okay. Tian Xian nodded. She raised her slender hand, and thousands of beams of golden light swept out. The Sorcerer Emperor attacked. Azura and Xianqi stopped and activated their ultimate vitality, raising their combat power to the limit. Celestial Demon Battle God, the best sword in the world. The two cultivators below the imperial plane joined hands to block the imperial might. But in the void, the cosmic laws collapsed. The two peerless cultivators of the celestial demon imperial family each took half a step back to block the golden light. It was a shocking battle. In the sky above the imperial city, almost all the cultivators of the original demon territory attacked. This battle would decide the future of the original demon territory. Just as the imperial plane cultivators were about to fight, a figure in plain clothes walked through the imperial city. She was surrounded by the light of the divine prohibition, blocking all auras. In the north of the imperial city, the battle between the lord of the divine capital U, Luowu, and Commander Xian Mo was getting more and more intense. Behind Xian Mo, almost all the imperial guards had been killed. Xian Mo was also severely injured. Her body was covered in cracks, and she could barely hold on. Around the battle, the city walls collapsed. In the flying dust and sand, the figure in plain clothes walked through and disappeared into the distance, silently. Behind them, in the sky above the three emperors' palace, Tian Xian alone blocked Xianqi and Azura. Not far away, the other three sovereigns worked together and kept attacking the ninth prince of the heavenly devil territory. They knew very well that the ninth prince was the last hope of the heavenly devil royal tribe. As long as they destroyed the ninth prince's possibility of attaining the Tao, the heavenly devil royal tribe would have no chance of turning the tables. In front of the imperial palace, the 7 luminaries demon emperor and the 8 desolation demon emperor looked more and more serious. They were the first to show weakness in the face of the 3 sovereigns. Scale Emperor, what are you waiting for? The 7 luminaries demon emperor roared at the sky at the critical moment of life and death. The earth-shattering voice resounded through the 9 heavens. While everyone was stunned, the Scale Emperor in the sky showed a strange smile. As you wish. As he spoke, a shocking scene took place in the sky. The Scale Emperor condensed essence in his right palm, and a dark force surged out. He pressed his palm against the Stone Emperor's heart. Boom! The earth-shattering palm came without any warning. Before the Stone Emperor could react, he felt a sharp pain in his back. The stone heart that contained the origin of life was blasted out of his body. You! The Stone Emperor turned around and looked at the Scale Emperor behind him in disbelief. In front of the 3 emperors' palace, the 7 luminaries demon emperor came to his senses. He activated the essence in his palm and slammed it against the Stone Emperor's stone heart with all his might. Boom! The Stone Emperor's stone heart crumbled under the shocking, demonic palm. The Stone Emperor's origin of life in the stone heart scattered and returned to the world. With the stone heart destroyed, the royal aura around the Stone Emperor in the sky quickly dissipated. His body fell from the sky powerlessly. In the distance, outside the imperial city, Ningchen turned around and saw this scene. He didn't look too surprised. After a while, Ningchen turned around and continued walking forward. At the same time, in the sky above the 3 emperors' palace, Xian Kei's eyes suddenly opened. Intense fear rose in them. However, it was all too late. Under the shocked gazes of the emperors, Xian Kei's body exploded. Blood splattered everywhere and dyed the 3 emperors' palace red. Chapter 1208. In the final battlefield of the celestial devil imperial city, an emperor had perished and the crown prince had exploded. This was a battle where many variables had appeared, shocking the world. In the blink of an eye, both sides had suffered heavy losses. This was out of everyone's expectations, be it the 4 great imperial clans or the heavenly devil clan. Outside the imperial city, a plain-clothed figure was walking away. His white hair danced in the wind. He had been plotting for many years, and this single move shocked the world. In the sky above the imperial city, the various emperors recovered from their shock, and their faces darkened. Emperor of Scales! The lord of the divine capital, Yuluwu, blasted away the black ink in front of him with a swing of his blade. His silhouette flashed and came to the top of the three emperors' palace. He swung his crescent moon and slashed at the traitorous emperor of the Scaled clan. The Scaled emperor leaned to the side and flipped his palm to block the reclining moon blade. With a bang, sparks flew in all directions. His absolute defense was indestructible. Due to the alliance, the feud between the two races was temporarily put aside. However, with the betrayal of the Scaled emperor, Yulua martial fate turned into extreme essence and waved his long blade, cutting through the sky and breaking the sea. In the face of the Lord of God Capital's powerful attack, the Scaled emperor did not dare to be careless. The demonic vitality around him spread out, and his absolute defense was pushed to the limit. This was the most extreme confrontation between offense and defense. The two emperors fought in close combat. Every move they made was destructive. Life and death were on the line. Not far away, Shaman Emperor Tianxan was fighting 1 against 2. Emperor Dao laws spread out and golden light spread out for 10,000 miles, blocking the joint attack of Heavenly Devil Battle God and number 1 Sword under Heaven. The level of the battle between supreme experts was already beyond the reach of ordinary experts. In front of the three sovereigns' palace, the two devil emperors had already suppressed their anger to the extreme. At this moment, all of it erupted. Heavenly Demon 8 transformations set the universe. The dual demons appeared at the same time. The 8 transformations' secret art was used, and in an instant, 2 gigantic demons rose from the ground. Their fists and feet swept out, shattering everything. In the air, the Lord of the Sacred Region's expression hardened. He took a step forward, and with a rumbling sound, the sun god appeared behind him. His enormous body shone with dazzling golden light. The Lord of the Sacred Region used the Golden Lion race's secret technique to multiply his attack power. He was able to take on 2 demons by himself. Rumble. The battle between gods and devils caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to be destroyed. The aftermath of the great battle spread out, but after encountering the demonic flames below, it quickly disappeared. Seeing that the battle was not going well, on the battlefield not far away, Tianxan flipped his palm and blasted away 2 sky demon peerless powerhouses. Golden light shot into the sky around his body, and the shadows of the 12 grand wizards appeared in the human world. The 12 deities of the sorcerer tribe appeared in the world. In the north of the imperial city, the 12 sorcerer queens shone with golden light. With the support of the sovereign law, their auras multiplied. Dark Moon, Reds now, I'll leave them to you. Tianxan said solemnly before he turned around and headed towards the battlefield. In the sky above the 3 emperors' palace, Tianxan entered the game and joined forces with the Lord of the Holy Region to fight against the 2 Sky Devil Emperors. It was a battle of tit for tat. The 6 Emperor Dao experts were in a life and death battle, and every single move they made shook the stars that covered the sky. At this point in the battle, there was no longer any room for retreat. The 6 Dao Divine Emperors displayed their world-shocking abilities and were determined to kill their opponents here. 3 against 3, your plan has failed. The 7 Luminaries Demon Emperor yelled coldly in front of the palace while channeling the power of the 7 suns. Even if I am alone, I will send all of you into Avicii. With that, Tianxan let out a soft roar, and the blood chi around him surged in the opposite direction. The forbidden technique of the sorcerer tribe was unleashed, borrowing life from the heavens. In order to slay the twin demons, he borrowed life from the heavens. Tianxan's blood chi burned intensely, so all of his lifespan was converted into pure saint power. His ultimate move, demon slaying, appeared in the mortal world. Heavenly punishment, demon slaying seal. His saint power was pushed to the limit, and the saint demon slaying seal appeared. The golden light around Tianxan was dyed blood red. The forbidden technique that had never appeared in the mortal world showed its power for the first time. above the 9 heavens, Xiansong sensed it and thunder rumbled. He was moved by this shocking technique. Boom! Thunder fell, illuminating the dim mortal world. Under the lightning, the saint demon-slaying seal's power became even more shocking. Imperial blood splattered and dyed Tian Xian's body red. In front of the 3 emperors' palace, the 7 luminaries demon emperor and the 8 desolation demon emperor sensed it, and their expressions changed. Just as the 6 emperors were fighting to the death, a white-haired figure in plain clothes walked over in front of the celestial demon ancestral land. The wind at the end of his clothes was cold and bleak. The celestial demon ancestral land was the forbidden ground of the celestial demon clan. Apart from the 3 demon emperors and a few princes, no one dared to enter and die. Today, the celestial demon clan's top combat power had all been used. The defense of the celestial demon ancestral land was like an empty shell. This was a fleeting opportunity, and there was no room for hesitation. Ning Qin stepped into the celestial demon ancestral land and walked deeper into the ancestral land. 13th Prince, you! A messenger appeared, but before he could finish speaking, a cold light flashed across the sky. The sword had cut his throat. Blood gushed out and dyed the ground red. The messenger was stunned and fell down powerlessly. Even in death, he couldn't close his eyes. In front of him, Ning Qin didn't stop at all. Blood dripped from the ghost sword in his hand, dyeing the path ahead bloody. In the knowing destiny state, he had walked through storms and slaughtered his way out of an endless sea of blood. Today he had already forgotten what it meant to be merciful. After walking for 100 miles, the 3 messengers behind him all fell into pools of blood. Ning Chen's fake smile was torn apart. His expression became unusually cold. The ghost sword in his hand was filled with ghost qi, reflecting a cold and emotionless face. In the ancestral land, the broken shells of several princes could still be seen. After the ancient defeat, all the top combat power of the celestial demon royal family had chosen to seal themselves, waiting for the day when they could rise again. However, after hundreds of thousands of years, the knowing destiny state had buried the ambitions of the celestial demon royal family once again. In the depths of the ancestral land, the demonic qi was getting thicker. At the front, a huge stone gate blocked the path ahead. It appeared out of nowhere and was impassable. Ning Qin stopped and looked at the stone gate in front of him. His eyes narrowed slightly. North Heaven Gate. Legend had it that in the ancient times the celestial demon royal family had taken the treasure of the North celestial world, the North Heaven Gate, during the war with the sky beyond heaven. Later, the celestial demon royal family was defeated and the primordial demon realm was sealed by the Queen Mother of the West. The North Heaven Gate was left in the primordial demon realm forever. The Heaven Gate had been strengthened by the demon emperors of the past with restrictive spells, so it couldn't be broken through. Fortunately, he was prepared. Ning Qin raised his hand, and the Xianqing body appeared in the murky, demonic qi. The purest celestial demon bloodline still exuded a strong pressure. With a slap, the Xianqing body exploded. Ning Qin shouted, and the demonic qi around him surged. It devoured the Xianqing bloodline and covered his own aura. Ning Qin entered, and the Heaven Gate hummed. After sensing the aura of the celestial demon royal family, it gradually calmed down. Behind the Heaven Gate, the scenery changed. It was a boundless small world, dark and gloomy. In the small world, mountains rose and fell. Rivers could be seen everywhere. The world that was supposed to be full of vitality was lifeless. Ning Qin stepped in and looked at the cold, small world in front of him. His expression was unusually solemn. The Phoenix clan was defeated, and the secret skill of the Phoenix clan was lost. The Phoenix Master said that the secret skill of the Phoenix clan was most likely in the celestial demon royal family. If that was the case, this place was the biggest hope. Thinking of this, Ning Chen released his divine sense and searched for the whereabouts of the Phoenix Master's secret skill. 10 miles, 100 miles, 1,000 miles. The boundless small world was dead silent. He couldn't sense anything unusual. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed, and he retracted his divine sense. He couldn't continue searching like this. The relic of the Phoenix clan might have been sealed. He couldn't find it in a short period of time. However, he didn't have much time. Once the two demon emperors returned, it would be really troublesome. Time was tight. Ning Chen didn't hesitate anymore. He clenched his left hand, and the celestial trapping sword appeared. With a clang, the celestial trapping sword fell into the ground. Suddenly, the celestial trapping sword exploded with shocking power. In the small world, the power of the ley lines surged and entered the celestial sword. As the power of the ley lines was devoured, the small world became unstable and started to shake. Above the ground, there was a loud rumble and the ground cracked. Large cracks spread out and reached thousands of miles away. The celestial sword showed its power. The small world started to collapse. Heaven and earth were damaged. Far away, a seal that had existed for countless years also showed a flaw. Suddenly, a phoenix cry resounded in the 9 heavens. In the broken seal, the blood-red shadow of a fire phoenix rushed into the clouds. It was earth-shattering. At this moment, the 2 demon emperors above the 3 emperors' palace sensed it. Their expressions changed. Not good, the seal was broken. The 2 demon emperors were stunned for a moment. In front of them, the celestial life origin condensed by the holy demon-slaying seal pressed down. In an instant, the entire sky above the 3 emperors' palace was filled with golden light. The saint power crushed everything. Not far away, the Lord of the Sanctuary used the Golden Lion clan's supreme battle technique. His attack was 10 times stronger, helping the demon emperor to kill the 2 demon emperors. In front of a life-and-death crisis, the 2 demon emperors quickly came back to their senses. Their demonic skills exploded. The huge fists of the demon bodies punched out to block the celestial demon-slaying seal. Boom! The clash between the celestial and demon emperors caused heaven and earth to collapse. The terrifying shockwaves spread out and destroyed everything in sight. As the saint power entered their bodies, the 2 demon emperors' lips turned red at the same time. The ground beneath them cracked and spread. The imperial palace that was the pinnacle of the heavenly demon imperial tribe's power collapsed. Ugh! The 8th Desolation demon emperor had yet to recover from his old injuries. Now that he was severely injured by the saint power, cracks appeared all over his body. Demon blood gushed out and dyed the battlefield red. Now is the time. Help me, Holy Lord. Now that the opportunity had appeared, he could not miss it. Tian Xian shouted softly and raised his Saint Chi again. In an instant, the 12 ancestral sorcerers opened their eyes in the sky. Boundless saint power spread down and entered the demon emperors' bodies. Not far away, the Lord of the Sanctuary made a prompt decision. He dashed out and unleashed his greatest combat strength. He attacked with all his might, forcing the 7 luminaries demon emperor to retreat and separating the 2 demon emperors. In front of the imperial palace, the 8th Desolation demon emperor was no longer obstructed. In the sky, Tian Xian was surrounded by golden light, illuminating the entire heavenly demon imperial city. His strongest move had surpassed the limits of the demon emperors. A bloody scar split open between Tian Xian's eyebrows. He opened his heavenly eye to observe the world. Inside the 8th Desolation demon emperor's body, a blood-red heart was beating. It was so hot and dazzling. In the next moment, Tian Xian's figure fell rapidly. A golden divine spear appeared in his hand. He burned his life force to unleash his final move. As the god of death approached, the 8th Desolation demon emperor's pupils shrank. He crossed his arms, formed by demon chi, to block the incoming attack. Boom! In the earth-shattering collision, the 8th Desolation demon emperor's arms collapsed. The golden divine spear was unstoppable. It pierced through the demon's chest. Ugh! The divine spear pierced through the demon's body. The 8 Desolation demon emperor grunted and retreated. The spear wound on his chest could not be healed. It was the end of his life. The demon kneeled on the ground. His demon chi quickly dissipated. Before his primordial spirit could leave his body, it was destroyed by the saint power in his body. 8 Desolation. The 7 luminaries' demon emperor's expression changed drastically. In front of the collapsed imperial palace, the demon knelt on the ground. Blood flowed from his chest and dyed the yellow springs road red. Chapter 1209. The battle in the heavenly demon imperial city was intense. The sovereigns died one after another, and blood dyed the 9 heavens red. 2 undefeated sovereigns died in one day. The unbelievable result shocked the world. In front of the destroyed 3 sovereign palace, the 8 Desolation demonic emperor knelt down powerlessly. His body was dyed red. The sovereign of the sorcerer tribe had sacrificed his life to kill him. Not far away, Tion Xan landed. His aura was chaotic, and the life origin in his body was fading. In the sky, the lord of the sacred region looked at the sovereign of the sorcerer tribe, whose life was fading away. You are unforgivable. 100 feet away, the 7 Brilliance demonic emperor was filled with murderous intent. He took a step forward, and his huge demonic body roared. He threw a punch at the sovereign of the sorcerer tribe. The gigantic fist that descended from the sky was like a mountain, blotting out the sun as it crashed down with a loud bang. Tion Xan didn't move at all. His true chi flowed in the opposite direction, and his body was restrained. At the critical moment, the lord of the sacred region flashed across the sky. Golden light shot into the sky, and he threw a punch at the sovereign of the sorcerer tribe. Boom! The sovereigns clashed again. A terrifying impact burst out, and both sovereigns took half a step back. Their arms were dyed red. It was a battle to the death. There was no way out. They could only fight to the death to end all their grudges. Jiyo, are you still not going to attack? The situation was critical. The 7 Brilliance demonic emperor looked at the Jiyo Palace in the distance and yelled furiously. However, the Jiyo Palace was still quiet. No response came. Golden Lion force. The battle had reached its climax, and there was no room for mercy. The lord of the sacred region stepped forward and roared. The secret technique of the Golden Lion tribe appeared again, and his attack power was multiplied. Indestructible protection. The attacks came like a storm. The 7 Brilliance demonic emperor crossed his arms, and his demonic chi condensed into a shield in front of him. The attack and defense clashed, and a rumbling sound echoed across the universe. The Golden Lion tribe's battle technique was unparalleled. The attacks overlapped and shattered the heavenly demon shield. A punch landed on the 7 Brilliance demonic emperor's chest. The undefeated sovereign of the demon tribe retreated, and cracks appeared on his body. The 7 Brilliance demonic emperor was in a disadvantageous situation. The 7 Brilliance demonic chi surged, and the cracks on his body. His unparalleled physical strength was actually able to defend against the full-powered attack of the Sacred Lord. On the other side, the Lord of the Holy Domain did not look too surprised. The vitality of a ruler was extremely terrifying. In a head-on battle, it was not easy to kill a ruler. The reason why the 8 Desolation Demon Emperor died in battle, other than the Shaman Emperor risking his life, was that he was seriously injured and his strength was far from his peak. Shaman Emperor, can you still hold on? The Lord of the Holy Region asked as he descended from the sky with his back facing the sorcerer tribe sovereign. Behind him, Tion Xian's eyes slowly opened. Sovereign Tao laws swirled around his body, forcefully supporting his body that had overdrawn his life force. Don't worry, Holy Lord. Tion Xian turned around and looked at the devil ruler in front of him. Killing intent rose in his eyes again. Seeing that the former could still fight, the lord of the Holy Region, was slightly relieved. Although the new emperor of the sorcerer tribe had not cultivated for as long as them, his combat strength was not weak at all. Earlier, when he killed the 8 Desolation Demon Emperor, he was even more resolute and decisive, which was admirable. In front of the collapsed imperial palace, Tion Xian walked out from behind the lord of the Holy Region. He condensed his remaining vital essence into extreme saint power and was ready to fight again. The 3 people facing each other unleashed their full cultivation. The dazzling brilliance split the world, and the imperial aura shocked the world. In the distant sky, the battle between the lord of the Holy Capital and the emperor of the Scaled Clan was reaching its climax. New and old grudges were accumulating. Both of them were in a frenzy. Between their moves, life and death were determined. Boom! The crescent blade slashed the emperor of the Scaled Clan's shoulder. The absolute defense blocked the attack of the divine weapon. Yu Luowu condensed vital essence in his left hand and punched the emperor of the Scaled Clan's chest again. Futile struggle. With the absolute defense, the Scaled Clan did not retreat. Instead, he advanced and punched back aggressively. The 2 fists crossed and hit each other at the same time. Yu Luowu grunted and took half a step back. On the other side, the Scaled Clan took a punch from the lord of the Holy Capital. His absolute defense was indestructible. 9 heavens god-killing technique. In the fierce battle, the blood did not stop flowing. The attacks did not stop either. Yu Luowu waved the crescent blade, and a huge blade aura shot up into the sky and pierced through the starry sky. In the next moment, the blade aura slashed through the sky. The horrifying power cut through the starry sky, and a shocking bloody scar was drawn between heaven and earth. Boom! The god-killing technique broke through the sky. Its power was shocking. Wherever the blade aura passed, space and time were destroyed. The Scaled Clan's expression changed slightly. The golden scales around his body shone with divine light, and his absolute defense was pushed to the extreme. Boom! The strongest attack, the absolute defense, and the most extreme collision between the spear and the shield. Everything disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Ugh! Suddenly, a waterfall of blood sprayed into the sky and dyed the battlefield red. Just as the emperors of the primordial demon realm were fighting, in the Ziwei star zone beyond the heavens, the battle between the Scaled Clan and the human race had reached its most critical stage. In the life sacrifice array, the Scaled Clan used his absolute defense to block the attacks of the 2 human cultivators again and again. The long night was the time for the final battle. In the starry sky, the Dawn Moon Tower Master displayed her unparalleled cultivation. As her figure flashed, the spear and the sword moved side by side, each displaying shocking attainments. In the battle, the Scaled Clan's expression became more and more serious. Every move he made was more alert. The 2 people in front of him had strange martial arts, especially the one in front of him. She cultivated both the spear and the sword at the same time, and had such shocking attainments. It was unbelievable. No matter who it was, there was a limit to one's energy. It was not easy to cultivate one martial art to the extreme. Cultivating 2 at the same time would be several times more difficult. Sword technique, sky slashing. The sword slashed through the sky. It was the same sword technique, but the sword was different. The Dawn Moon Tower Master waved the divine sword in her hand, and a majestic sword aura was released. Born from the knowing destiny, sword bones, sword will, and sword techniques, it was a step further. The shocking power of the sword slashed through the starry sky and swallowed the body of a king. The sword technique is not bad. Unfortunately, it is still futile. The Scaled Clan raised his hand to block the sword aura. Then his figure flashed and dodged the swallowing force of the space-time turbulence. Demonic sword, sky slashing. He did not know that at this moment, below the Scaled Clan, the brilliance of the demonic sword shot into the sky and slashed towards the former. Unable to dodge in time, the demonic sword aura hit his body. With a violent collision, the Scaled Clan was sent flying 100 steps away. He staggered and stabilized himself. A sword mark appeared on the Scaled Clan's chest. The absolute defense barely blocked the shocking sword. In front, the Dawn Moon Tower Master and Xiazi stopped. They looked at the former Scaled Clan with a serious expression. The Scaled Clan's defense was indeed terrifying. The Scaled Clan's attack just now had left the Scaled Clan exposed, but he still managed to block the fatal attack with his absolute defense. "It seems like we can't kill this person with just you and me," the Dawn Moon Tower Master said with a serious expression. Not far away, Xiazi's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He said coldly, "Even if we can't kill him, we can't let his plan succeed." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiazi dashed out again. The frenzy of doomsday triggered the demonic aura in the sky and slashed down. Where did the reason come from? Where did the excuse come from? The enemy was right in front of him, so he just had to fight. In the hands of a demonic cultivator, an unparalleled demonic weapon exploded with unprecedented power that surpassed the limits of heaven and earth. It was not a king, not an emperor, not a god, not a Buddha. Demon, a true demon, the purest demon. It did not have the filth of the human race, nor the greed of the demon race. It surpassed all living beings, and there was only one demon. As the demonic sword slashed down, the Scaled Clan raised his hand to block the demonic weapon. With a loud bang, he took half a step back. The absolute defense blocked the demonic sword. However, even the Scaled Clan's king couldn't bear the brunt of the force. His right arm was numb, and his demonic aura stagnated. Not far away, the divine sword's radiance arrived at the same time. The Scaled Clan focused and shouted. Demonic aura spread out in front of him. With a loud bang, the sword aura broke through the demonic defense. In an instant, the Dawn Moon Tower Master arrived. The underworld divine spear appeared and pierced towards the Scaled Clan's chest. The attacks came one after another, leaving no time for breathing. The Scaled King took half a step back, turned his palm and condensed yuan, and counterattacked. Boom! The sword flew across the sky, and the palm arrived. With a loud bang, the Dawn Moon Tower Master was forced back a dozen steps. Her mouth was red. Their injuries accumulated. The two human experts' injuries were getting worse. The situation was getting worse. "Your swords can't stop me." In the life-sacrifice array, the Scaled Clan's king looked at the two people in front of him. His demonic aura surged. He raised his hands to the sky and used his ultimate move again. Dark and dim, heavenly curse 5 cripples. Tiancan and Deke were used again. Dark demonic aura spread out. The Scaled Clan's king flew out and slapped towards the two people in front of him. Heavenly punishment. At this moment, the phoenix roared in the sky. It was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at the battlefield. The lady in the green dress was beautiful. Her every move was as if the heavens and earth were under her command. The heavenly word showed its power. 10,000 lightning bolts fell and engulfed the Scaled Clan's king. Caught off guard, the Scaled Clan's king stumbled and was forced back a few steps by the lightning bolts. When the phoenix entered the battlefield, there were more changes. Outside the battlefield, the lady in white stood in the air. She was peerless and elegant like a fairy. Beside her, Luo Fei looked at the girl in the battlefield and said softly, "She has grown up." "Yes." Mu Qingxuan nodded and said calmly, "She has been hiding under her master's wings for so many years. Now, she should learn to spread her wings and fly. It's a pity for Ji Ming." Luo Fei sighed. Marquis Ji Ming's life was full of ups and downs. In order to protect the people he cherished, he fought for his entire life. He almost never stopped to rest. In the end, Ji Ming blocked Ari's calamity with his life. He gave up his phoenix body and a part of his soul to help his disciple be reborn. Without his phoenix body, Ji Ming lost more than just a doppelganger. He lost one of his 3 souls, and his future was unpredictable. Mu Qingxue was silent. He looked forward with a calm and determined expression. Was it a pity? No, it was not a pity. As a master, it was his duty to protect his disciple. Ning Chen only did what he was supposed to do. No matter what, the inheritance should not be tainted by the selfishness of the human heart. Just like 100 years ago, when Ji Ming was still young, Empress Xia had wanted his life more than once. If Empress Zhongsun of the Great Xia had hesitated and did not care about her own gains and losses, then there would not be a Ji Ming Marquis in the world. Sword art, heavenly sword. In the battlefield, sword Qi shot up to the sky around Yin. The stunning sword, combined with the power of the heavenly word, appeared in the world for the first time. In the starry sky, the sword Qi was like stars, interweaving into a brilliant galaxy. The heavenly word sword was unprecedented. Chapter 1210. In the Ziwei galaxy, the battle for the fate of the human race was getting more and more intense. At the critical moment, the phoenix appeared, and the heavenly sword broke through the sky. The sword that had been infused with the power of the heavenly language was immensely powerful. It pierced through the starry sky and slashed toward the scaled tribe king. It was a sword that had never been seen before, supported by heaven and earth. When the scaled king saw this, he punched out to block the incoming attack. The heavenly sword shook the might of a king. Shock waves surged outwards, causing great stars in the surrounding starry skies to violently shake. Cracks spread outwards, and then they exploded. This was the most extreme power that could shock the world. Amidst the turbulent aftermath, 2 streams of light sped past. Sword Qi and spear light surged, illuminating the starry sky. Hong long, before the first wave was over, another wave rose up. Intense vibrations rang out, and the aftermath roared madly, shaking the starry sky. With the phoenix attacking, its absolute speed gradually changed the situation. For the first time, the top 3 powerhouses of the human race gained the upper hand. The 3 of them used 3 different forces. The vermilion sword was extremely fast. In a flash, 10,000 rays of sword light shot out. The demon sword speed was as heavy as Mount Tai. The underworld spear had 1,000 transformations. It was an ingenious weapon that could turn into nothingness. With the 3 of them working together, their battle prowess multiplied. Even someone as strong as the scaled race king was momentarily at a loss. Rumbling sounds could be heard incessantly. At the center of the battlefield, sword radiance and spear radiance crisscrossed, suppressing the scaled tribe king. Dark and dim light, 5 crippled heavenly curses. Unwilling to accept the change in the situation, the scaled king used his sky destroyer technique. A murky dark force swept out, destroying the heaven and earth. As the heavy move arrived, the dawn moon brothel mistress dashed forward to block the front. The yellow springs whistled through the air, and within a short distance, it transformed into a myriad of forms and forcefully blocked the move of the heaven's destruction and earth's defect. With a loud boom, the dawn moon brothel master was forced to take several steps back. Her arms withered, and her life force dissipated. At this moment, a faint brilliance rose around the dawn moon tower master's body, dispersing the heaven's destruction technique. As the residual energy dissipated, the dawn moon brothel master's arms quickly recovered. Her unique martial arts body had resolved the crisis of life and death. The heaven's destruction technique failed once again. The scaled king's expression sank. Before he had time to think, the demonic sword had already arrived in front of him. Black feathers drifted in the sky. Demonic qi condensed into substance. The purest demon in the human world had transcended the limits of race and was the only one in the world. Hong long, the doomsday sword slashed down with the force of a landslide. The scaled king raised his hand to block the sword, and with a loud tremor he retreated half a step. The king retreated, his aura rippling. An opportunity was right in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the phoenix moved with incredible speed and arrived in front of the king. The crimson sword tore through the air, and lightning curled around it. The energy of heaven and earth gathered, and the phoenix moved at extreme speed, breaking through the king-level protective true essence. True essence broke, and the vermilion sword shook the scale armor. The vermilion sword spun rapidly, and an ear-piercing friction resounded through the starry sky. "Stand down!" The scaled king roared angrily. He raised his hand and slapped at the woman before him. With danger looming over her, Een gathered the power of heaven and earth in front of her. However, it was difficult for her to block the power of the king's palm. With a bang, blood splattered, and her figure flew out 1,000 feet. 300 meters away. Een steadied herself and spat out a mouthful of blood. She was injured for the first time. Outside the battlefield, Mu Qingshue's body trembled slightly, and a hint of nervousness appeared on his beautiful face. On the side, Madame Luofei could feel the emotional changes in the woman beside her. She sighed in her heart. Taishang was oblivious to her feelings. Oblivious to her feelings did not mean that she was heartless. She still cared about him after all. There's no need to worry. That girl has the phoenix origin, and her life force is extraordinary. Nothing will happen to her so easily. Madame Luofei comforted in a soft voice. Mu Qingxue nodded lightly. However, the worry on her face was still difficult to hide. Back then, when Ning Chen was extending Een life, the moon goddess's words were still vivid in her mind. The deity of the moon-worshipping clan had said that even if Een obtained the phoenix origin and walked back from the gates of hell, there would be unresolvable sequelae in her body. The moon goddess's words had already come true when she was in the moon-worshipping clan. Under the mortal calamity, Een had spat out blood and fainted for no reason. She could not help but be worried. The intense battle had reached its climax. The three powerhouses of the human race had joined forces to kill the king of the scaled tribe. After exchanging 100 moves, they had all suffered injuries. The scales on the scaled king's chest had blocked the heavy blows again and again. It was an absolute defense that could not be broken. In the face of the scaled king's shocking defense, the three powerhouses of the human race had a clear division of labor. They were going to use everything they could to kill this great threat to the human race. In the past, they had protected the divine prefecture and fought against deities. Today, for the human race, they were going to fight the king of the scaled tribe again. In the battle, Xia Zi's eyes were cold and firm. They had never wavered before. So what if it was a human? So what if it was a demon? After going through the white calamity, the only thing that did not change was the purest heart. Give up on humanity and family. From today onwards, I will be the purest demon. I will follow my heart. On the battlefield, the demon who was fighting for his life was dyed red. However, the sword in his hand was even more firm. After 100 years of reincarnation, the knowing destiny disciple had inherited the phoenix's inheritance. He used the sword in his hand to protect the human race. In the turbulent starry sky, sword chi was everywhere. The powerhouses of the human race who were fighting a bloody battle were not willing to back down even if they were injured. Outside the battle, Mu Qingxue and Luofei looked at the battle in front of them with worry in their eyes. The life-sacrifice grand array devoured the heavens and destroyed the earth. In the center of the array, the aura of the Western King Hairpin was getting more and more shocking. It was about to succeed. The scaled king felt it. He turned around and looked at the Western King Hairpin in the center of the array. His face turned serious. Time was almost up. He could not delay any longer. Thinking of this, the scaled king shouted and released all of his demonic aura. Rumble! In an instant, a terrifying king's aura exploded. In the starry sky, the shadow of a scaled dragon that was thousands of feet long appeared. It looked like it had returned to its ancestor. It was shocking. Below the scaled dragon, the king stood in the air. His aura was unusually domineering. He wanted to finish off the three of them in the shortest time possible. The moment of victory had arrived. In the battle, the three of them did not hold back anymore and used all of their techniques. Phoenix fire, demonic aura, and the yellow spring aura spread out. Behind the three of them, three huge avatars of the phoenix, demon, and reincarnation appeared at the same time. The unprecedented battle had finally come to an end. The demonic cycle lasted for thousands of years. Xiazi swung the demonic sword in his hand. Black feathers danced in the sky. The demonic aura was shocking. Stepping forward, Xiazi's figure swept forward. He slashed down with his sword, shattering the starry sky. The demonic sword cut down the scaled dragon. An earth-shattering explosion sounded. The demon's figure flew out thousands of feet. His blood dyed the starry sky red. Roar! After being heavily injured, the scaled dragon roared and charged forward with its broken body. I'll leave it to you. The Dawn Moon House master glanced at the girl not far away and said softly. Then she stepped forward. The yellow spring moved the reincarnation and crashed into the scaled dragon. In the final impact, the reincarnation shook the king's aura. The heavily injured, scaled dragon collapsed. The aftershock swept out and changed the color of the starry sky. In the center of the battle, the moment the scaled dragon collapsed, the scaled king groaned. He was heavily injured. In the blink of an eye, the phoenix spread its wings in the starry sky. Like a meteor, it crashed into the scaled king. Boom! The scaled king's chest, which had suffered heavy blows time and time again, shattered. The vermilion sword entered his body, bringing with it a splendid waterfall of blood. Arg! As the sword entered his body, the scaled king retreated a few steps. He groaned as blood flowed from his chest. The scaled king was heavily injured. Just as he was about to succeed, the Zhenqi and Yin, Er's body suddenly surged violently. Her attack immediately stopped. Seeing this, the scaled king's eyes shone with a dazzling light. He flipped his palm and imprinted it on Er's chest. The power of heaven and earth gathered, but it was unable to stop the scaled king's palm. Er's figure flew out, heavily injured. Not good. The most worrisome scene happened. Outside the battle, Mu Qingshue's expression changed. His figure flashed and entered the battle. Thousands of feet away, Er staggered and stabilized her body. The aura in her body was abnormally chaotic. The accumulation of injuries triggered the old injuries and caused her to suffer a backlash. Master's wife, Er called out weakly. However, her consciousness sank and she fell down weakly. Mu Qingxue supported her. His figure flashed and arrived outside the battle. He took the red sword from Er's hand and said, Lady Luofei, please take care of Er. Luofei supported the unconscious girl. Her expression changed slightly as she used her Zhenyuan. Such heavy injuries. How did this happen? Mu Qingxue didn't explain. He stepped forward and instantly entered the battle. In the battle, the heavily injured scaled king's chest armor shattered into 3 pieces. His absolute defense was broken, and it was obvious that he was going to lose. However, thousands of feet away, the 2 human experts were also heavily injured. Their battle prowess had dropped to the lowest point. Xiazi, can you still hold on? Mu Qingxue glanced at the male not far away and asked calmly, Enough to hold on until I send him to the afterlife. Xiazi replied coldly. Mu Qingxue nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He looked at the scaled king in front of him and stepped forward. Fast, so fast that it was unbelievable. His speed surpassed the limits of heaven and earth. He was even faster than the phoenix from before. The scaled king's pupils shrank. Before he could react, the white-clothed figure was already in front of him. The slender hand held the red sword and pierced through the air towards the Scaled King's chest again. Arg! The Scaled King was prepared, but he still couldn't defend against this shocking sword. The sword entered his body, causing blood to spurt out. The sword entered an inch, but it couldn't go any further. Demonic aura surged within the Scaled King's body and blocked the sword. Mu Qingxue frowned. He stepped forward and withdrew his sword. Thousands of feet away, Mu Qingxue stopped. He looked at the two on his left and right and said calmly, "The difference in cultivation is too big. Same as before. I'll leave the task of creating opportunities to you two." Understood. Xiazi and the Dawn Moon House Master replied at the same time. They suppressed their injuries and started the battle again. Behind them, Mu Qingxue's aura continued to gather. He was waiting for an opportunity to deal a fatal blow. Although the next battle was not as destructive as the previous one, it was even more tragic. The three people who were seriously injured did not hold back when they attacked, and it was obvious that they were going to die. The battle that would decide the fate of the human race had reached its final stage. At the same time, in the ancestral land of the heavenly demon realm, knowing destiny destroyed the small world created by the heavenly demon emperor. The phoenix soared into the sky, and its cry resounded throughout heaven and earth. The seal was broken, and the suppressed fate of the phoenix race was released. A huge fire phoenix formed in the sky. The scene was shocking. Ning Chen looked at the fire phoenix in the sky. He clenched his left hand, and the immortal trapping sword flew into his hand. In the blink of an eye, Ning Chen's figure flashed and flew towards the sky. In the sky, Ning Chen stopped in front of the fire phoenix. He looked at the fire phoenix and said, "Let's go home." His voice was calm and emotionless, but it was like the might of the heavens that couldn't be rejected. In front of him, the remnant souls of the phoenixes revived. Although their vitality was gone, they would never be extinguished. In the next moment, the fate of the phoenix race entered knowing destiny's body. After hundreds of thousands of years, its radiance reappeared in the world. Chapter 1211. In the heavenly demon ancestral land, the phoenix tribe's providence returned. The phoenix will entered knowing destiny's body. As the phoenix tribe's providence entered knowing destiny's body, the 9 emperor pearls shattered. Even his cultivation that had been suppressed by the gate of immortality fluctuated slightly. Although it was only for a moment, it was very clear. Ning Chen's aura changed. The demonic qi dissipated, and the phoenix fire burned again. His temperament changed in an instant. He was less gloomy and more noble. The heavenly demon ancestral land changed. In front of the 3 emperors' palace, the 7 brilliance demon emperor was shocked. He looked at the ancestral land in the distance. At this moment, he finally understood the origin of the conspiracy. The 13 scions of the heavenly demon. It was him. They had been fooled by him all these years. Boom! The moment he was distracted, the lord of the sacred region attacked. His attack was 10 times stronger, and it shattered the stars. The 7 brilliance demon emperor quickly came back to his senses. He threw out a heavy punch with the help of the 10,000 feet demonic body. It was an earth-shattering attack. The 2 sovereigns showed off their strength. Their domineering power clashed, and the imperial aura spread for tens of thousands of miles. This was a world-shocking, decisive battle. After the extreme powers clashed, the 2 individuals both retreated more than 10 steps. Cracks appeared on their bodies. The 2 sovereigns circulated their essence, dispersing technique to heal themselves. In an instant, they dashed out and clashed with their imperial aura again. The 2 burning like divine suns kept clashing with each other. The world couldn't bear the terrifying battle. The entire imperial city was on the verge of collapsing. In the 9 underworld palace, Xian Jiao saw this and yelled. Demonic flames surged, and he channeled another 30% of his power. The demonic flames sealed the world, and stabilized the imperial city. The demonic cultivators had their own principles. They wouldn't help the evildoers, but they didn't want to vent their anger on innocent people either. While the Seven Brilliants demon emperor was in a critical situation, the Scaled Emperor was also at a disadvantage. The lord of the divine capital, Yuluo, used his 9 heavens god-slaying art. A huge saber light split the starry sky and landed on the Scaled Emperor. Blood splattered everywhere, and the sky was dyed red. The Scaled Emperor let out a muffled groan and took a few steps back. Cracks appeared on the red scales. The Scaled tribe's absolute defense was broken. The Scaled Emperor was shocked. Looking at the cracked scales on his chest, his face was filled with disbelief. Is it strange? You and I are both at the sovereign Tao. Why are you so sure that I cannot break through your defense? Yu Luowu stepped forward with a crescent blade in his hand, and his killing intent surged as he mocked. The Scaled Emperor's face darkened when he heard that. He flipped his right hand, and demonic qi surged out. A cold smile flashed across Yu Luo's face as he took a step forward. His figure tore through the air like a bolt of lightning. The crescent moon saber dominated the world. With a slash of the saber, the moon and stars were shattered. The terrifying power was terrifying. The Scaled Emperor raised his hand. His demonic primordial energy surged and blocked the crescent blade light with a loud boom. At such a close distance, the Emperor of Scales flipped his palm. Vast vital energy surged and landed on the Emperor's chest. The powerful palm strike contained boundless destruction. Yu Luowu let out a muffled groan as his figure slid back several dozen zhang. Drops of blood dripped down and dyed the front of his battle robe red. In the blink of an eye, the situation of the battle had changed. The master of the divine capital was severely injured again. So what if you broke through my defenses? Yu Luowu, you still haven't made any progress after all these years. The Scaled Emperor mocked. The demonic qi around him rose rapidly, suppressing the injuries in his body. Very well. Again, Yu Luowu steadied himself and looked at the Scaled Emperor in front of him. His eyes were filled with battle intent again. It was a tragic battle. All the emperors had fought with their lives on the line. All of them were injured. This was a war that couldn't be lost. The winner was the king, while the loser was the bandit. The heavenly demonic royal tribe stood before the 100 races. They were like an insurmountable mountain that had suppressed the 100 races for too long. Now, the mountain's foundation was shaking. It was about to collapse. In front of the 3 emperors' palace, the Sorcerer Emperor and the Lord of the Sacred Region teamed up to fight the demonic royal tribe. The powerful royal aura shook the area. Even someone as powerful as the 7 luminaries' demonic emperor was struggling. The supreme emperors were immortals in the mortal world. The difference between them was only a hair's breadth. No matter how powerful the 7 luminaries' demonic emperor was, he couldn't stop 2 emperors working together. The situation was irreversible. The 7 luminaries' demonic emperor's injuries were getting worse. His demonic blood dyed the 3 emperors' palace red. In the distance, in the 9 Serenities' palace, the legendary demonic race was still indifferent. They didn't seem to have any intention of joining the battle. In the imperial city, demonic flames spread out, protecting the trembling imperial city. The last mercy of the demonic race was like the demonic flames burning the imperial city. It was bone-chilling. Boom! In front of the 3 emperors' palace, a violent collision occurred. In the sky above the 7 luminaries' demonic emperor, the first imperial weapon of the sky demons, the demonic seal appeared. It drew in the remaining power of providence in the world and forcefully blocked the attacks of the 2 emperors. The last trump card, the imperial weapon, moved Xiansong. Horrifying demonic qi swept out, and a supreme demonic might press down on the 2. An imperial weapon. Seeing this, the Lord of the Sacred Region's eyes flashed. He flipped his left hand, and waves of fire soared into the sky. Amid the shocking temperature, a golden divine cauldron rose. The violent royal aura spread out, burning the sky and boiling the sea. The divine sun cauldron appeared, and the sky and the earth were split in half. In the sky, the two imperial weapons were facing each other. Demonic chi and waves of fire kept clashing with each other. As soon as the imperial weapons appeared, the royal aura condensed above the three emperors' palace. Waves of demonic flames protecting the imperial city immediately dispersed. They couldn't withstand the earth-shattering royal aura. In the Nine Serenities Palace, Xian Juyo frowned slightly. After a while he yelled. Demonic flames soared into the sky. 9 beams of light flew out of the flames and dashed toward the imperial city. The Xianjia appeared again and split into 9. They entered the imperial city and forcefully stabilized the shaking heaven and earth. In front of the three emperors' palace, the royal aura clashed, and the battle became more and more intense. The two peerless emperors clashed, and the outcome was about to be decided. With the help of the imperial weapons, their combat strength reached the peak. The aura around the 7 Brilliants, Demon Emperor, and the Lord of the Sacred Region became violent. They gathered all their cultivation into one move. Behind the 7 Brilliants, Demon Emperor, a black demonic sun rose into the sky. Wherever the demonic sun's brilliance shone, the heaven and earth dimmed. In the sky above the Lord of the Sacred Region, a golden divine sun appeared. The divine sun's brilliance spread out, and the heaven and earth returned to normal. As the two moves were about to clash, Tian Xian's figure danced 1,000 feet away. His saint vital energy surged and merged with the golden divine sun. In an instant, the demonic sun and divine sun merged. It was the most extreme collision. A god and a demon clashed in the mortal world again. Boom! The two forces clashed, and the dazzling brilliance illuminated the world. In the violent collision, the space above the three emperors' palace collapsed and turned into darkness. After the extreme collision, one person fell into the dust, while the other remained standing. Suddenly, a muffled groan sounded. In the sky, blood burst out of the Lord of the Sacred Region's chest and dyed the heaven and earth red. Not far away, the demonic cultivator who had fallen into the dust was covered in cracks. His life was hanging by a thread. In front of him, a golden divine spear appeared in Tian Xian's right hand. He walked forward step by step, trying to end this long battle. The demonic race was in danger, and the 4 sovereign races were about to succeed. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying demonic aura came down from the sky in the east. It surpassed everyone present. It was invincible. This is... At this moment, in the heavenly demon ancestral land, Ning Chen sensed something. He looked to the east with a grim expression. The first Kuan demon emperor. He had finally returned. In the sky above the three emperors' palace, the sorcerer emperor, the lord of the sacred region, and the lord of the divine capital sensed the shocking demonic aura from afar. Their expressions changed as well. Not good. The 3 sovereigns, who were severely injured and no longer at their peak, looked at the peerless demonic cultivator walking out from afar. Their faces gradually darkened. In the distant void, the first Kuan demon emperor walked through the void. He stepped on the great Tao, and his body was covered in chaos. He was a supreme being. Retreat! The lord of the divine capital was the first to come back to his senses. He looked at the 2 sovereigns not far away and reminded them. In front of the 3 emperors' palace, the sorcerer emperor and the lord of the sacred region looked at each other. Although they were unwilling, they knew that the situation was hopeless. They flashed and left the battlefield. Go! In the void, Tian Xian pushed away the 2 sovereigns of the demonic race with one palm. He looked at the 12 shamans and ordered. The 12 shamans accepted the order and didn't dare to hesitate. They all retreated and left the battlefield. The situation was completely reversed because of the return of one person. The first Kuan demon emperor, who had a demonic nature, shocked everyone present. Just as the situation in the primordial demon realm changed, the battle that would decide the fate of the human race in the Ziwei star zone was also coming to an end. Mu Qingxue, who had replaced Yin displayed the most shocking speed. Even the sovereigns of the scaled race couldn't see his movements clearly. The Dawn Moon House Master and Xiazi stepped forward. In order to create a chance for Mu Qingxue to deal a fatal blow, they suppressed their injuries and reappeared. In the life-sacrifice array, the Western King, Hairpin, floated up and down. Its spirit chi recovered, and its immortal might shook the heavens and the earth. The time was up. The severely injured sovereign didn't want to waste any more time. He used the last of his strength and attacked the three. In the final collision, the two strongest sovereigns of the scaled race clashed. A terrifying aftershock spread out and ghosts cried. The aftershock caused the scaled king to retreat, leaving him vulnerable. 10,000 feet away, Mu Qingxue moved and dodged the terrifying palm energy with absolute speed. In the starry sky, his white robe was like lightning. In the blink of an eye, the red sword in his hand pierced through the chest of the sovereign. Arg! The sword entered the sovereign's body and destroyed his heart meridians. The scaled king coughed out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with disbelief. I lost. How could this be? Looking back at the Western King Hairpin floating in the center of the array, the scaled king's eyes shone brightly. He shouted angrily and his body exploded. Retreat! Seeing this, Mu Qingxue's expression changed slightly. He reminded the others and immediately retreated from the battle. Not far away, Xiazi and the Dawn Moon House Master were half a step behind. They were blown away by the aftershock of the sovereign's self-destruction. In the array, the Western King, Hairpin, flew out and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Sacrificing his life and using the last of his strength, the Western King, Hairpin, flew out faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, it passed through the starry sky and flew toward the Red Phoenix star zone. In the fog of the star zone, in front of the passage between the two worlds, the void swirled. A golden hairpin flew out, and its majestic immortal might twisted the sky. After the hairpin, the scaled king's soul appeared. The chaotic soul power could dissipate at any time. With a shout, the scaled king slapped the hairpin. Immediately, the hairpin flew into the passage between the two worlds. The immortal might exploded. A great tremor shook the two worlds. The immortal seal that had sealed the primordial demon realm for tens of thousands of years collapsed. The aftershock instantly devoured the sovereign's remnant soul. At the last moment, the scaled king smiled. Although he died, he had no regrets. In the primordial demon realm, the seal collapsed and the sky changed. A huge whirlpool appeared in the sky above the eastern continent, connecting the two worlds and opening the passage between the two realms. In the heavenly demon ancestral land, Ning Chen looked at the changes in the eastern sky and sighed. What was to come had come. With the mission over, Ning Chen did not stay any longer. His figure rose into the sky, and his aura returned to normal. His fluttering white hair was unusually dazzling. Ning Chen turned around and walked toward the eastern sky. Everyone, I will wait for you in the heavens beyond heaven. See you again. The parting declaration of war was calm and cold. After tens of thousands of years, the fated war between the human race and the demon realm began again. Chapter 1212. In the primordial demon realm, the 13th prince of the heavenly demon realm left and disappeared into the eastern sky. The passage between the two worlds opened, and knowing destiny returned to the realm beyond heaven. In the sky above the three emperors' palace, the faces of the emperors froze when they saw the scene. The 13th prince of the heavenly demon realm was from the realm beyond heaven. Retreat! Tian Xan said sternly. With that order, the Sorcerer Tribe army immediately beat the gong and retreated quickly. Not far away, the Lord of the Sacred Region and the Holy Master of the Holy Capital also stopped fighting and left the battlefield. Above the three emperors' palace, a shocking demonic aura surged. Demon Emperor Kuin descended from the sky and looked at the retreating sovereigns with murderous intent in his eyes. "Kuin, you're too late." Not far away, the Scaled Emperor said in a deep voice. Demon Emperor Kuin turned around and looked at the seven brilliance Demon Emperor, who was on the verge of death. He took a step forward and appeared in front of the ladder. With a shout, the chaotic, demonic aura around Demon Emperor Kuin surged out and entered the seven brilliance Demon Emperor's body, protecting the last trace of his life. Xian Qi and Azura descended from the sky. Their faces darkened when they saw the tragic scene in front of them. "Xian Qi Azura, gather all the 8 tribes and end this war," Demon Emperor Kuin said calmly. "Yes." The two accepted the order and left the three emperors' palace. In the 9 underworlds' palace, the demonic flames gradually subsided. Xianjiu looked at the eastern sky and sighed softly. "Master, I'm sorry." An illusory figure in plain clothes appeared in the palace and bowed respectfully. "Is this all part of your plan?" Xianjiu said with a sigh, "Yes." In the sky, Ning Chen's clone nodded and answered honestly. "The 100 tribes have the ambition to invade the realm beyond heaven. For the safety of the human race, I had to strike first and deal a heavy blow to the 100 tribes led by the Sky Demonic Royal Family. You have made me see you in a new light." Xianjiu sighed softly. In this battle, not only had the Celestial Demonic Royal Family suffered great losses, but the Sorcerer Tribe, Western Sacred Region, Stone Tribe, Scale Tribe, and some royal tribes had also been implicated in this battle. Almost the entire primordial demon realm had suffered great losses. The human tribe of the outer heavens is weak. If the 100 tribes invade, the human tribe will be defeated. For the safety of the human tribe, I have no choice but to do this. I have disappointed you, Master. In the void, Ning Qin bowed again and apologized. That's your standpoint. You're not wrong. What's wrong is the human heart that doesn't know how to be satisfied. Xianjiu looked at the demonic figures in front of the 3 emperors' palace in the distance and continued. The Queen Mother of the West Seal has been broken, and the war between the 2 worlds is inevitable. Even though the primordial demon realm has suffered a great calamity, its strength is still above that of the humans of the heavens beyond heaven. Now that the 4 immortal realms no longer exist, no one will help the humans anymore. You have to be mentally prepared. Many thanks for Master's reminder. Disciple understands. Ning Chen said respectfully. From today onwards, I hope that we will never meet again. Xianjiu sighed. Ning Chen fell silent. Since they were on different sides, they would only be enemies if they met again. Perhaps it was better to not meet again. After a long time, Ning Chen bowed respectfully again. Without saying anything else, his figure faded and disappeared. In the heavens beyond heaven, Hongwan Galaxy, Ning Chen walked out of the fog and saw the dim Western King, hairpin from the corner of his eyes. He frowned slightly. Waving his hand, Ning Chen grabbed the Western King hairpin and looked at the passage behind him. A moment later, he turned around and left. The primordial demon realm had suffered great losses in this battle. Even if they wanted to go to war with the human tribe, they would need time to prepare. During this time, he had to make arrangements as soon as possible. 10 days later, at the border between the All-Heaven Galaxy and Luo Jia Galaxy, a white-clothed figure appeared in the sky above the Reverence Moon Ancient Ground. With a wave of her hand, she dispersed the grand formation blocking her way and walked into it. At this moment, in the Reverence Moon Ancient Ground, the Reverence Moon clan's members sensed her presence and looked at the horizon. In front of the altar, a white-haired old woman's body trembled. Her face was filled with excitement. Greetings, High Priestess. After so many years, the familiar face appeared once again. The Reverence Moon Clan's members knelt on the ground to greet the High Priestess. In the void, Ning Chen's figure descended from the sky. Looking at the people in front of him, he smiled and said, "Rise." "Many thanks, High Priestess." Everyone kowtowed and stood up one after another. In the distance, a woman in green stood quietly. She was quiet and elegant as she looked at the young man in front of her. A faint smile flashed across her beautiful face. "Young master." Behind the woman, an excited voice sounded. She couldn't suppress the longing in her voice. In front of the Reverence Moon Clan's members, Ning Chen turned around and looked at the two people in the distance. He smiled and said, "Sister Qingning, Ruashi, I trust you have been well since we last met." Just as his voice fell, a fragrant wind assaulted his nose. Before he could react, a warm and tender body fell into his arms and sobbed softly. Ning Chen reached out and gently patted the head of the person in his arms. He smiled and said, "All right, isn't young master back now?" In the distance, Qingning walked over with a smile on her face. "Pa." Walking forward, Qingning raised her hand and directly knocked the forehead of the person in front of her. There was a dangerous smile in her smile. "You left for so many years without any news. You've really grown wings." Ning Chen heard this, and the smile on his face immediately froze. After a moment, he smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry for making Sister Qingning worry. I left in a hurry and didn't have time to say goodbye. It won't happen again." In Ning Chen's arms, Ruashi raised her head and looked at the woman beside her. She whispered, "Sister Qingning, young master must have been delayed by something important. Please don't scold him." Qingning smiled helplessly. It was true that women were extroverted. In this girl's eyes, everything her young master did was right. "Where's Ina? Why don't I see that girl?" Ning Chen glanced around and was puzzled. According to Yin-er's personality, she should run faster than anyone when she saw him return. Yin-er and Cheng Shui went out. Qingning whispered, "It's about time for them to come back." Ning Chen nodded and said, "During the time I was away, did anything major happen in the inner realm and outer realm? Did the powerhouses of the 100 races cause trouble again?" "Among the 100 races, except for the scaled race, the others are quite well behaved. However, the scaled race has caused a lot of trouble these days." Qingning roughly explained what happened in Outer Realm over the years, including Iner being seriously injured by Diming Tian and the Scaled King activating the life sacrifice array. Ning Chen listened quietly, murderous intent looming around him. No wonder he felt something wrong with the phoenix body when he was in the primal demon realm. It turned out that so many things happened in Outer Realm while he was away. How is Iner now? After listening, Ning Chen was a little worried and asked, "I managed to keep my life, and my cultivation and strength have increased by quite a bit. However, I was too severely injured back then. Although I barely escaped death, it left behind quite a few sequelae, and I still can't fully recover," Qingning said in a heavy tone. While the two were talking, a beautiful figure in white appeared in the sky above the Holy Land, carrying the seriously injured and unconscious in her arms. She rushed into the Holy Land. A familiar aura appeared. In the Holy Land, Ning Chen looked back and narrowed his eyes. "She's back." In the void, Mu Qingxue also felt the familiar aura below. He took a step forward and descended. In the blink of an eye in the Reverence Moon Holy Ground, the two people looked at each other with calm expressions. Seeing each other again after several decades, there were no tears in their eyes. There was no affection, only a simple nod of greeting. Yin-er is injured, but it's not a big problem. She'll be fine after some rest. Mu Qingxue walked up and sent the girl in his arms out. Ning Chen took the unconscious Yin-er and said softly, "Many thanks. You've worked hard these years." "It's my duty," Mu Qingxue said calmly. He looked at the two people beside him and nodded in greeting. Then he walked away. Behind him, Qing Ning looked at Mu Qingshue's back, and a trace of pity flashed through her eyes. Mu Qingshue's personality was similar to Ning Chen's. The strength and pride in their bones were not something ordinary people could compare to. In the past, she had chosen to cultivate the great indifference art for the sake of Desolate City, shouldering the glory of Desolate City alone. Since then, her and Ning Chen's path had been bumpy and difficult. Clearly, they had feelings for each other, but it was difficult for them to be together. It was unknown whether fate was playing tricks on them, or they were not fated to be together. Sister Qing Ning, I'll take to treat her injuries first, Ning Chen said with a smile on his face. Qing Ning nodded. I'll go too. Ruo, she volunteered from the side. Ning Chen chuckled and said, come. Ruo, she smiled happily, and quickly followed behind Ning Chen. In a quiet room in the Holy Land's east wing, Ning Chen put down the girl in his arms and said, Little gourd, do me a small favor. As soon as his voice fell, space runes spread out, and the little gourd flew out. Its big eyes looked at the unconscious girl on the bed with a frown. It turned to look at the man behind it and said in a childish voice, Senior Immortal, you have to compensate me. Ning Chen smiled and said, okay. Hearing the former's promise, the little gourd turned back with satisfaction. Afraid of the pain, it bit its finger and carefully dripped a drop of blood into the girl's mouth. Done. After it was done, the little gourd flew back and asked for credit. Senior Immortal, don't forget to compensate me. I won't forget. Ning Chen nodded. Outside the room, in the courtyard of the guest room next door, a beautiful figure in white stood quietly. Her peerless face was like a fairy that no one dared to blaspheme. In the east, the bright moon rose and the night wind blew, slightly cold. In the room next door, Ning Chen stepped out of the room and looked at the bright moon in the sky with a gentle smile on his face. Separated by a wall, the two could feel each other's presence, but neither of them said a word. They just quietly looked at the moon in the sky and cherished this hard-won time. Not far away, Ruo, she looked at the young master in front and curled her lips. I don't know what young master and Miss Mu are thinking. The other is clearly in front of them, but neither of them is willing to say the words in their hearts. It's not that they don't want to say it, it's that they can't say it. Qing Ning sighed softly. Since you can't promise, it's better not to say it. I don't understand. Ruo, she thought about it and felt a headache. Fortunately, a man returned to Tianji Peak not long ago to pay respects to her master. Otherwise, things here would be more complicated. Chapter 12:13. In the Reverence Moon Ancient Land, a bright moon hung high in the sky. Under the moonlight, an altar was built. On the altar, the moon goddess statue was surrounded by white moonlight, looking holy and pure. In front of him, a white-clothed figure walked over. Below, the Reverence Moon clansman opened up a path and bowed respectfully. In front of the altar, the white-haired old woman bowed respectfully and said, Welcome back, High Priest. Thank you for your hard work, Great Elder. Ning Chen stopped and said, It's what I should do. The white-haired old woman said softly. Ning Chen nodded and did not say anything else. He walked toward the altar. On the altar, the moon goddess statue shone brighter, as if it was welcoming the return of the Reverence Moon High Priest. Below, Ning Chen stepped onto the altar. Looking at the dazzling moon goddess statue in front of him, he stopped. Greetings, moon goddess. Ning Chen bowed politely. High Priest, you're back. In the void, moonlight gathered and an illusory figure appeared. She was so beautiful that she attracted everyone's attention. Moon Goddess, I have another question. Ning Chen said with a serious expression. High Priest, please speak. In the void, Moon Goddess said softly. Moon Goddess, do you know about the war between the primordial demon realm and the human race in the ancient times? Ning Chen asked seriously. I know a little. Moon Goddess was puzzled and asked, Why do you ask? I want to know, in the ancient times, what was the battle strength of the Emperor Dao realm? How many of them were there in the human race? Ning Chen asked. Emperor Dao realm. Moon Goddess murmured and explained patiently. The fourth level of the martial path, also known as what High Priest should know. Mortal realm. Ning Chen answered. Moon Goddess nodded and said, mortal realm is immortal. This is the new division of the martial path created by the human race after the collapse of the immortal world. There are 3 major realms. The first realm is the easiest to enter. The second realm is the king realm. Anyone who enters the king realm can be called a hero even in the ancient times. As for the third realm, the Emperor Dao realm, one can control the laws of heaven and earth and can open a small world for one's use. Their strength will be reborn. When the 4 immortal worlds were still around, the Emperor Dao realm had another name, Immortal Monarch. When Ning Chen heard this, his eyes narrowed. He did not interrupt and continued to listen to the former. In the sky, Moon Goddess's eyes flashed with distant memories. She continued, at that time the human race was at its peak. Among the 4 immortal realms, there were many immortal monarchs. That was the era of the human race. Even gods and Buddhas didn't dare to offend them. Of course, there was one exception. Nether King, 7 absolute heavens, Ning Chen said slowly. Yes. The moon god nodded and said, the Nether King's power can't be explained with common sense. However, the Nether King is a noble and pure person. He won't easily take action. Since the beginning of time, the number of times the Nether King has descended can be counted on one hand. Other than a few people, not many people know about the existence of the Nether King. According to the moon god, in ancient times, the strength of the primordial demon realm was inferior to that of the human race? Ning Chen asked. No. The moon god shook her head. The overall strength of the primordial demon realm was far stronger than that of the human race, especially the number of king realm experts. It was even more shocking. The 100 races have long lifespans. As long as they lived long enough, it wasn't too difficult for them to enter the king realm. However, it was different for the human race. Due to the lack of lifespans, the human race had far fewer king realm experts than the 100 races. In addition, during that era, the Sky Devil Imperial clan was at its peak. One clan had 10 demon emperors, adding the emperors of the other imperial clans of the primordial demon realm. There were almost 30 emperors in total. Even the 4 immortal realms felt great pressure. 30 emperors. Hearing this, Ning Chen's eyes flashed. What a shocking number. Now, there were only 7 emperors of the primordial demon realm in total. This included the 7 luminaries and Kuan Yi, the 2 emperors who had lived since ancient times. 30 emperors. Such a large number of supreme experts had been defeated. It was truly unbelievable. Actually, whether it's the primordial demon realm or the emperors of the human race, there's a huge gap between them and the ancient times. Immortals in the mortal world are ultimately inferior to true immortals, let alone immortals. Without the purification of immortal core power, there's a huge difference in strength. This is also why the primordial demon realm still needs external items to open the seal of the Queen Mother of the West after hundreds of thousands of years. The moon god said calmly, "What is immortal core power?" Ning Chen frowned. Do people of the primordial demon realm also need such things? Immortal core power is a higher level of origin of heaven and earth. The moon god thought for a moment and said, "It's like the vital essence of the human race, the demonic essence of the demon race, and the demonic essence of the demon race. After cultivating to a certain level, the speed of accumulation will become extremely slow. If you want to improve, you need external items such as immortal jade." Hearing this, Ning Chen's eyes flashed. It was indeed so. If one wanted to continue cultivating after reaching the celestial realm, they needed immortal jade. However, immortal jade couldn't be regenerated. The more they used it, the less they had. This was also the main reason why the human race's cultivators were declining day by day. Whether it's vital essence, or demonic essence, they all have their own limits. If they can't transform into a higher level of origin of heaven and earth, cultivators will forever be stuck. Hundreds of thousands of years have proven that the Emperor Plane is the final limit, the moon god continued. How can one break through this limit? Ningchen asked. In the ancient times, the 4 celestial realms had deification pools. Those who ascended would be reborn in the deification pools. Their vital qi would transform into immortal core power. Although their cultivation level wouldn't change, their strength would be worlds apart. Similarly, the primordial demon realm also had its own methods. Unfortunately, all of these things no longer exist today. The 100 races and the human race have all declined, and their strength has greatly decreased. The only difference is that the 100 races can still rely on their long lifespans and strong bodies to retain part of their strength. The human race, on the other hand, has lost the deification pools. I see. Ning Chen's expression turned serious. After thinking for a while, he said, Moon God in the primordial demon realm. There's a demon Emperor Kuan who has lived since the ancient times. Although his cultivation is the same as the other emperors, the pressure he gives off is completely different. Is he the ascendant that the moon god mentioned? Hearing this, the moon god's expression changed. She said, That's strange. Is there such a strong cultivator in the primordial demon realm? Even in the ancient times, that Emperor Supreme had transformed once. If he wanted to seal himself, he had to destroy his own foundation and return to his original celestial realm. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have retained his original strength. I don't know the exact reason, but I'm very sure that the demon Emperor Kuan's strength is far above the other emperors. It's very likely that he's the ascendant that the moon god mentioned, Ningchen said solemnly. The moon god was silent. After a while, she said, If that's the case, you have to be careful. A strong cultivator of this level isn't something you can fight against now. Even if there are other emperors in the human race, if they don't have the combat power of the ancient celestial realm, they won't be able to fight against this demon. Ningchen frowned. This was really troublesome. It turned out that the demon Emperor Kuan had such a background. He had been careless. High Priest, I can feel that your cultivation is being suppressed by a strong force. What did you see in front of the celestial mirror of mortal world? The moon god asked seriously. There was a figure in the celestial gate. Ningchen said truthfully. In the void, the moon god listened to him quietly. She frowned slightly. The master of the eastern celestial realm? The peerless cultivator who shocked the gods and Buddhas. What you said is unheard of. Perhaps your extraordinary experience caused you to need to go through a tribulation that you've never experienced before to enter the celestial realm of mortal world. However, you don't have to be discouraged. Since it's a tribulation, there must be a way to go through it. It's just that you haven't found it yet. The moon god comforted him. I understand. Ningchen nodded and said, I have the secret method of the Phoenix clan and the power of fate. It can temporarily make up for the lack of cultivation. As for recovering my cultivation, I'll find another way. I'm relieved that you think this way. High Priest, there's a limit to everything. Don't force yourself too much. You've overdrawn too much of your energy. It's time to let it go, the moon god advised again. A faint smile appeared on Ning Chen's face. He said, I'll let it go when it's time. Now is not the time. Hearing this, the moon god sighed softly and said, I know you have your own persistence. However, in this era, there's no master of the eastern celestial realm who can turn the tide. In the war between the primordial demon realm and the human race has less than a 10% chance of winning. You have to be mentally prepared. Ningchen smiled and said, It all depends on the effort. If we give up now, we won't even have a 10% chance of winning. At the same time, in the unknown celestial realm beyond the endless starry sky, a withered old man stood on a mountain peak. He looked at the human world, and a light flashed in his eyes. What was to come had come. It was good. The war between the primordial demon realm and the human race was unavoidable. If it could be completely resolved in this era, it might not be a bad thing. Behind the old man, on a wheelchair, a young girl with bright eyes and white teeth sat. Her cold eyes were peaceful. He had returned. Did it mean that the war between the two realms was about to begin? The future master of the celestial realm. Were you really the only choice in the world, as the master had said? Peacock, it's time for the two of you to meet, the old man said in a hoarse voice. Yes. Peacock nodded from the wheelchair and said, However, master, don't get your hopes up. I don't like him. Similarly, he won't like me. This is your destiny. You can't hide from it, the old man said softly. Peacock was born. It's been like this for generations. You are destined to assist this child in this life. You have no choice. Peacock was silent. After a moment, she said, I will fulfill my responsibilities as a peacock. As for things beyond my responsibilities, I will not compromise. The old man did not try to persuade her. He looked at the starry sky in front of him and said in a hoarse voice, Go. Perhaps after you meet him, you will change your mind. Peacock nodded and did not stay any longer. She turned her wheelchair and walked down the mountain. Not long after Peacock left, a young man in white walked over and said, Master, you were looking for me? Chapter 12:14. At the peak of the unknown godly realm, the current master of the godly realm stood quietly. His withered face showed the ruthlessness of time. He had bitterly endured for thousands of years. Even though he was the sovereign of the human clan, he was gradually reaching the end of his life. Behind him, a young man in white walked over. He looked at the elder and bowed respectfully. Master, how long have you been on the mountain? The elder asked. 300 years, young Master Shao Bai replied softly. It's time to go down, the elder said hoarsely. Hearing that, young Master Shao Bai said seriously, Peacock has left. If I leave too, you will be the only one left in the immortal realm. Can I wait for Peacock to come back before going down? No need, the elder said calmly. I am not so weak that I need someone to take care of me. You have your own responsibilities. Leave now. Young Master Shao Bai was silent. After a long while he bowed respectfully and said, Yes, master. Please take care of yourself. When the demons are over, I will come back to serve you. After that, young Master Shao Bai didn't say anything else. He turned around and walked down the mountain. After the two left, the immortal realm was silent. Only the elder was left. It was lonely and cold. No one could feel any warmth. On the peak, the elder looked at the world quietly. He didn't look away for even a moment. At the same time, in the primordial demon realm, Demon Emperor Kuin returned. The situation changed quickly. Except for the heavenly demons, all the heavenly demons woke up. With Azura, the god of war, as the leader, the heavenly demons fought in all directions and defeated the 4 races. The rebellion of the Scaled race had greatly damaged the Demon Slayer alliance. Among the 4 sovereign races, the Stone race was removed from the list due to the death of Emperor Stone. The other 3 sovereign races had to be wary of the Scaled race when facing the heavenly demon royal race. For a moment, the situation was very unfavorable. In the sorcerer race in the north, Tian Xian stood on the altar in the center. He looked at the eastern continent and sighed. The 13th prince of the heavenly demons had come silently like a shooting star. When he left a dazzling light in the world. As of now, the 3 royal families had no chance of winning. The return of the first demon emperor had changed too much. Not only did they have the battle prowess of the imperial plane, but they also had the overall situation. Previously, they had already won the battle against the demons. It was also because of this that many of the sovereign clans of the 100 clans had secretly sent out cultivators to help the sovereign clans deal with the celestial, demonic, imperial clan together. No one could stop them from killing the demons. But now the celestial demon imperial race had recovered, and with 2 of the 5 sovereign races dead, their strength was greatly reduced. It would be difficult for them to even protect themselves, let alone eliminate the celestial demon imperial race. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for the 100 races to continue standing against the celestial demonic royal family. The world's demon-slaying situation had been broken. On that day, the 13th prince of the heavenly demon realm left in such a carefree manner, without the slightest bit of reluctance. A human from the outland heavens had actually caused the vitality of the primeval demon realm to be greatly damaged. Now that he thought about it, such a scheming mind was truly terrifying. On the central altar, Heaven Heart was deep in thought. Suddenly, there was a stuffy groan, and blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth, dyeing his clothes red. In the battle of the 3 imperial cities, Heaven Heart had used a forbidden technique, and his lifespan had been completely overdrawn. He had only relied on the powerful life force of an Emperor Tao sovereign to survive until today, and he was no longer at his peak. In the void, demonic chi surged, and an illusory figure walked out. Unparalleled demonic might shook the heavens and the earth. The first demon emperor appeared. It was just a clone, but it gave off an unparalleled and terrifying pressure. The earth-shattering Emperor Tao far surpassed that of an ordinary Emperor Tao. When the emperor appeared, he did not say anything. He raised his right palm, and an earth-shattering palm shot out. The first demon emperor showed the strength of a lord among immortals. His palm was earth-shattering and destructive. On the central altar, Heaven Heart focused and did not dare to be careless. He waved his hand, and the clouds in the sky changed. Purple chi surged from all directions of the central altar, and the fate of the sorcerer race condensed. With the help of fate, Heaven Heart met the first demon emperor's attack head-on. Boom! The palms collided, and the heavens and the earth fell. Around the central altar, thousands of altars collapsed, unable to withstand the aftershocks of the two's attack. After the palm, the fate on the central altar dissipated. Heaven Heart took a few steps back, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The difference was so obvious that even fate could not make up for it. The first demon emperor showed his strength with one palm. Within 100 steps, they looked at each other. One was cold, and the other was unyielding. The atmosphere was so heavy that it was hard to breathe. After a long while, the first demon emperor's figure disappeared, and he did not attack again. From the beginning to the end, the two did not say a word. However, when their eyes met, everything was clear. Retreat! On the central altar, Heaven Heart said in a heavy tone, in the northern battlefield of the primordial demon realm, in front of the sorcerer race army, the 12 sorcerer queens were shocked when they heard the sorcerer emperor's order. Almost at the same time, the divine capital mountain and the western sacred region gave the order to retreat. The world-slaying demon situation had ended the moment the first demon emperor awakened all his power and recovered his ancient peak, combat power. In the sorcerer race's sacred land in the sky beyond heaven, Ning Chen and the moon god talked for a long time in front of the moon god statue, and his understanding of the human race and the primordial demon realm increased. One last question. What's the difference between immortals and gods? Ning Chen asked seriously. Gods are beliefs, the moon god said softly. Like me, I was born from the beliefs of humans. I condensed a physical body and became extraordinary. Immortals are the peak of human cultivation, especially the immortal lords and the masters of the 4 celestial realms. Their strength is even more shocking, and they can be compared to gods and Buddhas. Hearing this, Ning Chen fell silent. So, gods were really created by the beliefs of humans. What about Pluto? Ning Chen asked. He's different. The moon god sighed and said 7Ju Sky is a true god. He was not created by the beliefs of thousands of races. Since ancient times, no one has been able to get close to his realm. What about the master of the eastern celestial realm? Ning Chen frowned. The moon god was silent. After a while, she shook her head and said, The master of the Eastern celestial realm may be the person closest to 7 sky, but he should still be slightly weaker. Of course, this is only my understanding. After all, these two have never officially fought. The master of the Eastern celestial realm was the strongest expert in the history of the human race. If there was an enemy, it could only be the Pluto who surpassed everything. I understand. Many thanks for the moon god's explanation. Ning Qin bowed. In the void, the moon god nodded lightly. Her figure gradually turned illusory. After a few breaths, she turned into moonlight and disappeared. Outside the reverence, moon, holy ground, in the endless starry sky, a young girl in a wheelchair slowly arrived. The current generation's peacock had officially descended to the world. Inside the holy ground, Ning Qin felt something. He looked at the horizon and narrowed his eyes. It's her? When the scaled race invaded the inner world, this woman had appeared. Although he didn't know her origin, he was very sure that he didn't like her. It was an instinctive rejection. Even he couldn't explain why. Inside and outside the holy ground, the two of them looked at each other, not counting the time when they passed each other in the inner world. This was the first time they officially met. The hostility in their eyes couldn't be concealed. Chapter 12:15. At the reverence, moon, holy ground, peacock descended. Her beauty was unparalleled, but there was a trace of indifference on her face. Divine realm peacock, the goddess born from the heavens, had just arrived in the mortal world. On the holy ground's altar, Ning Qin looked at the woman descending from the sky with a solemn expression. As Peacock descended, she slowly moved her wheelchair towards the altar in front of everyone's eyes. Below the altar, the white-haired old woman narrowed her eyes. This woman's origin was extraordinary. Such a pure and holy aura. Other than a god, it was almost impossible for a human to emit such a pure and holy aura. The wheelchair turned, leaving 2 faint traces in the ground. The Reverence Moon Clan's people involuntarily stepped aside, unable to stop Peacock from moving forward. Below the altar, the white-haired old woman's pupils constricted. She looked back at the high priest on the altar, waiting for his order. "It's fine, let her come over," Ning Qin said calmly. The white-haired old woman nodded slightly at Ning Qin's words. She didn't say anything and stepped aside. The wheelchair moved forward at a steady pace. It didn't take long for the wheelchair to reach the altar. The 2 people who were destined to meet officially met. "My name is Peacock from the Divine Realm," Peacock said softly from the wheelchair. Her tone was calm, without the slightest fluctuation of emotion. It wasn't arrogance or contempt. It was just the attitude between 2 people who didn't know each other. There was no need to curry favor with the other. "Ning Qin from the inner world." On the altar, Ning Qin replied, "By Master's order, I'm here to assist you in resisting the primal devil realm." Without any pretense, Peacock stated her purpose in coming. Ning Qin's eyes narrowed. "Why are Miss Peacock and your master so sure that I can resist the primal devil realm?" On the opposite side, Peacock didn't answer. This kind of question was meaningless, and she didn't need to answer. On the altar, Ning Qin didn't wait any longer and continued. "Let's change the question. Why me? Miss Peacock's master should be the human race's sovereign realm expert. Why do you need to rely on others to resist the primal devil realm?" "Because you're the future master of the divine realm," Peacock answered. Ning Qin frowned and said indifferently, "Miss' answer is not satisfactory." Peacock looked at the former quietly. After a while, she said calmly, "The duty of an immortal state cultivator is to protect the human world. This is the same as your wish. Don't you want to protect those around you? As long as you become the master of the immortal state, you will have enough power to protect those you cherish." When Ning Qin heard this, his eyes narrowed as he said, "If the godly state is really as powerful as what you said, why didn't the godly state take action to suppress the Devil Palace when they caused trouble earlier? The human world is plagued by disasters. The immortal state cultivators can't do everything by themselves. unless there is a catastrophe like the primordial demon realm. Otherwise, the immortal state cultivators will not interfere with the affairs of the human world. Peacock said honestly, "Since the god realm knows about the existence of the primordial demon realm, why don't you stop it from being born?" Ning Chen asked coldly. "The appearance of the demonic land is unavoidable. We can stop it once, but we can't stop it a second time. The immortal state is not omniscient and omnipotent. Since the demonic calamity is going to descend upon the human realm sooner or later, it is better for it to appear while Master is still alive than after his death." Peacock said calmly. "How many human emperors are there?" Ning Chen asked in a low voice. "Both of you," Peacock replied. Ning Chen's heart sank when he heard this. "Only two? That's too few. The upheaval of the world will affect the human race much more than the 100 races of the demon realm. Master and that Lord don't have much lifespan left, so the demonic calamity must be suppressed in this era." Peacock explained, "I have something to discuss with your master or another human emperor." Ning Chen said in a low voice, "I can't make the decision on this matter." Peacock shook her head and said, "I have left the immortal state and can't go back easily. As for that lord, other than my master, no one knows where he is. So, the only reinforcement sent by the immortal state is you?" Ning Chen sneered. "That's right for now." Peacock nodded. While the two were talking, several beautiful figures stood quietly in the distance, looking at the altar with different expressions. "Sister Qingning, who is that girl?" Ruashi asked. She didn't know why, but she always felt a sense of fear towards the girl in the wheelchair. It was a feeling she didn't like. "I'm not sure." Qingning shook her head gently and said, "Judging from her aura, her origin is not ordinary, but she shouldn't be hostile." "Immortal state," Mu Qingxue said faintly. Qingning frowned and said, "Qingxue, are you saying that she's not human?" "At least, she's not a pure human." Mu Qingxue nodded and said softly. Qingning's eyes narrowed. "If that's the case, then the origin of this girl is even more shocking." In front of the altar, Peacock felt the gaze from afar and looked over. After a while, she said, "Marquis Jiming, if you want to protect them, you have to accept the arrangement of the immortal state. This is not a threat, it's the mandate of heaven. Just like how I can't go against Peacock's mandate of heaven, I have to come and help you." Mandate of heaven. If I believe in mandate of heaven, I wouldn't be standing in front of you today. Ning Chen said faintly, "I will fight against the demon realm, but I won't accept anyone's arrangement, even if it's the mandate of heaven." A boy with character, I like it. Before he finished his words, the wind and clouds in the sky changed and a green light shone. An earth-shattering pressure shook the world. Emperor Realm Supreme? Ning Chen sensed something. He looked at the sky and his expression turned serious. On the altar, Peacock's eyes were also filled with surprise. That lord is here. Under the two's gaze, a figure in a linen robe descended from the sky. He was holding a long staff with the words "Divine Fortune Teller" hanging on it. It was so eye-catching. Linen robes and a green robe. The appearance of a fortune teller was shocking. If it wasn't for the Emperor Realm aura, no one would believe that the person in front of them was an Emperor Realm Supreme. "Greetings, Lord." Peacock bowed and said respectfully, "Peacock? Hee. The little girl back then has become so beautiful." The fortune teller stepped forward and said with a smile. On the altar, Ning Chen walked down and bowed politely. "Junior Ning Chen greets Senior." Forget about the greeting. The fortune teller dodged as if he had been provoked. His face was full of misfortune as he spat out, "This old Taoist is still alive and well. Little brat, don't curse me to die early." "Senior, you must be joking." "I don't mean that." Ning Chen stood up and said with a smile, "If I believe you, then I've lived for so many years in vain." The fortune teller said with a fake smile, "Boy, I've already told her fortune before I came. You're destined to be a jinx. There are at least 80 people who have been cursed to death by you. I don't want to follow in their footsteps. Chapter 1216. In the reverence moon holy ground, the human race's emperor Tao appeared. The fortune-teller's attire was neither fish nor fowl. In front of the altar, Ning Qin looked at the fortune-teller and exchanged a few pleasantries. A helpless smile appeared on his face. "Kid, that old man from the God realm said that you are the hope of the human race, so this old Taoist came to take a look. But from the looks of it, other than your evil fate, there is nothing special about you." The fortune-teller sized up the young man in front of him and said bluntly, "Junior has only met the God realm master once. I wonder why that senior would give such an evaluation. Maybe he was just joking. Senior doesn't need to take it seriously." Ning Qin said calmly, "Huh." The fortune-teller smiled faintly and said, "That old man never jokes. If he says you are the hope of the human race, then you must be. No need to be humble." Ning Qin smiled and did not continue on this topic. The hope of the human race had never been him, and he had no right to decide the fate of others. "Have you been to the primal devil realm?" the fortune-teller asked. "Yes, I have." Ning Qin nodded and said honestly, the 100 Races competition was an eye-opener. "What do you think are the chances of the human race winning against the primal devil realm?" the fortune-teller asked directly. "Less than 10%. Ning Qin said bluntly. At the side, on the wheelchair, Peacock frowned slightly. "Only 10%? Little girl, what do you think?" The fortune-teller looked at the woman on the wheelchair and asked. "I estimated that the human race would have a 30% chance. But the Jiming Marquis has been to the primal devil realm and knows the situation there the best. Maybe I was too optimistic." Peacock replied, "Optimism is not a bad thing." The fortune-teller smiled and said, "The most terrifying thing about the primal devil realm is not the number of emperors, but the strength of the whole group. As long as the situation is not changed, the human race will always be at a disadvantage. Therefore, the growth of your generation is the most important thing." On the wheelchair, Peacock fell silent. The human race's lifespan was limited. This was a natural flaw. It was not easy to fight against the 100 Races. There are 7 Emperor Realm sovereigns in the primal devil realm. Among them, the strongest is Demon Emperor Kun Yi, who has lived since the ancient times. His strength is terrifying. How to stop him is the key to the human race's victory. Ning Qin added. "Kun?" The fortune-teller narrowed his eyes and said, "So he is still alive. Senior knows this person?" Ning Qin asked seriously. "In ancient times, he was one of the 10 demons. Although he was ranked last, none of the demons that walked out of the devil pool were weak. His strength was enough to fight against human immortal lords," Xiangshi said in a low voice. "There are still survivors among the 10 demons. Didn't the 10 demons all die in that battle?" Peacock frowned. "Those who witnessed the ancient war have all passed away. No one knows if the 10 devils have all died in the war. Even if there are survivors, it wouldn't be strange," Ning Qin said calmly. The fortune-teller nodded. His gaze shifted to the girls in the distance as a smile appeared on his face. "What beautiful girls. Brat, your luck with women isn't bad." "Family." Ning Qin simply said 2 words and did not refute. The fortune-teller looked at them quietly. After a long while, he shifted his gaze to the young man in front of him. His expression became serious. "Brat, you have seen the strength of the kings and emperor realm sovereigns in the primal devil realm. You should know that they won't be of any help if they stay here. Once the war breaks out, even you won't be able to do anything, let alone protect them. Let me give you a piece of advice." Ning Qin heard this and fell silent. He did not refute. "We are not a burden." At this moment, a cute voice sounded in their ears. Not far away, a girl in an emerald green dress appeared. She looked at the fortune-teller and said angrily. Seeing her, the fortune-teller's eyes flashed. Not a bad girl. On the wheelchair, Peacock's expression changed slightly. Phoenix? Don't be rude. Ning Chen reprimanded and waved his hand. Come and greet Senior and Miss Peacock. Hearing the former's reprimand, obediently went forward and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Senior and Miss Peacock. The fortune teller calmed himself down and revealed a smile that he thought was the kindest. Little girl, do you want to have an invincible master? From now on, you can do whatever you want in the world. Hearing this, looked warily at the middle-aged man who looked like a fraud in front of her. She shook her head vigorously and said no. Peacock saw this and could not help but chuckle. In that instant, the ice melted and blossomed into the most beautiful smile. It was intoxicating. Peacock knew a little about this girl called She was the only disciple of Marquis Jiming and had inherited the origin of a heaven speaker. Her talent was not bad. However, what was unexpected was that Marquis Jiming even gave her the origin of the phoenix. Seeing the different expressions of the three, Ning Chen smiled faintly. Senior, you are late by 100 years. This girl has already been taken in by me. The fortune teller sighed regretfully and shook his head helplessly. What a pity! What a good seed! While the four were talking, suddenly the sky shook. In the distant red Phoenix galaxy, demonic chi surged and a terrifying aura spread out. Shocking demonic chi shocked the world. This is... In front of the altar, Ning Chen felt something and his expression changed. Heavenly devil war god Azura. How could it be so fast? In front of him, the fortune teller and Peacock also felt the shocking demonic chi in the distant sky. Their expressions changed. This demonic chi was almost comparable to an emperor's path. The war is about to begin. Ning Chen came back to his senses and sighed. Not necessarily. The fortune teller looked into the distance and said seriously, Someone promised to guard the human race for 10 years. I think that, as long as he is here, even an emperor's path expert will have to pay a heavy price to come out. Hearing this, Ning Chen frowned. Who is it, other than Senior and the master of the god realm? Are there any other emperor's path experts in the human race? It's not an emperor's path expert, and you know him, the fortune teller said calmly. In the red Phoenix galaxy, demonic chi surged in the boundless galaxy. The heavenly devil war god was about to appear. The demonic chi that shook the world was so terrifying that it made people tremble. Even across the boundless galaxy, people could feel it clearly. At this moment, a figure in an azure robe walked out of the galaxy. He was handsome and his eyes were sharp. His steps were neither fast nor slow, and he had the temperament of a master. When the legend appeared, the mist opened. In front of the passage between the two realms, the king stopped and put down the sword on his back, waiting for the heavenly devil war god to come out. Soon, a demonic shadow appeared in the space passage. A figure in black armor appeared. His demonic chi shook the stars in the sky. The heavenly devil war god and the legend of the great Xia met for the first time. In front of the passage between the two realms, Azura walked out. He looked at the swordsman in azure robes in front of him and narrowed his eyes. The human race wasn't as weak as he had thought. Swordsman, your name? Azura said in a deep voice, Xia Yan. Prince Yan held two swords with both hands and slowly pulled them out. He said calmly, Azure and red dual swords, please enlighten me. His opponent was extraordinary, so Azura didn't dare to be careless. He clenched his right hand, and a black spear appeared in the surging demonic chi. The demonic weapon fire beacon appeared, and its demonic chi swept across the 9 heavens. Without saying anything, Azura moved, and his demonic chi broke through the sky. In an instant, the demonic weapon and the imperial sword clashed, and the sound of battle resounded through millions of miles. When the king started the battle in the distant Jinxi city, in the Xiaoyu Chang and restaurant, the owner of the Xiaoyu Tower stopped what she was doing and said, Hong Wan. As soon as she said this, the door was pushed open. A woman with a veil over her face walked in and bowed respectfully. Tower Master. Ask Xiazi and Miss Luo to come here, the owner of the Xiaoyu Tower said calmly. Yes. Hong Wan accepted the order and walked out of the room. On the second floor, in the Yu room, a black-clothed, white-haired demonic cultivator was healing with his eyes closed. Not far away, Luo Fei stood quietly, looking at the woman in front of her. Her eyes were filled with tenderness. In the past 100 years, they had experienced too much. Humans and demons were no longer important. Now, she finally understood the words of the Jiming Marquis. In life, the relationship between a man and a woman wasn't the only thing. It was already a gift from the heavens that they could walk together until today. Knock, knock. Outside the room, there was a knock on the door, and Hong Wan's voice sounded. Young Master Xia, Miss Luo, the Tower Master invites you in. In the room, Xia Zi, who was healing, opened his eyes and said, Thank you, I understand. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Zi withdrew his aura and walked forward. On the side, Luo Fei followed, as if nothing had changed in the past 100 years. In the Ming room, the two walked in. In the room, the Dawn Moon Tower Master, who was wearing a silver-gray cloak, was waiting quietly. After seeing the two enter, she said, The Jiming Marquis is back. Then, the room became abnormally quiet. After a long time, Xia Zi cupped his fists and said calmly, Thank you for your hospitality, Tower Master. Luo Fei and I will take our leave. The Dawn Moon Tower Master nodded and didn't stay. Send my regards to the Jiming Marquis. If he has time, invite him to the Dawn Moon restaurant. I will pass on your words. Xia Zi responded, then turned around and left. At the same time, in the heavenly Yu sacred city, purple aura soared into the sky. Among the purple aura waves, a purple-clothed young figure walked out with an unconcealable arrogance. Damn you! I finally broke through, haha. In the heavenly Yu sacred city, the young man's arrogant and despotic voice kept reverberating. The people of the sacred city didn't find it strange and ignored him, continuing with their own business. What's with the noise? Not far away, the seventh divine general of the heavenly Yu sacred city walked over and angrily reprimanded. Seeing the woman walking over, Luo Xingqian immediately became well-behaved. Even though his current strength had surpassed the former, the shadow of the past still existed, and he didn't dare to refute. The city, Lord wants to see you. Follow me, the seventh divine general said coldly. The city, Lord wants to see me? Hearing this, Luo Xingqian was astonished. He eagerly ran forward and said with a fawning smile, Seventh sister is getting more and more beautiful. Get lost. Chapter 12:17. Sky Transcendence, Sacred City. City, Lord's Mansion. Blue and white flowers floated in the air. Everywhere was a dazzling blue flame. The scene was mesmerizing. In a small pavilion in the West Garden, an old man with white hair and a white beard sat quietly. His eyes were filled with wisdom. Sky Transcendence City Lord, a rare wise man. He had lived for thousands of years and had seen through the world. Outside the pavilion, the seventh godly general of the sacred city brought Luo Xingqian over. He stopped in front of the pavilion and bowed respectfully. City Lord Luo Xingqian is here. You can leave first. Sky Transcendence, City, Lord said. Yes. The seventh godly general gave a warning look to the young man beside him. He then turned and left. Within the small pavilion, Luo Xingqian stepped forward. His arrogant and domineering expression disappeared as he respectfully bowed. Greetings, City Lord. Sit. Sky Transcendence, City, Lord smiled. Thank you, City Lord. Luo Xingqian looked around cautiously. When he felt that there was no ambush, he walked forward and sat down. How many years have you been here? Sky Transcendence, City, Lord smiled. 40 years. Luo Xingqian said honestly. 40 years. You've grown a lot. Sky Transcendence City, Lord said softly. With those monstrous friends, Luo Xingqian doesn't dare to stay. Otherwise, the next one to die would be me. Luo Xingqian smiled. It's your fortune to have a friend like the 9th disciple of the Mahe sect. You have to cherish it. Sky Transcendence City, Lord reminded. I know. Luo Xingqian nodded and smiled. Now, the space passage between the primordial demon realm and the heavens beyond heaven has opened. The war will come soon. Your friends need your strength. Since you've broken through, you should leave. Sky Transcendence City, Lord said calmly. Luo Xingqian was silent. After a while, he stood up and bowed respectfully. Thank you for taking care of me all these years. Xingqian can't thank you enough. Sky Transcendence City, Lord calmly accepted the bow and said, when the demonic calamity is over, don't forget to come back and visit me and your 7th sister. Of course. Luo Xingqian nodded. City Lord, we'll meet again. After saying that, Luo Xingqian suppressed the reluctance in his heart and turned to leave. He's gone. Come out. Not long after Luo Xingqian left, the Sky Eclipse City Lord looked at the viridescent flower tree and asked, behind the blue and white flower tree, the 7th Divine General of Tianyu walked out. A faint sadness flashed across his handsome face. He has his own responsibilities. Just wait patiently. He will come back in the end. The Sky Pass City Lord sighed. The 7th Divine General nodded slightly and replied softly. At the same time, in the all-heaven starfields, Buddhist nation's Mount Meru Holy Land, a woman in a pink dress was sitting quietly in the Mount Meru Holy Land. Her body was glowing with Buddhist light. She was the Messiah Wisdom King with a kind and dignified expression. On the sacred ground, tens of thousands of white-robed novice monks closed their eyes and chanted sutras. Endless power of faith flew towards the faraway Mountain of Wishes. On the Mountain of Wishes, Buddha's light shone, illuminating the mortal world. Under the leadership of King Aaron, the rebuilt Buddhist kingdom had not only regained its former glory, but it was even more prosperous than before. With the opening of the ancient battlefield, Buddha Nation's 4th realm cultivators appeared one after another to assist the current Buddha Lord and restore the Buddha Nation's glory. AI Ran Ming Monarch. In the faraway Mountain of Wishes, golden light gathered and a solemn statue of a revered one appeared. On the sacred ground, a woman sitting quietly opened her eyes and looked at the faraway Mountain of Wishes. She said calmly, Buddha, King Aaron, have you decided? The Buddha said, Yes. King Aaron nodded. Do you know the result of this trip? The Buddha sighed. Yes. King Aaron replied softly. Since you have decided, I won't persuade you anymore. You may go. The Buddha said. Thank you, Buddha. King Aaron nodded and slowly got up. She walked down the Buddha mountain step by step. The Bodhisattva entered the mortal world. With every step she took, the murderous intent around her intensified. King Aaron of the Avicii, Hell, walked forward. Spirit Void Star Region, Phoenix Cry City. Inside the palace, a handsome figure dressed in men's clothing stood quietly with the Phoenix Cry Ancient sword in hand. She looked in the direction of the Red Phoenix Star Region and stood there for several days. Behind her, a beautiful woman looked at King Qi in front of her silently. She knew that King Qi was about to leave. 3 days later, King Qi Linyuzhen left with her sword in front of the palace. She was peerless and heroic. Reverence, moon, holy ground. Ning Chen had been standing quietly in front of the altar for several days. After the battle started, the battle intent in his heart could no longer be concealed. The fortune teller had left for several days. He had seen the knowing destiny Marquis with his own eyes. He left behind a few words of prophecy and left. Yin only gave the fortune teller 2 words for his prophecy. unreliable swindler. No one knew if the fortune-teller heard Er's comment, but when the fortune-teller left, he staggered in the air and almost fell to the ground. Peacock stayed in the holy ground. Ning Qin didn't hate this woman from the god realm, but he didn't have a good impression of her either. Similarly, Peacock didn't have a good impression of the knowing destiny Marquis. Strangely, after a few days, Peacock got along well with Qing Ning, Ruashi, and the others. At least, their relationship was much better than her relationship with Ning Qin. Do you like him? In the holy ground, Peacock looked at the white-haired figure in front of the altar and asked. I don't know. Mu Qingxue gently shook his head and answered. Like the 9 nether sky devouring demon scripture, both are listed as taboo in the god realm. You chose to cultivate this art and cut off all your escape routes. Do you regret it? Peacock calmly asked. No. Mu Qingxue softly responded. This is the path she chose. Since she chose it, she won't regret it. Resentment, separation, unrequited love. There's too much sorrow between you two. Why don't you let it go? Peacock softly said. Miss Peacock is a saintess of the god realm. Why do you lower yourself to come to his side? Mu Qingxue turned back and asked. This is my responsibility. Peacock's expression became serious and replied, I was born at the right time. My master said that the knowing destiny Marquis is the hope of humanity in this era, and my mission is to help him achieve his goal. Do you like him? Mu Qingxue's tone was calm. No, Peacock faintly said, and you won't like me either. Mu Qingxue nodded and didn't say anything more. Peacock didn't ask any more questions. After a long time, she sighed softly. You all are a bunch of weirdos. Same to you, Mu Qingxue calmly replied. 2 days later, above the reverence moon ancient ground, a snow-white ancient sword whistled through the air. His old friend had yet to arrive, but his sword Qi was already there. He's finally here. In front of the altar, a faint smile appeared on Ning Chen's face. He had been waiting for a long time. A few breaths later, a person arrived on a sword from the horizon. His white cloak fluttered in the wind, like an immortal banished from the moon, heroic and extraordinary. Below him, Ning Chen pointed his fingers and sword Qi surged around him, turning into a torrent of swords that soared into the sky. After several decades, his old friend greeted him with a sword, his momentum shaking the heavens. In the sky, Mu Qianshang's eyes were filled with boundless battle intent. His right hand grasped the air and the snow-white sword flew over. The moment he grasped the sword, he slashed out. Rumble. 2 swords clashed, shaking heaven and earth. Endless waves of sword Qi rushed out in all directions, shaking the stars in the sky. In the distance, a strange light flashed across Peacock's eyes as she watched the battle. An amazing swordsman. In terms of sword attainment, he wasn't inferior to the knowing destiny Marquis. While the two were clashing with their swords, another sword chime sounded in the sky on the other side. It was like crying and crying, piercing one's heart. In the next moment, a blue sword light tore through the void. The green borer sword appeared and shook off the 2 swords clashing. When the green borer sword appeared, a purple-red figure walked out from the void. It was the 4th crown prince of the Mizar dynasty. With 1 sword, Xuanmiao calmed 10,000 swords. The 2 appeared at the same time. In the sky, the sword will of the 3 peerless swordsmen rose, splitting the night sky. Long time no see. How are you? Ning Qin looked at the 2 in the void and smiled. Green borer reverse rainbow. In the sky, Yi Xuanmiao held his sword and rushed down with a step. When the green borer sword arrived, the world was mournful. Ning Qin focused and pointed his fingers. With a clang, he stopped the sword that was close to him. After 40 years, you've become stronger. It seems that I still have to wait to avenge my father. Yi Xuanmiao put away his sword and said calmly, Brother Xuanmiao, you've also improved a lot. It's only a matter of time before you reach the immortal king realm." Ning Chen smiled. After 40 years, his friends had finally taken that crucial step. Their strength had increased by leaps and bounds. The opening of the ancient battlefield had replenished part of the origin of the world. The strongest human cultivators had already started to step into the 4th level. In time, these human cultivators would step into the king realm. The revival of the human race would truly begin. Buddha is merciful. At this moment, rain fell from the sky above the sacred ground. Holy Buddhist power poured down, reviving the withered trees in the spring. In the void, the pink girl who descended from the sky was like a bodhisattva who saved the world, making people look askance at her. AI Ran had descended to repay the favor of protecting the path and the responsibility of the Yama King of the territory. So everyone is here. At this moment, a phoenix chime sounded in the sky. A handsome figure descended from the retreating phoenix. He was elegant like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of everyone. King Chi had appeared. There was another Yama King. The 10 palaces would appear to quell the demons. Friends appeared one after another. The smile on Ning Chen's face became more gentle. He looked at the sky, waiting for the last few friends. Not long after, black feathers fell from the sky. The purest devil aura swept through the world. 2 figures walked out from the black devil chi. The man in the lead was dressed in black robes and had white hair. He didn't smile at all. Xiazi and Luofei appeared at the same time. They descended from the sky and stood quietly at the side. All the Yama Kings had arrived. Only one person was left. Ning Chen looked at the sky and smiled. "You're the only one left. Why aren't you showing yourself?" As soon as his words fell, a loud laugh came from the sky above the reverence, moon, holy ground. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of arrows paved the way. The scene was extremely luxurious and dazzling. Of course, the important person should appear last. As he spoke, a young man in purple robes walked out from the path of arrows. He descended from the sky step by step. Luo Xingchen, the last Yama King of the 10 palaces, had returned to the world. Everyone's here. Ning Chen's gaze swept over everyone present. He smiled and said, "Jiming thanks everyone. The war is about to begin. The 10 palaces of hell will appear again." Chapter 12:18. In the reverence, moon, holy ground, the human race's geniuses appeared one after another. After more than 40 years, the 10 Yama Kings had gathered once again. In the past, the demonic palace had wreaked havoc, and the underworld had appeared. Now that the demonic tribulation had begun once again, the Yama Kings of the 10 palaces had reunited for the future of the human race. In front of the altar, tens of thousands of moon worshipping tribesmen stared at the group of human experts standing in front of the high priestess. In the distance, on the wheelchair, Peacock's eyes also flashed with surprise. This Marquis Jiming's rallying power was indeed shocking. The news of his return had just spread, and so many masters came to help. "Miss Peacock, let's go," Mu Qingxue calmly said from the side. Soon after, he strode forward. Peacock nodded and turned her wheelchair to follow. In front of the Holy Land's altar, Ning Chen looked at the gathered crowd with a faint smile on his face. With a flip of his right hand, streams of light flew out. The Yama ghost mask flew towards the human experts. "These are your ghostly faces. From today onwards, you shall once again assume the responsibilities of a king, Yan Luo." As he spoke, Luo Xingchen, Lin Yuzhen, Mu Qianshang, Yin Yi Xuan Miao, AI Ran Mingwang, Xiazi, and Luo Fei flew over and landed in their hands. In the 6th palace, the mask of the evil face Yama appeared in Ning Chen's hand. The ferocious ghost face made people shiver. The 9 halls were complete, but the 6th hall that once belonged to Sword 2 was never taken over. It was empty forever. Luo Xingqian, Mu Qianshang, and Xia Zi were silent. They were very clear that their close friends, who had once entrusted their lives to them, would never return. Lin Yuzhen, Aaron Mingwang, and the others sensed the change in the atmosphere and realized the reason. They sighed inwardly but did not say anything. Not only Jian Er, but even Qi Yanxia had died in the last demonic tribulation. Her soul had returned to heaven and earth, never to return again. As long as there was war, casualties were inevitable. The only thing they could do was to live well, to live without caring about anything else. Chang Shui, I'll leave the impermanence, ghost form to you. Ning Chen suppressed the sadness in his heart and waved his hand. A white ghost mask flew out and landed in the woman's hand. Mu Qingxiue lightly nodded and accepted the responsibility of an impermanence. At the side, Peacock looked at the evil face masks in everyone's hands and squinted her eyes. These evil face masks were extraordinary and seemed to be able to conceal one's aura. How strange! The sixth palace, King Bianqing Palace, is in charge of the bottom of the sea, the northwest fertile stone, and the great hell. I am indispensable. Give me this position. Not far away, Qing Ning strode over and said calmly. When Ning Chen heard this, his body trembled slightly, and a rare hesitation appeared in his eyes. Not far away, Mu Qingxiue, Xia Zi, and the others didn't say anything. Qing Ning's position in the hearts of knowing destiny state was unparalleled. The purpose of the gathering of Yama Kings was to resist the coming demonic tribulation, so the danger was imaginable. Qing Ning stepped forward and looked at the white-haired young man. She smiled and said, "Don't worry, nothing will happen." "You have to keep your promise," Ning Chen said softly. Qing Ning nodded and took the evil face mask. The aura around her gradually disappeared. 10 palaces, 10 human race experts, and all Yama Kings were present. Ning Chen looked at everyone in front of him and said calmly, "There are 10 years before the primal Devil Realm's invasion. These 10 years are extremely important to us. Therefore, from today onwards, I will completely seal the reverence, moon, holy ground. In these 10 years, everyone must throw away all unnecessary thoughts and focus on refining your martial skills." Spar? I like it. Among the 10 people, Luo Xingqian's eyes lit up with joy. It's not just a spar. There's also a battle of life and death. Ning Chen said solemnly, "Among us, there are many people with similar strength. If we can't force them to use their full strength in a one-on-one battle, then 2 against 1, or even 3 against 1. As long as we can force out everyone's potential, I won't use any unscrupulous means. Everyone should be mentally prepared." "You're ruthless." Hearing Ning Chen's words, Luo Xingqian's joy was immediately reduced by half. "What Jiming said is right, we don't have much time. If we don't use extreme methods, we won't be able to contend against the King Realm experts of the Primal Devil Realm, or even Emperor Realm venerables." Luo Fei said solemnly, "Before this, Miss Chang Shui, Zi, and the Dawn Moon Institute's master have personally witnessed the strength of a Primal Devil Realm King. It's not something we can deal with right now. Therefore, as long as we can increase our strength, we must try extreme methods." "Since that's the case, I accept." Among the 10 Yama Kings, Mu Qianshang was the first to speak calmly. After Mu Qianshang spoke, Prince Qi, Prince Ai ran, and the others nodded in agreement. Since everyone had spoken, Ning Chen did not delay any longer. A strange light shone from his body, and in an instant, the Reverence Moon Holy Ground's moonlight shone brightly. The divine restriction's brilliance spread out rapidly, sealing off the entire holy ground. In front of the altar, everyone looked at the divine restriction's brilliance in the sky with solemn expressions. The Jiming Marquis attainments in divine restriction were becoming more and more shocking. "I'll be the first one." Sitting on the wheelchair, Peacock spoke calmly. "The Primal Devil Realm's martial skills are different from the human race's martial skills. Similarly, None of you have seen my martial skills before. I am the most suitable opponent." Ning Chen pondered for a moment, hearing Peacock's words, then nodded slightly. His gaze fell on Luo Xingchen, and he said, "Brother Xingchen, you're the first." Luo Xingchen was indignant at Ning Chen's words. "Why me? Do you have a problem with me?" "I don't have a problem, but I do have a suggestion. Do you want to hear it?" Ning Chen smiled. "Tell me," Luo Xingchen asked suspiciously. "Among us, your long-range attacks are the biggest threat, but your close combat strength is terrible. If you really encounter a battle where you can't increase your distance, what will you do?" Ning Chen asked solemnly. "Run," Luo Xingchen answered without hesitation. On the side, Mu Qianshang silently took 2 steps away, feeling ashamed to be associated with Luo Xingchen. Prince Qi and the others smiled kindly. The friends of the Jiming Marquis were really unique. "What if you can't run?" Ning Chen said calmly. "For example, if your opponent is Qingxue, how are you going to run?" Luo Xingchen subconsciously looked at the lady of Baron City not far away, and suddenly felt a headache coming on. That was true if he encountered an expert like Mu Qingxue who was good at speed. He wouldn't even have the chance to escape. "So, your most important cultivation goal is to learn how to survive in close combat." Ning Chen said seriously, "When you fight with Miss Peacock, you can use a bow and arrow, but you can't go more than 300 feet away. As long as you can last for 15 minutes, you pass." 15 minutes? Luo Xingchen had heard of it before, and his face was filled with disdain. "Jiming Marquis, you're looking down on me." Ning Chen smiled and didn't say anything. Although he wasn't sure of Peacock's strength, it shouldn't be a problem for her to fight Luo Xingchen, who didn't have any close combat ability. The battle was about to begin, and the crowd retreated to give space for the two. Luo Xingchen swaggered forward with the most arrogant expression in the world. It made people want to go up and beat him up. "Please." Peacock moved her wheelchair forward and said calmly, "Miss Peacock, don't blame me for bullying you. It's all because of Jiming Marquis. I have to show my strength." Luo Xingchen showed his gentlemanly demeanor with a smile. "It's okay, you can go all out," Peacock said calmly. "Watch out." After saying that, the star mark bow appeared in Luo Xingchen's hand, and its dazzling brilliance lit up the world. A range of 300 feet was not an advantage for Luo Xingchen, who was good at long-range attacks. However, it wasn't easy to defend against the bow and arrow when the distance was shortened. The first arrow was a test arrow. Luo Xingchen pulled the bow back a little, and a green flowing light broke through the air. Its speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, the arrow had reached Peacock. When the arrow reached her body, Peacock raised her right hand and caught the arrow directly, and said calmly, "There's no need to test me. Just go all out." On the opposite side, Luo Xingchen's expression froze. He had underestimated this lady. She was able to catch his arrow with her bare hands. Her reaction was extraordinary. Since his opponent was extraordinary, Luo Xingchen didn't hold back anymore. He took a step forward, and his body soared into the sky. The star mark bow was fully drawn, and the mighty arrow swept out in all directions. 40 years of hard work had finally shown its sharpness. Everyone focused and looked at the shocking arrow radiance in the void. They were silently considering whether they could take it. Under everyone's gaze, the dazzling green arrow radiance swept out from the void. Its earth-shattering power pierced through time and space and reached Peacock in an instant. At the moment of crisis, Peacock raised her hand, and the 5-colored divine light appeared again. The divine arrow radiance quickly dissipated and disappeared. The shocking scene happened so fast that no one could react. Everyone present couldn't hide the shock on their faces, and no one could understand what had happened. In the void, Luo Xingchen's expression turned solemn. He took a step forward, and his body was like an illusion. In the next moment, the sky was filled with arrow radiance, and it was like a rain of arrows. On the wheelchair, Peacock's expression didn't change. Her body was as still as a mountain, and she quietly waited for the arrows to reach her. The arrows shot out, and Luo Xingqian stopped in the void. He looked down with full concentration. However, at this moment, a scene that shocked everyone happened. The moment the arrows pierced through the void, the five-colored divine light spread out from Peacock's body. Wherever the divine light reached, the arrows quickly dissipated without any ripples. After defending for 3 consecutive moves, Peacock was done with the etiquette. She no longer held back, and her body disappeared along with her wheelchair. She instantly appeared in the void. Her slender hand slapped out. It seemed casual, but it had the power to fight against the heavens. The powerful palm hit Luo Xingqian's left shoulder directly. When the palm hit, Luo Xingqian punched out. With the support of his genuine qi, he blocked the attack. In an instant, the shocking scene appeared again. When the two's fist and palm hit each other, the genuine qi on Luo Xingqian's fist dissipated, and 90% of its power dissipated. Bang! Her slender hand fell, shaking off the obstruction, and slapped on Luo Xingqian's shoulder. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Luo Xingqian's body fell to the ground. One move, just one move. Peacock's first move defeated Luo Xingqian, and it shocked everyone present. Not far away, Ning Chen stepped forward and helped Luo Xingqian up from the ground. He asked calmly, "How is it?" "Papa." Luo Xingqian stood up awkwardly and spat out a few mouthfuls of dirt. He looked at the lady in the wheelchair in front of him and said indignantly, "Monster!" Chapter 1219. In the Reverence Moon Ancient Ground, Luo Xingqian suffered a crushing defeat in the first battle between Peacock and Xingqian, shocking everyone present. Peacock's strength had exceeded everyone's expectations. Her 5-colored divine light was impenetrable. Who will fight the second battle? Ning Chen looked at the people behind him and asked, "Let me." Mu Qianshang stepped out and said calmly. The swordsman stepped out and the battle began again. Everyone gathered their thoughts and focused on the battle. Mu Qianshang, hold on a little longer. Don't lose too badly. Luo Xingqian stepped out of the battle and kindly advised, "I'm not you, I won't lose in one move." Mu Qianshang responded indifferently. His words were laced with sarcasm. Luo Xingqian was enraged by Mu Qianshang's words. He wanted to retort, but he couldn't find the words. "Watch the battle carefully," Ning Chen reminded from the side. Luo Xingqian suppressed the fire in his heart, gritting his teeth as he looked at the two enemies in front of him, no longer speaking. In the battle, the two stood facing each other. Moments later, a snow-colored sword light flew out from Mu Qianshang's hand. The sword light was extremely fast, piercing through the void as it flew towards the woman in front of him. Smoke rose, sword qi like frost. The swordsman's attack stunned everyone. At the front, Peacock focused, raising her slender hand. 5-colored divine light rose, blocking the sword qi. Outside the battle, Ning Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Peacock's cultivation technique reminded him of someone. Fan Lingyue. In the past, Fan Lingyue's martial art had a similar effect. Absolute defense, impenetrable by all attacks. However, Fan Lingyue's martial art was self-created. It was different from Peacock's cultivation technique. In the battle, the 5-colored divine light once again emitted a shocking power. The sword qi dissipated, unable to shake Peacock even a little bit. Mu Qianshang stepped out, his figure leaping out. The snow-colored sword pierced through the air. The sharpness of the divine weapon was extremely dazzling. Close combat was even more dangerous. The sword was close at hand, and its changes were unpredictable. Peacock's body was enshrouded in a divine light, eliminating the sword qi. Every move she made could withstand the divine weapon's sharpness. After exchanging more than a dozen moves, the sound of metal clanging echoed in the air. At the beginning of the battle, the five-colored divine light suppressed the swordsman's moves, taking the initiative. After 20 moves, a flaw appeared in Mu Qianshang's moves. The five-colored divine light broke through the swordsman's defense, and his palm landed on the former's chest. Mu Qianshang retreated a few steps before stabilizing himself after 10 steps. The blood and qi in his body churned violently. Victory and defeat had already been decided, so there was no need to continue fighting. Mu Qianshang withdrew his sword intent and politely bowed, saying, "Many thanks to Miss for showing mercy." On the wheelchair, Peacock returned the greeting and said calmly, "You did not use your full strength, otherwise I would not have won within 20 moves. This is a sparring match, not a life and death battle. Miss Peacock is indeed more skilled. This one is sincerely convinced." Mu Qianshang waved his hand to keep his sword as he replied, "The five-colored divine light can defeat all techniques and shake the world's divine weapons. However, there is a limit to it. Now I can only fight against ordinary king realm cultivators. So, if you really want to fight against the kings of the 100 tribes, you must be fully prepared." Peacock turned around and looked at the crowd with a serious expression. Outside the battle, Aaron Mingwang and the others fell into deep thought. The previous 2 battles had given them quite a shock. Peacock, who had not entered the king realm, had defeated 2 kings of hell. If they were to meet the kings of the 100 tribes in the future, the result could be imagined. "Ji Ming Marquis, is it your turn for the next battle?" When everyone was silent, Peacock looked at the plain-clothed young man not far away and said calmly, "Sparring is not my forte. However, Miss Peacock's strength is amazing. This one would really like to see a few moves." As he spoke, Ning Chen stepped forward. He clenched his right hand and the Ghost Clan's sacred weapon. The 6 paths of reincarnation appeared. "Please." As he spoke, Ning Chen's sword pressure swept out. His sword light rose, and the heaven and earth bore witness. The only thing above was the extreme realm. In the 3rd battle, Ji Mingwang fought against Peacock for the first time. As the battle was about to begin, Peacock's expression turned serious. She knew that this battle was different from the previous 2. Among them, the one with the highest cultivation was someone else, but the one with the most power was undoubtedly Ji Ming Marquis. The fact that Ji Mingwang was the leader of the 10 halls of hell was enough to explain everything. As the battle began, the plain-clothed figure flashed by. There was no true essence, only absolute physical strength. The 6 paths of reincarnation slashed down and split the void. The bright black light was shocking. As the blade approached, Peacock's body burst out with 5-colored light. She faced the Ghost Clan's sacred weapon with her palm. With a boom, the palm, the sword, and the head clashed. The ghost sword was as heavy as a mountain. Under Peacock, the wheelchair sank into the ground and cracks spread out. In the first move, Ji Mingwang had the advantage in strength. "I can't feel any true qi from Ji Ming Marquis. What happened?" Outside the battle, Yishuan Miao looked at the battle ahead and asked. "There was an accident when he was trying to reach the 4th level. His power is temporarily sealed." Beside him, Qing Ning explained. Hearing this, everyone's expression turned serious. But it wasn't a bad thing to lose power when facing Peacock. The battle ahead was even more peerless. The power of the 5-colored light was earth-shattering. Around Peacock, the ground cracked and rose into the sky. The laws were reversed. The earth rose and the sky fell. The earth-shattering palm strike shocked everyone. The vigorous palm force roared and rushed out, attacking the knowing Destiny State cultivators in front of him. Ning Qin didn't dodge the palm strike that was close at hand. He formed a seal with his left hand. On the ground, a strange light rose and a stone wall rose, blocking the shocking palm strike. Outside the battle, everyone was stunned. What kind of move was this? Sorcery? In the battle between Peacock and Ji Mingwang, the battle was dangerous. The five-colored light was both offensive and defensive. At this moment, it was difficult for Ji Mingwang to gain the upper hand. Ji Mingwang, who had lost his power and only relied on his physical strength to fight, showed a secret skill that no one had ever seen before. He controlled the ground and blocked the first wave of attack. After a round of attack and defense, the outcome was still undecided. Ning Qin took half a step forward and changed his sword momentum. His sword moved like lightning, suppressing Ji Mingwang. Peacock's expression darkened. She shouted, and the five-colored light was pushed to the limit. Suddenly, a huge shadow of a peacock appeared in the void. The peacock opened its tail, and the light shone. In the battle, Ning Chen felt the pressure around him increase, and his sword momentum was severely restrained. The moment his sword momentum slowed down, Peacock gathered vital qi in her right hand and slapped out, forcing the person in front of her to retreat. 3 steps away, Ning Chen stopped. He waved his hand and put away his sword. He smiled and said, "Miss Peacock, your power is indeed extraordinary. I lost this battle." Peacock frowned and looked at the young man in front of her. She didn't say anything. She didn't know if it was an illusion or something else. But she wasn't confident that she could win the battle just now. The outcome was decided. Ning Qin stepped out of the battle and returned to Qing Ning's side. "Can you win?" Qing Ning asked softly. Only the two of them could hear her. "Yes." Ning Qin nodded lightly. "That's good." Qing Ning put down her sword and didn't ask any more questions. "Yin, you're up next." Ning Qin looked at the girl who was hiding on the other side and said lightly, "Ah." Yin Ai's face turned bitter. She was afraid that she would be called. The five-colored light was too strange. It was invulnerable. She was good at manipulating the power of heaven and earth. How was she going to fight this battle? Under everyone's gaze, Yin walked forward slowly. She looked at the woman in the wheelchair and bowed politely. "Although you're a junior, this is a martial arts competition. I won't hold back. I think your master called you out to let you know your shortcomings. In the next battle, I'll give it my all." Peacock said seriously, "Sister Peacock, please enlighten me." Yin replied with a bitter face. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged around her as she protected herself first. Previously, Qingxue and Man specially trained Yin Ai's combat ability. Although there were some gains, she's still a distance away from a real expert. Now that you're back, you'll teach her personally. Remember, it's different now. The invasion of the primordial demon realm is imminent. You can't split your attention to protect her. Therefore, during this period, you can't let her throw tantrums like before. "Yes, I understand." Ning Qin nodded and agreed. As the two of them talked, Peacock and Yin began their battle. One was invulnerable, while the other was able to manipulate heaven and earth. Spear and shield clashed with each other. The first move was the wind of heaven and earth. Amidst the raging waves, lightning descended. The heavenly language shocked the heavens and earth. Below the lightning, Peacock's body was as still as a mountain. The five-colored light shone brightly and turned into the power of lightning. After losing power in one move, Yin gathered the power of heaven and earth again. The next moment, the space in front of her distorted and Peacock appeared in front of her. The earth-shattering palm had shocking power. Yin was shocked. In a hurry, she immediately moved the power of heaven and earth in front of her to block the attack. The unstoppable palm force directly broke through the obstruction of the power of heaven and earth. An inch before Yin the palm force stopped and did not move forward. Under the five-colored light, all techniques yield. In the previous 3 battles, you should be able to see that since I'm attacking, I'm using the five-colored light. Heaven and earth can't stop me at all. You have a sword. Why don't you use it? Peacock looked at the girl in front of her and scolded her softly. Hearing the scolding, Yin's eyes flashed with panic. She didn't know how to answer. She has too little battle experience. In a panic, she makes a mistake. Miss Peacock, please don't take offense. While speaking, Mu Qingxue walked forward and took the red sword from Yin. He looked at the immortal state saintess and said calmly, I'll take the next battle. Yin, go back to your master and watch carefully. Yes. Yin answered obediently and walked out of the battle quickly. Beside Ning Qin, Qing Ning looked at the girl in white in the battle and sighed. Now, it seemed that she needed to remind Cheng Shui more than Ning Qin. She didn't expect Cheng Shui to be more protective than Yin. Miss Peacock's scolding wasn't wrong. It was for Yin good. Yin had been spoiled all these years and needed someone to teach her a lesson. Master. Yin came back and apologized. Watched the battle carefully. Ning Qin didn't scold her. He looked at the battle that was about to start and said calmly. Chapter 1220. On the Reverence Moon Holy Grounds Sacrificial Altar, Mu Qingxue entered the battle in the 5th formation. Heaven and earth's speed increased, and a 5-colored divine light flashed. The battle had yet to begin, but the atmosphere had already become heavy, so heavy that people did not dare to breathe. Suddenly, a gust of wind rose, a person moved, and a sword slashed out. Extremely fast person. Extremely fast sword. Eyes could not see clearly, and divine sense could not capture it. By the time they regained their senses, the sword was already in front of them, surpassing the limits of time and space, shocking everyone. Peacock Divine Focus released the 5-colored divine light around her in advance, suppressing Mu Qingxue's speed. However, the heavenly book was not a mortal martial art, surpassing the laws. Even the 5-colored divine light could not completely suppress it. Even with 30% of her speed being suppressed, her speed was still unparalleled. In the blink of an eye, her white robe was like lightning, and her swift sword was deadly. Peacock Divine Focus's hands formed a 5-colored divine light, blocking wave after wave of attacks. Her slender hands were protected by the divine light, and swords could hardly harm them. In a battle of ultimate martial arts, heaven and earth's speed and divine light collided endlessly, representing the confrontation between the two pinnacle martial arts. After exchanging 10 moves, the battle reached a stalemate. The invincible 5-colored divine light lost its ability to suppress for the first time. Outside the battle, the spectators' expressions were solemn, not daring to shift their gazes away, fearing that they would miss a single moment. The battle between the two was too fast, and if one was not careful, the outcome would be decided. Beside Yin, a strange light flickered in Ning Chen's eyes. Cheng Shui's talent was the best he had ever seen. In the past, when the divine continent's laws were suppressed, it was extremely difficult to enter the Xiantian realm. At that time, Cheng Shui was the first person to break through the restrictions of heaven and earth. One could imagine her talent. Everyone in the Desolation City cultivated the sword except for Cheng Shui. However, even if she did not walk the path of the sword, the Desolation City's woman's martial attainment did not lose to anyone. The outcome of this battle was hard to predict, or it could be said that it was hard to determine the winner, unless both of them fought to the death. Ning Chen, will Master's wife lose? Yin asked nervously as she watched the battle from the side. She won't. Ning Chen said calmly, watch how your sister Cheng Shui fights. You have extreme speed now, so next time, don't be flustered like just now. I know. Yin answered in a low voice, embarrassed. In the battlefield, the intense battle continued. They exchanged several dozen zhang of blows, but there was still no clear victor. Between heaven and earth, the white figure flickered in and out of existence, moving extremely quickly. Below, on the wheelchair, Peacock's body was surrounded by 5-colored divine light. It had both offensive and defensive capabilities and was as immovable as a mountain. After 100 moves, the 5-colored divine light appeared in front of the peacock, but it weakened in an instant. At this moment, Mu Qingshue's sword wings spread out behind his back. With a swing of his sword, tens of thousands of sword qi pierced through the air. The sword of extreme speed collided with the divine light and quickly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the white-robed figure arrived. The tip of his sword broke through the five-colored divine light. Just as he was about to subdue the enemy, he suddenly withdrew his sword and retreated 10 steps away. On the wheelchair, Peacock's hands paused for a moment. She looked at the woman who suddenly stopped. Her eyes narrowed. What a fast reaction. She had intentionally exposed her weakness earlier. She didn't expect that the woman before her to be able to react in time at the most crucial moment. His combat experience and reflexes were truly unparalleled. We've already exchanged 100 moves. There's no need to continue. Cheng Shui, Miss Peacock, let's call it a draw. Outside the battle, Ning Chen spoke. It's a tie. Hearing Ning Chen's words, Mu Qingxue nodded lightly. He waved his hand and withdrew his sword, walking out of the battle. Master's wife is so powerful. Yin ran up to Mu Qingxue with admiration written all over her face. Even Master lost to Peacock, but Master's wife was able to fight her to a draw. Doesn't that mean Master's wife is more powerful than Master? Did you see it clearly? Mu Qingxue looked at the little girl in front of him and asked. A little bit, Yin said embarrassedly. Mu Qingxue nodded without reprimanding her. I'll teach you slowly in the future. Many thanks, Master's wife. Master's wife is the best. Er's face bloomed into a smile. Master's wife was the best to her. On the side, Ning Chen revealed a helpless expression. He looked at Qing Ning and said, Sister Qing Ning, I'm not the one indulging this little girl. While the human race's experts were working hard to improve their martial skills in the Reverence Moon Holy Ground, in the fog of the Red Lawn Star Field, the Grand Xia's Legend Realm and the Devil Race's War God Realm's peak met. The strongest sword and the strongest spear collided in the starry sky, causing rumbling sounds and shattering meteorites one after another. 10 years of promise. The Grand Xia's prince, Yen, guarded the passage between the two realms, not allowing anyone to leave. In the primal Devil Realm, the strongest war god went out to open a path for the Devil Realm's army to fight against the human race's legendary swordsmen. Boom! The Fire Beacon City's devil aura surged. The red and green swords were sharp and threatening. When the divine weapons clashed, heaven and earth shook. Sword sound, falling frost. After exchanging more than 100 moves, the green sword in Prince Yan's hand changed direction. With a slash of the sword, the sky was filled with drifting blue frost, freezing heaven and earth. The pinnacle of the world's sword, surpassing the one and only, close to the origin of Tao. The seemingly casual sword slashed open the starry sky, sealing heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, the yellow springs appeared. Azura danced in the Fire Beacon City. Endless devil chi surged, and the war god's power was pushed to the peak. The two moves collided, and in the midst of earth-shattering explosions, the shock waves around the two of them spread out in all directions. In the star domain's mist, many large stars were hit by the aftershocks, rumbling and quickly falling apart. It was a shocking scene. The battle between the two kings actually had the power to destroy heaven and earth. In the battle, after the extreme moves, the two figures approached each other again. The sword was like lightning, the spear was like a dragon, and they clashed. It was a battle of equal strength. The heavenly devil war god, a peerless expert comparable to an emperor Tao expert, was blocked by someone today. Respectable swordsman. The two's moves clashed again, and Azura retreated 10 steps. The fire beacon danced, and a huge demonic shadow appeared behind him. The evil face of Azura shook the sky. With the help of the evil face, the aura around Azura increased several times. Vaguely, the Emperor Tao aura appeared, shocking the world. The evil face appeared, and the clouds in the sky changed color. In front, Prince Yan's eyes flashed, and he jumped up, swapping his swords, and used another extreme move. Sword sound, flying swan. The red sword tore through the sky, burning the sky. The flying swan's sword swallowed the starry sky, frightening both humans and ghosts. Break. Ahura focused, and his demonic aura swept out. His spear tore through the sky, meeting the shocking sword. This was the most extreme attack. In the battle, blood splattered everywhere. Behind the Ahura, the evil image collapsed. Crack! At that moment, a crisp sound was heard. Under the extreme clash, cracks appeared on both the green and red swords in Prince Yan's hands. Although the cracks were small, they were very clear. The two swords that had been with the kings for the longest time came from the top swordsmiths of the Xia dynasty. However, as time changed, they gradually couldn't keep up with the king's level. Ordinary swords don't deserve your identity as a peerless swordsman. Ahura waved his hand to heal the wound on his left arm, and looked at the king in cyan in front of him. Prince Yan walked to the sword rack silently, and the green and red swords were inserted. Then he grabbed a dark yellow ancient sword and slowly pulled it out. When the heavy sword was drawn, the starry sky immediately sank and the space froze, making it difficult to move. In the battle, Ahura felt the laws of heaven and earth change around him, and his expression hardened again. Without saying a word, the king's figure appeared again, and an extremely fast and heavy sword slashed down with the force of splitting the sky, killing all demons. The heavy sword arrived, and Ahura blocked it with his spear. The war god of the demon race felt his arms go numb, and he unconsciously took half a step back. Sword sound, edgeless. Close at hand, Prince Yan raised his finger and pointed at the sky. A sand sword was formed silently and pierced towards the heart of the demonic cultivator. Indestructible protection. As the killing intent approached, Ahura's eyes narrowed. He shouted, and the demonic aura around him formed into a demonic armor that protected his heart. Bang! The sand sword and demonic armor clashed, and a violent impact exploded. The remaining force penetrated the demon's body, and he took half a step back. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Nice. The war god was injured, and the demonic nature in his heart was stimulated. Blood flashed in his eyes, and the demonic spear condensed demonic aura, and he charged forward. His demonic nature exploded, and Ahura only attacked without defending. His storm-like attacks completely cut off the king's retreat. Boom! The demonic spear fell, and heaven and earth collapsed. The heavy sword met it head-on, and a violent collision sounded. The king was forced back for the first time. What a shocking swordsman! Your sword seems familiar. Ahura looked at the king in front of him and said, "Let me ask you, a white-haired young swordsman, what is your relationship with him?" "His sword was taught by me," Prince Yan said coldly. He clenched his left hand, and the sand in the air condensed. He slashed down, and the sand became chaotic. Bzzz. The moment the sand sword slashed down, it turned into sand and covered the demon's body. Thousands of grains of sand and thousands of sword chi. Streaks of sword chi slashed across Ahura's body, and blood splattered, dyeing his armor red. After being dyed red again, there was no fear on the demon's face. The war god was fearless, and his battle intent reached a peak. Ha! With a roar, a blood-colored mist spread around Ahura. His eyes turned blood-red, and a shocking demonic aura burst out. Blood-colored demonic chi soared into the sky, piercing through the starry sky. Seeing this, Prince Yan's eyes narrowed. He stepped forward, and his heavy sword pierced through the air, striking first to gain the initiative. Sky demon energy! Ahura shouted and punched out. The starry sky between the two collapsed. The demonic aura swept out, and the king's sword was blocked, unable to get close. Abyss condensation. With the heavy sword blocked, Prince Yan's eyes flashed coldly. The two swords in his hands flew back to the sword rack. In the sky full of black light, the ceiling sword reappeared. The king's sword appeared, and with a slash the shockwave dissipated. The king's figure flashed out, arriving in front of the war god again. Ugh! The king's sword with shocking divinity cut through the armor, bringing out a waterfall of dazzling blood. Azura took a few steps back, heavily injured. Go back and tell the emperors of the primordial demon realm that I will guard here for 10 years. No one can take half a step out. In front of the passageway between the two realms, Prince Yen pulled out his sword and slapped the former's chest, sending him back into the spatial passageway. In the spatial passageway, the war god of the demon race's figure gradually disappeared. He looked at the swordsman with burning battle intent in his eyes. The shocking swordsman looked forward to the moment of life and death again. In front of the passageway between the two realms, the king stood quietly. The king's sword in his hand disappeared, and the sword rack beside him floated up and down. The sword aura of the 5 divine weapons spread out, peerless and powerful. The king blocked the passageway, and all demons could not get through. Chapter 1221. In the inner world, in the ancient land of Chongling, the aura of a king shook. The powerful pressure shook the homeland of West Buddha. Above the ancient land, the 9 cauldrons circled and suppressed the shaking of the world. Below, butterflies danced. Water, sleeves, turned into a sky net. Black blade lights appeared and cut the sky and sea. In the sky net, the Chongling female supreme's figure flashed and dodged wave after wave of attacks. The battle of kings shook the world. The strongest of the human race surpassed the younger generation and entered the king realm first. Dance of butterflies, peace. After 100 moves, it was hard to tell who was better. The sky net opened and the flower burial tears slashed down. Black light broke through the void. The blade light flashed and the world was calm. The female supreme focused and flipped her hand. A shocking whirlpool appeared and swallowed the blade light close to her. The 9 hell heaven, devouring demon scripture, appeared in the world again. Its powerful power swallowed all things. The demonic skill showed its power. Hua Zhongdia's expression turned serious. She stepped lightly and arrived in the air. The flower burial flowers split into 2. 1 black and 1 white blade slashed down at the same time. The next killing move was powerful. The female supreme moved to the side and dodged the 2 blade lights. At the same time, she used her extreme essence to counterattack. The butterfly in the flower turned its head and met the incoming attack with its saber, blocking the incoming palm power. Dance of butterflies, flower burial flowers. After a round of attack and defense, Hua Zhongdia calmed down. Her 2 blades created demonic waves. She used the 9 hell heaven, devouring demon scripture, and pushed her cultivation to the limit. In an instant, black flowers filled the sky. Within the black flowers, the blade light broke through the air and shocked the world. The extreme pressure caused the world to disintegrate. Wherever the blade light passed, the shadows dissipated. The terrifying scene was shocking. 9 hell heaven protection. The female supreme raised her hands. Immediately, a giant nether ghost image appeared in front of her. It bent down and blocked in front of her. Boom! The strongest attack and defense collided with each other. Terrifying shock waves roared and surged, wildly spreading in all directions. Central Continent Knife God, you live up to your name. The female supreme stopped and looked at the woman in front of her with a smile. Hua Zhongdia waved her hand and put away the flower burial tears. She said softly, "Thank you for taking care of me these years." "You're welcome." The female supreme smiled and said, "Since you can recover, Jiming Marquis and I have something to answer to. The next time we meet, we will have more confidence. I will never forget your kindness. If there is a chance, I will repay you with my life." Hua Zhongjie bowed respectfully and said seriously. Huh. She chuckled and said, I will get back this favor from Marquis Jiming. He owes you this. Hua Zhongjie didn't answer. She looked into the distance, and a look of longing flashed across her face. Back then, when she forced him to call her senior sister, it was only a joke. Who would have thought that in the end, he would really become her most cherished junior brother? Do you miss him? The female supreme asked. Yes. Hua Zhongjie came back to her senses and nodded gently. She did not hide the longing in her heart. I really don't know what's so good about Jiming Marquis that even a woman like you can't stop thinking about him. The female supreme sighed. Really, honestly, butterfly in flower, said softly. The female supreme nodded. She did not refute Jiming Marquis' evaluation. Although Jiming Marquis had countless masks on his face, when facing the people around him, there was no doubt that he was sincere and would not have any selfishness. The space passage between the primordial demon realm and sky beyond heaven has opened. The war will start at any time. At that time he will definitely appear. Wait patiently, the female supreme said seriously. I understand. Hua Zhongjie nodded. She missed him like a spring. 40 years, she wondered how he was doing. Back then, she suffered a backlash from the 9 nether sky devouring demon scripture. Her consciousness was in a mess, and she was controlled by the demon palace. Her memories were erased. When the demon palace was defeated, the female supreme brought her back to Changling and helped her regain her consciousness. She told her the past bit by bit. She gradually found her past. Although it was not complete, her instinctive longing was so clear. Perhaps one day she would not know him, but as long as she was herself, she would not forget this feeling of longing. Female Supreme, please come to the Heavenly Music Pavilion for a chat. At this moment, above the void, a majestic and noble voice sounded, echoing between heaven and earth. Master of the Heavenly Music Pavilion. The female supreme turned back and looked towards the north. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Is there something important? It is hard to explain. Female supreme, you will know when you come, the Heavenly Music Pavilion master said in a serious tone. Okay, I will go now. The female supreme nodded and agreed. With that, the female supreme looked at the woman beside her and said, Miss Dai, you come with us. Okay. Hua Zhongjie replied softly. The two of them immediately set off and rushed towards the far northern polar regions. In the north, snow fell all year round. There was no distinction between the 4 seasons. There was only the cold winter. In the world of ice and snow, a huge mountain peak stood between heaven and earth. Between the peaks, the Heavenly Music Pavilion, which had been passed down for thousands of years, stood tall like a celestial pavilion in the snow. On this day, outside the Heavenly Music Pavilion, 2 figures appeared. The pressure of the king realm was so shocking. In the Heavenly Music Pavilion, the Heavenly Music Pavilion master, who was dressed in a palace dress, opened her eyes. She looked at the 2 people who had come, unable to hide the seriousness in her eyes. In front of the valley, the first disciple of the Heavenly Music Pavilion, Wu Qingying, stood quietly to welcome the 2 guests. Not long after, the 2 beautiful figures walked over. In a few breaths, they had arrived in front of the valley. Greetings, female supreme. Wu Qingying bowed and said politely, No need to be so polite. Miss, please take us to see your master. The female supreme said, Yes. Wu Qingying replied softly. She turned around and led the way. In the mountain peak, in the Heavenly Music Pavilion, the Heavenly Music Pavilion master sat on the main seat with a serious expression. When the 3 people entered the pavilion, she immediately stood up and said, Female Supreme, you are finally here. Pavilion Master, why are you in such a hurry? The female Supreme asked seriously. Female Supreme, please come with me. With that, The heavenly music pavilion master shone brightly and enveloped the three people. Then they disappeared. In an unknown space, a huge sound mill floated up and down. The sound of the great path reverberating in the heavenly music pavilion could no longer be heard. This soundtrack is the most precious treasure of the heavenly music pavilion. Its origin is unknown. 100 years ago, when the Netherworld King caused chaos in the world and affected the soundtrack's operation, the soundtrack has never had any problems in the past 1,000 years. However, at this point, the heavenly music pavilion master's tone sank. Now that the soundtrack has stopped again, it is very likely that a great calamity will appear in the 5 regions again. Hearing this, the female supreme frowned slightly. Can't we get someone to push the mill? Just like what Mu Qingxue did 100 years ago. We have tried, but it is useless. The heavenly music pavilion master said in a low voice, the calamity has not passed, and the soundtrack cannot be pushed. This great calamity is probably comparable to the Netherworld King's chaos. I asked the female supreme to come here to discuss how to deal with it. Will the calamity of the primordial demon realm really affect the inner realm? The female supreme's expression darkened. This was the greatest hidden danger now. The 100 races were about to appear, indicating that the war between the humans and the 100 races would begin again. If this calamity really affected the inner realm, it would be really troublesome. Back then, the inner realm was suppressed by the Netherworld King's barrier, and the world's origin energy was incomplete. The martial path's development was extremely slow. Although there had been progress in these years, it was still far from sky beyond heaven, much less the primordial demon realm, which had many kings. If the demonic calamity affected the inner realm, the 5 regions would very likely be completely destroyed by the flames of war. The worst thing was that all the top experts of the inner realm had already left. It was unknown if they could make it back in time. Does the female supreme know the whereabouts of Marquis, Jiming, and the others? The heavenly music pavilion master asked. The female supreme shook her head. After the chaos of the demon palace, I brought Miss Dai back to Chongling to heal. I rarely pay attention to sky beyond heaven. Marquis Jiming has been missing for a long time. Xiazi and the others have also left. Their whereabouts are unknown. Reverence Moon Ancient Land, Hua, Zhongdia said with a serious expression. Junior brother is the high priest of the Reverence Moon clan. If the primordial demon realm and the human race start a war, the experts of the inner realm are likely to gather there. Can you ask Marquis Jiming and the others to return to the inner realm? The heavenly music pavilion master asked seriously. I'll go to Reverence Moon Ancient Land now. Hua, Zhongdia nodded. I'll go with you, the female supreme said with a serious tone. In that case, I'll have to trouble the 2 of you. The heavenly music pavilion master thanked them. Pavilion master, you're welcome. The female supreme responded. Without further delay, her figure faded away. She immediately left. Beside her, Hua Zhongdia stepped lightly and quickly followed. Looking at the 2 figures leaving, the heavenly music pavilion master's expression became more and more serious. The uneasy feeling in her heart grew stronger and stronger. She hoped that everything was not too late. At the same time, at the border of the All-Heaven Star Domain and Luojia Star Domain, the Reverence Moon Ancient Land, the Yellow Spring and Time Divine Seal sealed time and space, completely covering the traces of the ancient land. Inside the ancient land, more than 10 human experts were wholeheartedly cultivating. They were accumulating strength for the upcoming great calamity of the human race. The flames of war were about to arrive. Ning Chen and the others did not dare to be distracted for even a moment. They focused on refining their martial arts, striving to reach a higher level. Time passed day after day. Mu Qianshang, Xiazi, and the others sparred many times to make up for their shortcomings. Their strength also rapidly improved. Among them, the person who improved the fastest was still Yin with the heavenly language and phoenix origin in her body. Yin possessed the best innate conditions. As long as she made up for her battle experience, she would be able to contend against anyone present. Of course, it was not that easy to make up for her lack of battle experience. Under Ning Chen's arrangement, Yin had fought with almost everyone in the past several months. Every time, she would end up in a crushing defeat. As Yin was the youngest among the group, Mu Qiansheng and the others would more or less hold back when fighting with her. However, the absolute gap in strength was still obvious. Master's wife. After an unknown number of crushing defeats, Yin went to find Mu Qingxiwe with a sullen face. She asked in an extremely bad mood, "Am I really not suited for martial arts?" "Don't talk nonsense," Mu Qingxiwe softly reprimanded her. "Your aptitude is definitely one of the best among us. The reason why you can't beat them is because you lack experience. Be patient. One day, you will surpass us." Not far away, Ning Chen walked over. Looking at the girl who was in a bad mood, he smiled and said, "What's wrong? Did you suffer another blow?" Yin pursed her lips and did not answer. Aptitude is something illusory. You can't see it clearly or touch it, so you don't have to think too much. What you need to do now is to work hard. It's useless to think too much. After saying that, Ning Chen pointed at Luo Xingchen, who was doing nothing not far away. He smiled and said, "Do you see that idler? If you don't work hard, you will end up like him." How embarrassing. Chapter 1222. In the endless starry sky, two beautiful silhouettes were speeding through the galaxy, heading towards the Reverence Moon ancient ground. The starry sky was vast and boundless. The two of them walked between one star after another, and their speed was raised to the limit. They were like shooting stars that tore through the starry sky and vanished in the blink of an eye. After cultivating for several hundred years, they had lost count of the number of battles they had faced. Every time they stepped into the starry sky, they would still be shocked by the vastness of the universe. The vastness of the starry sky had always been a taboo in the hearts of cultivators. Even if a fourth-level cultivator was unfortunate enough to get lost in the starry sky, their true essence would be exhausted and they would die. In the starry sky, Hua Zhongjie and the female supreme were covered in a dim light. As cultivators of the 9 serenities, heaven, devouring demon scripture, their bodies were powerful enough to last them a long time in the starry sky. We should be there soon. After traveling for an unknown period of time, the female supreme looked at the stars in front of her and said, "En." Hua Zhongjie nodded. The Reverence Moon ancient ground was located at the border between the All-Heaven Galaxy and the Luo Jia Galaxy. They had left the Z-Way Galaxy for a long time, and they should be able to reach the Reverence Moon ancient ground soon. Another month later, 2 figures arrived in the sky above the Reverence Moon ancient ground. They stopped in the starry sky. In front of them was a boundless starry sky. They had not seen the ancient ground for a long time, as if it had disappeared into thin air. Not good. The female supreme's face sank. The Jiming Marquis was an expert in space and time formations. If he wanted to hide the Reverence Moon ancient ground, they would not be able to find it in a short period of time. The starry sky was too vast. Even the slightest difference would take months or even years to find it. Now that the Reverence Moon ancient ground was hidden, it was easy to imagine how difficult it would be to find it. Let's split up and find it. Whether we find it or not, we'll meet here 3 months later. Hua Zhongjie waved her hand, and the flower burial tears appeared. She swung her blade, and a black blade light pierced through the starry sky, splitting the nearest star into 2. All right. The female supreme nodded, turned around, and flew in a certain direction. The 2 split up and disappeared into the starry sky in a few breaths' time. At the same time, within the fog of the red phoenix star field, the sounds of battle shook the heavens. Indistinctly, the green-robed swordsman stood alone, fighting against the numerous kings. In the battle, wind and sand danced in the air. In the hands of the swordsman The heavy sword had 5 edges. Every move and style had the ability to fight against the heavens. With the 2 swords in hand, the kings found it difficult to cross the heavenly barrier. The sandstorm in the sky blocked the path of the kings. No one was able to leave the 3,000 zhang radius of the passage between the 2 realms. The legendary warriors of the Xia dynasty fought one against many, taking turns to fight one after another. The goal of the kings of the primordial demon realm was very obvious. They wanted to use their advantage in numbers to exhaust the strength of the swordsmen. However, after more than 10 days of battle, the kings of the 100 races were defeated batch after batch. The undefeated legends were still standing. An amazing swordsman. Among the kings, a green-haired king had been injured and had retreated from the battle. He looked at the battle in front of him and said with a serious expression, "This is already the 10th round of battle, but this person's battle prowess is still so terrifying." A king of the Eagle clan said in a low voice, "Go back and report to the Demon Emperor that we need to send more experts here." The green-haired king said in a serious tone, "Yes." Behind him, a black figure accepted the order and disappeared into the spatial passage. A few days later, in the primordial demon realm, Heavenly Devil Imperial City, 3 Emperor's Palace, a black-robed figure appeared at the stone steps in front of the palace. He half knelt and said, "Greetings, Demon Emperor. How is it?" Demonic chi surged in front of the 3 Emperor's Palace. An unparalleled demonic cultivator had appeared. His incomparably terrifying aura shook the heavens and earth. "Demon Emperor, the kings are still unable to break through that swordsman's defense. We need more help," the black-robed figure said in a low voice. 33 kings, taking turns to fight one after another, but they still failed. In front of the imperial palace, Demon Emperor Kuan Yi's eyes flashed coldly. No wonder Azura couldn't win against such a powerful swordsman. "I'll go." At this moment, demonic chi surged in the void. A figure with a blazing aura appeared. His violent aura made people look sideways. The 3rd prince of the heavenly devil realm, the world's #1 palm, Xianlai, had appeared. "It will be difficult for you to defeat this person alone. Take 2 members of the 8 with you, just in case," Demon Emperor Kuan Yi said in a low voice. Hearing this, Xianlai frowned slightly. It was already dishonorable for him to attack a swordsman who had experienced consecutive battles. If he took 2 members of the 8 with him, it would go against his dignity as a strong cultivator. The battle now involves the future of the Heavenly Devil Imperial family. We can only win, not lose. No matter what, as long as we can win, there is no need to be too calculative, Demon Emperor Kuan Yi said coldly. "I understand." Xianlai replied and turned to leave. In front of the spatial passage in the Red Phoenix Star Zone, the legendary swordsman suppressed the kings with 2 swords. The wind and sand were wild. Every grain of sand contained the swordsman's attainments in the sword. In the wind and sand, the swordsman held his sword and fought against the 9 kings. He was in an invincible position. Strong. So strong that words couldn't describe it. Inside and outside the battlefield, the kings of the 100 races were shocked. No one had expected that the human race would have such a strong cultivator guarding here. Apart from Huang Dao, who else could defeat such a strong cultivator? Boom! Suddenly, in the spatial passage, an extremely powerful palm energy broke through the air. The destructive power shattered the starry sky for thousands of miles. It was shocking. In the battlefield, Prince Yen felt it. He moved and dodged the palm energy. Looking at the 3 people in front of him, he narrowed his eyes. 3rd prince of the Heavenly Devil Imperial family, Xianlai. Without saying anything, Xianlai stepped forward. He pushed the demonic aura around him with his palms. A strong move shook the heavens and the earth. Prince Yen swung his sword to block the attack. With a loud boom, his right arm went numb. He took half a step back. Strong cultivator, It was the first time in many days that he had taken a step back. Prince Yan's eyes flashed coldly. The pride of a king could not be blasphemed. Stepping forward, the legendary cultivator moved. He was faster, and his sword was stronger. He slashed down. There was only one sword in the world. The heavy sword arrived. Xian Lai flipped his palms and blocked the attack. There was a loud boom. The heavens and the earth shook. Xian Lai took 2 steps back. He was at a disadvantage in terms of strength and foundation. Outside the battlefield, Garuda and Yiksha, the 2 powerful cultivators of the 8, looked at the battle in front of them seriously. "Don't drag it out. Attack," Yiksha said. He waved his left hand, and a slender Azura blade appeared. He rushed out and joined the battle. Garuda's face darkened. Facing the powerful swordsman in front of him, he did not dare to hesitate. He grabbed his halberd and jumped into the battle. With the 2 powerful cultivators of the 8 joining the battle became more intense. Blade light and halberd shadows crisscrossed. They fought the strongest swordsmen of the human race together. 7 changes of the heavenly devil, royal sky dome. The battle reached its climax. Xian Lai shouted angrily. His demonic form appeared again. With an indomitable spirit, he punched down. In front of him, Prince Yan swung his sword and knocked away the 2 members of the 8. Looking at the giant fist falling from the sky, he stepped forward and jumped into the air. 3 swords of heaven, life and death pact. The legendary cultivator waved his hands. The red and green swords danced in the air. In an instant, the sand in the sky gathered and condensed into one. The 3 swords clashed, and a huge sword vortex appeared. In the next moment, beams of terrifying sword light broke through the air and appeared in front of the 3. Shocking swords, shocking moves. 10,000 swords as the beginning and 3 as the end. They all crashed down. In the battle, the 3 demons saw the situation and used their ultimate moves. Demonic chi, and ghostly chi spread out and blocked the incoming attacks. Ugh! There was a shocking explosion. Heaven and earth were in chaos. In the battle, blood splashed out. Demonic chi and ghostly chi scattered. The 2 powerful cultivators of the 8 were injured at the same time and retreated several steps. In the center of the battle, the aftershock hit and the huge demonic body collapsed. Xian Lai's mouth was red. He was injured for the first time. An opportunity appeared. In the void, Prince Yan held 2 swords with both hands. Condensed chi and heavy swords clashed. The ultimate martial arts reappeared in the world. In an instant, red lightning spread out in the starry sky. It was as thin as a strand of hair. However, each bolt of lightning had the power to destroy the world. It was terrifying. The legendary cultivator stepped forward and disappeared. In the world of the extreme state, the red lightning flashed quickly. Boom! Before Yiksha could react, a sword light pierced through his chest. Without any warning, it pierced through his heart. Yiksha! Xian Lai and Garuda were shocked. They rushed out and immediately came to his rescue. Back off! Prince Yan looked back and saw the 2 coming to his rescue. He turned back and waved his sword. With a bang, he forced the 2 of them back. In the battle, under the shocked eyes of the kings, blood kept flowing out of Yiksha's chest. Before it could fall, it was completely swallowed by the black sealing sword. I know. Before he could say anything, the words were stuck in his throat. Yiksha's eyes gradually lost color, and he fell down. He was once famous and shocked the world. However, when he woke up again, everything had changed. Yiksha was unwilling, but he did not have time to say anything. It was an unbelievable battle. 3 powerful cultivators of the king's realm joined forces, but still lost. Despair flashed in the eyes of the kings. With such a swordsman guarding the gate, who could break through half a step? Back off! Knowing that the battle was irreversible, Xian Lai shouted and flashed back into the space tunnel. Garuda and the kings of the 100 tribes accepted the order and did not stay any longer. They returned to the primordial demon realm. Clang! The kings retreated. Prince Yen waved his hand, and the ancient swords flew back to the sword rack and hid their sharpness. The invincible legendary cultivator was still invincible. He looked forward calmly without any emotions. The first year of the 10-year agreement had passed. There were still 9 years left. He hoped that in these 10 years there would be a real, powerful cultivator of the human race who could carry the banner of the human race's revival. At the same time, in the unknown godly realm, the master of the godly realm stood quietly on the peak. His old eyes were always looking at the human world, waiting for the opportunity to come. 10 years was the limit of what they could fight for. The cultivators of the human race had to grow quickly. Otherwise, when the demonic invasion came, it would be the real doomsday of the human race. At the same time, at the border of Heavens and Luaja Galaxy, after searching for many days, the female lord and Hua Zhongdia returned to the meeting place. They looked at each other and shook their heads. We can't waste any more time. Let's go back. Chapter 1223. In the northern polar region, the heavenly music pavilion master stood in front of the soundtrack, her eyes growing more and more serious. Chaos was coming, and there was bound to be a change. The soundtrack had stopped running for a long time, indicating that this disaster would soon descend. In the middle ground, the demonic will see. The void stirred, and a demonic figure fell from the sky, smashing into the ground. The unconscious demonic figure wore dark red armor, and demonic chi flowed around him. He was powerful and familiar. The moment the spatial vortex disappeared, a black sea was reflected. It was eerie and terrifying. It was a shocking scene. The demonic wheel sea reflected the scene of the primordial demon domain's reincarnation sea. It was so clear as if it was right in front of them. On the ground, Xian Luo was covered in wounds that were so deep that his bones could be seen. Blood flowed, dyeing his armor red. When the demonic cultivator appeared in the demonic wheel sea, the heavenly music pavilion master sensed it. She looked at the middle ground with a serious expression. It's coming. Suddenly, in the demonic wheel sea, Xian Luo's eyes opened and demonic chi surged out. An earth-shattering demonic aura rose rapidly, shocking the 5 regions. He had once wreaked havoc in the human world and was sealed in the demonic wheel sea by the ancestors of the Taoist sect. 100 years ago, the demonic cultivator broke free and was forced out of the inner world by the knowing destiny state. Today, the demonic cultivator had returned, and the 5 regions were in danger. Nether King's pure land, I'm back. Xian Luo looked at the familiar scene around him, and his expression turned cold. Knowing destiny state, Marquis, can you still protect this land this time? In the demonic wheel sea, a dark light rose and a powerful devouring force came, constantly eroding the demonic cultivator's body. Xian Luo snorted, and demonic chi surged around him. His cultivation, which was close to the late-stage king realm, erupted, blocking the devouring force of the demonic wheel sea. With the arrival of the demonic calamity, all the inner world cultivators in the 5 regions were shocked, and their hearts trembled violently. Was the 100 years of peace going to be broken again? In the Zhao family of the middle ground, Zhao Liusu looked at the demonic will see. After a long time, she sighed softly. This time it was her turn. In the past, she had been blinded by hatred and made an unforgivable mistake. Although she had woken up in the end, the mistake she made could not be corrected, now that the 5 regions were in danger and the protectors had left. From now on, the Zhao Liusu. As they were about to leave, Zhao Liusu looked at the elders of the Zhao family behind her and spoke. Patriarch. A white-haired elder had a pained look on his face. He wanted to persuade him, but he didn't know what to say. Behind him, the dozen or so elders of the Zhao family also wanted to say something, but hesitated. They couldn't bear to see their patriarch throw away his life. Merely the aura of that devil caused them to feel despair. During these 100 years, even though the patriarch's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds all along the way, he'd stepped into the mortal realm and was only a thread away from the king realm. However, the devil had undoubtedly far surpassed an ordinary king realm expert, and it wasn't an existence that could be defeated by the strength of a mortal. 100 years ago, he taught me that there are things that I should do and things that I shouldn't. Today it's time for the Zhao clan to do something for the world. Zhao Liusu said calmly. She looked at the elders of the Zhao family behind her and said with a smile, "Elders, goodbye." After she finished speaking, Zhao Liusu didn't stay any longer. She stepped lightly into the air and left. In the western part of the central state, in the demonic wheel sea, demonic qi surged like waves in the sky. Millions of commoners looked at the horizon with fear on their faces. Just at this moment, there was a vast purple light in the horizon. Zhao Liusu stepped into the air and released all her aura. For the inner realm, she had stepped onto the path of slaying the devil without hesitation. Outside the demonic wheel sea, a demon in dark red armor walked out. Everywhere his feet passed, the flames of war were everywhere. The earth couldn't bear the shocking might of this demon. It shook violently and large cracks appeared and spread for thousands of miles. Suddenly, Xian Luo stopped and looked to the east. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes. In the eastern sky, Zhao Liusu, who was covered in blazing purple flames, quickly rushed over. She burned her lifespan and entered the divine furnace to illuminate the world. Humans are always so stupid that it's disgusting. Xian Luo's expression became cold as he clenched his right fist. In an instant, violent demonic qi surged out. Demonic clouds swept across the sky and covered the sun. "Xian Luo, we meet again." In the air, Zhao Liusu stopped and looked at the familiar demonic cultivator in front of her as she said coldly, "The ant from back, then, actually dares to provoke me. You overestimate yourself." Xian Luo stepped forward, and demonic flames soared into the sky. He punched out, shocking the world. 9 wheels, heavenly sword. Demonic qi arrived. Zhao Liusu clenched her right fist, and the clouds in the sky stirred. A purple sword fell from the cloud and entered her hand. Boom! Zhao Liusu didn't hesitate and directly detonated her cultivation and the sole power of the 9 generations of King Realm cultivators. She broke through the gap between King Realm cultivators and took another step forward. She was determined to destroy her own foundation without any hesitation. In an instant, blood light soared from Zhao Liusu's body, shocking the world. The sword slashed down and purple light shook the sky. There was a loud rumble, and a violent force spread out quickly, destroying everything in the surroundings. In the surging force, a pool of blood splashed out. Zhao Liusu took a few steps back, and blood kept flowing out of the hand holding the sword. There was a clear difference in strength. Even if Zhao Liusu detonated her cultivation and raised her combat power to the peak of her life, she still couldn't block the might of the demon. Fearless and ignorant human, only death awaits you. Xian Luo slowly rose into the air, and his fists crossed. His demonic qi rose again. The events of the world flashed through her mind, and a faint smile appeared on Zhao Liusu's lips. The purple flames around her soared into the sky, and the flame of life burned even more fiercely, illuminating the entire inner realm. Big Brother Ning, did I do the right thing this time? The 9 wheels, heavenly sword, soared into the sky. Zhao Liusu formed a seal with her hands, and her cultivation and source of life erupted. She used everything to condense the final move. At the same time in the north, the Heavenly Music Pavilion Master looked at the battle in middle ground. He clenched his fists, and the anger in his heart was difficult to suppress. A moment later, the Heavenly Music Pavilion Master saw the soundtrack in front of him, and a strange look flashed across his eyes. He turned his palm over and slammed it on the soundtrack. Boom! The soundtrack was hit hard, and suddenly a heavy sound wave spread out, spreading rapidly and affecting the entire 5 regions. The sound of the great Tao was pure and holy. In the central state battle, the sound wave spread out, and Qianluo, who was about to condense his demonic essence, suddenly paused. His aura was blocked and his move was weak. At this moment, the 9 wheels heavenly sword slashed down from the sky, blazing with purple light. The sword that sacrificed Zhao Liusu's life was stunning and reflected in the eyes of everyone in the 5 regions. Crack! The human demon's final move rang out, and in the next moment, the 9 wheels heavenly sword shattered and disappeared between heaven and earth. In the aftermath, Zhao Liusu's figure flew out, and blood splattered all over the sky, dyeing the entire human realm red. Ugh! In front of him, a purple sword light pierced through the air and pierced the chest of the demon, bringing out a dazzling red color. Qianluo took half a step back, and he looked at the wound on his chest, unable to suppress the anger in his eyes. 100 miles away, Zhao Liusu's body crashed into a mountain, and bright red blood flowed from her body. It was so stunning and so dazzling. After the stunning bloom, the flame of life was slowly extinguished, and it was so weak that it was almost undetectable. Zhao Liusu looked at the human realm covered in the flames of war, and a trace of regret flashed through her eyes. She had tried her best, but in the end, she was still unable to stop this demon. Her eyes that were unwilling to close gradually lost all their luster. Zhao Liusu was unwilling, and she watched the flames of war in the human realm, unable to die in peace. In front of the demonic wheel sea, Qianluo's eyes were filled with anger. He reached out with his right hand, grabbing at the dead human in front of him. At this moment, in the distant starry sky, a black sword light slashed down from the sky and slashed at the demon's right hand. Qianluo frowned and looked at the sky, and a trace of coldness flashed through his eyes. Another reckless person has come. In the next moment, 2 figures descended from the sky. When the demonic tribulation descended, Nu Chang and Hua Zhongjie rushed back, but they were still half a step too late. Liusu! In the void, Hua Zhongjie looked at the woman behind her who had died in battle, and grief flashed through her eyes. Between the mountains, Zhao Liusu seemed to have felt the former's aura, and 2 drops of blood tears flowed down silently from her eyes. Hua Zhongjie reached out and gently closed the former's eyes, and said with a sad expression, "Rest well, leave the rest to us." After that, Hua Zhongjie turned around and looked at the demon in front of her. Her eyes were filled with killing intent, and she was extremely angry. On the side, the female noble sighed softly. Zhao Liusu had followed Marquis Jiming for a period of time. Although she had taken the wrong path, it was not her own will. In the end, she woke up in time and returned to the right path. She had never thought that today the current head of Zhao family would bravely die in battle in order to protect the inner world. This determination was moving. You and I will work together to kill this demon. Hua Zhongjie said angrily. Zhao Liusu could be considered as half of his disciple. If he came back and knew about this, he would definitely be very sad. This demon must die. Okay. The female noble nodded, and her expression became serious. She knew very well that Qianluo's strength was definitely not comparable to ordinary kings. However, if they could not stop this demon, the inner world would undoubtedly be in complete chaos. It seems that the grudges of the past can all be settled today. Looking at the female noble, Qianluo's eyes flashed coldly. In the battle of West Buddha's homeland, this woman was one of the culprits. Today he would deal with her once and for all. Jiawu, Nether King. The battle was about to begin. Hua Zhongjie shouted angrily, and black demonic qi surged out from her body. In an instant, thousands of black demonic butterflies flew into the sky, and 2 pairs of huge butterfly wings appeared behind her back. On the side, the female noble also activated the 9 serenities, sky, devouring demon scripture. A faint brilliance rose, illuminating the demonic butterflies and killing the demon together. The battle of using demons to fight demons. Before the battle even began, the whole world had already darkened. It turns out that you can no longer be called humans. Hypocritical humans. In front of the demonic we'll see. Xian Luo looked at the demonic qi around the two of them, and his eyes flashed with mockery. Humans were always so hypocritical. They disdained to be with demons, but they were always greedy for the power of demons. They did everything possible to obtain this power that they thought was evil. In the void, the 3 kings with monstrous demonic qi faced each other. After an instant, the demonic butterflies moved, and their blood-red hair danced in the wind. The flower burial tear appeared again. The knife god of the middle state once again showed his shocking attainments in the knife. Chapter 1224. In front of the demonic wheel ocean in the central continent, a great battle was about to begin. Demonic qi filled the sky and covered the sun. The female sovereign and the butterfly in the flower used the 9 serenities, heaven, devouring demonic scripture at the same time. As the battle began, the butterfly in the flower moved. The huge butterfly wings on its back flapped, and the flower burial tears appeared again. Boom! The first move of the 2 experts caused mountains to fall. The mountains within a few thousand miles collapsed as they couldn't withstand the demonic might. Dance of the butterflies, sky net. The sleeves danced and extended, forming an inescapable net that trapped the demonic cultivator. The overlapping sleeves didn't leave any gaps. They were like a spider web that sealed off everything within 100 feet. At the same time, the female sovereign arrived. Demonic qi gathered and slammed her palm onto the demonic cultivator's chest. Xian Luo took half a step back as blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. His old injuries hadn't healed yet, and he was heavily injured by Zhao Liusu. Now that the 2 experts of the human race were working together, Xian Luo was at a disadvantage. Open for me. The demonic cultivator was injured and became even crazier. Xian Luo roared, and the demonic qi in his body surged, shattering the sleeves around him. The sky net was broken, and the blue sleeves danced in the air. The black saber broke through the air once again. The god of sabers, one of the top experts of the human race, had unparalleled attainments in the saber. One saber was heavy while the other was fast. The flower burial tears was a white saber that forced the demonic cultivator to attack. After losing the initiative, Xian Luo lost the advantage of his cultivation and retreated step by step. Arg! Xian Luo grunted as the white saber pierced through his left shoulder, causing blood to spurt out. Caught you! After taking this move head-on, Xian Luo's demonic qi flourished. He roared furiously and used his ultimate move again. 6 ultimates of the sky demon, 1,000 gods burial. The demonic cultivator counterattacked and threw a powerful punch at the woman in front of him. When the demonic technique arrived, butterfly in the flower gathered its vitality and slashed down with flower burial tears. At the same time, not far away, Nu Chong rushed over. She activated her demonic technique and poured it into the former's body. With the 2 of them working together, the 9 netherworlds' heaven-devouring demon scripture was pushed to the limit. Instantly, black demonic qi surged from the flower burial tear, devouring the heavens and earth. Boom! As the demonic arts clashed, the heavens and the earth changed drastically. A terrifying shockwave spread out, and the 3 of them were all forced to retreat more than 10 steps, their bodies dyed red. I haven't seen you for 100 years, and you've actually grown so much. Xian Luo forcefully suppressed the surging aura in his body. He looked at the 2 people in front of him with a solemn expression. You can't be forgiven for bringing disaster to the world. Xian Luo, today is the day you die. Taking a step forward, the butterfly in the flower ignored its injuries and charged forward again. The flower burial sword shone brightly, causing the sky to change. Jiawu! Suddenly, Butterfly in the flower twisted the blade in her hand, bringing up waves of wind. Countless blood-colored frost appeared out of nowhere and landed on the battlefield. Flowers bloomed in the air. One after another, beautiful frost flowers bloomed. It was so beautiful that it made people's hearts tremble. Frost. As the demonic arts appeared, the frost flowers collapsed and turned into the sky burial blade. Tens of thousands of blade in tents exploded, instantly engulfing the demonic cultivator in front of it. Rumble. Tens of thousands of blades landed on Xian Luo's body. Blood spurted out from the wounds on his body, and blood flowed out continuously. At this moment, the female sovereign's figure appeared once more, and a powerful palm landed on Xian Luo's chest. The palm landed on Xian Luo's body, and he was forced to retreat again and again. The corner of his mouth was red. The two human experts worked together, and the king of the demonic race was at a complete disadvantage. The situation was dangerous. 6 ultimates of the sky demon, 10,000 demons devouring the heavens. The demonic cultivator was enraged. He opened his hands, and a violent demonic chi surged into the sky. The ultimate move of the royal sky demon appeared once more. Roar! In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of demonic figures appeared in the heavens and earth. They were endless and shocking. As the 10,000 demons appeared, they charged toward the 2 people in front of them. This demonic move was unavoidable. The demons danced wildly, sealing off all paths of retreat. In the void, Hua Zhongdia and the female sovereign looked at the 10,000 demons in front of them. They activated their demonic arts at the same time, and a huge vortex appeared around them, spreading out continuously. The 9 underworlds devour heaven, the #1 demonic art in the human world, once again displayed its shocking power. The 10,000 demons were quickly swallowed by the huge vortex without any ripples. 6 ultimate sky demon, Samsara Calamity. After failing in one move, Xian Luo's figure rushed out. He raised the Samsara with both hands, and a huge Samsara avatar appeared in the void, crashing into the 2 people in front of him. Ugh! There was a muffled groan and blood splattered. The huge black vortex around Hua Zhongdia and the female sovereign collapsed. They retreated, and blood flowed out of their mouths. After a few rounds of attack and defense, they exchanged injuries. The king of the demonic race gradually displayed a shocking combat strength. 100 steps away, Hua Zhongdia and the female sovereign stopped and forcibly stabilized themselves. In the northern polar region, in the Heavenly Music Pavilion, the Heavenly Music Pavilion Master looked at the battle in the distance. Where did this demon come from? He appeared in the inner realm without any warning. Wasn't the passage between the primordial demon realm and the human world far away in the Red Phoenix star zone? If there was a spatial passage between the inner realm and the primordial demon realm, it would be troublesome. In the primordial demon realm, in the depths of the primordial demon ancestral land, Demon Emperor First Kuin looked toward the north. Confusion flashed in his eyes. Just now, there seemed to be an aura that didn't belong to this world in the direction of the Samsara Ocean. The Samsara Ocean had always been a taboo in the primordial demon realm. Even emperors didn't dare to enter. Legend had it that there was a great taboo in the Samsara Ocean that even emperors couldn't enter. What's wrong? Not far away, the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor slowly opened his eyes. His face was pale. Clearly, the injuries from the previous battle hadn't healed yet. There's a strange movement in the Samsara Ocean. Demon Emperor First Kuin said with a serious expression. The Samsara Ocean. Hearing this, the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor frowned slightly. There's a great taboo there. It's best not to get involved. Demon Emperor First Kuin didn't reply. His eyes looked in the direction of the Samsara Ocean, and streams of light flashed. Now that the passage between the two realms was guarded by a peerless expert of the human race, unless he attacked personally, the primordial demon realm army wouldn't be able to break through in a short time. However, there were also emperors among the human race. Once he attacked personally, the emperors of the human race wouldn't just sit by and watch. Now wasn't the time for him to fight with the emperors of the human race. There was no need to start a conflict now. Just now, for a moment, he clearly felt an aura that didn't belong to this world in the direction of the Samsara Ocean. If the Samsara Ocean really had a passage to another realm, it would be great news for the primordial demon realm. It seemed like it was time for him to go to the Samsara Ocean personally. Inside the world in the middle continent, in front of the Samsara Ocean, the battle against the demons was getting more and more intense. The two experts of the human race worked together. The butterfly in the flower's twin sabers danced like butterflies. Their shocking attainments in the saber art pressed forward with every move. They were determined to kill the demons and eliminate a potential threat for the human race. Butterflies danced demon realm. The battle was intense, and there was no room for mercy. The demonic butterfly's slender hand slashed across the flower's tear, and a smear of blood dyed the black saber blade red. The space within 100 miles darkened, and blood rain fell. It was bone-chilling. The blood-red domain spread out endlessly. The butterfly in the rain danced, and the saber light sped up. The stunning saber showed the magnificence of the god of death. In an instant, there were 100 moves, and each saber was deadly. In the demonic zone, streaks of black saber light broke through the air, and wounds appeared on Xian Luo's body. 6 ultimates of the sky demon, star transformation. Injured, Xian Luo's demonic nature went berserk. He roared angrily, and the sky demon ultimate move blasted out. The demonic move counterattacked, and its power was shocking. The butterfly in the flower's twin sabers didn't have enough time to recover, and it was affected by the demonic might and was immediately sent flying. Not far away, Nu Chang flew past and used the palm essence to attack. Boom! Her palm shook the heavens and the earth. Powerful demonic might blasted Xian Luo's body, and he was sent flying again. Ugh! After being injured again and again, Xian Luo's mouth was dripping blood. His already injured demonic body was showing signs of collapsing. In the fierce battle, injuries were constantly exchanged. In the battle, the 3 of them were all heavily injured, and their clothes were dyed red with blood. If I kill the 2 of you, will the knowing Ming Marquis be heartbroken? In front of the demonic wheel sea, Xian Luo looked at the 2 women in front of him, and a crazy and terrifying smile appeared on his face. Demonic chi rose around him, and his demonic might became more and more shocking. 6 ultimates of the sky demon, demonic flames burning the prairie. Xian Luo stepped forward, and the royal ultimate move appeared. Endless demonic flames spread rapidly, and wherever the demonic flames passed, the earth was scorched. The extreme demonic might shook the 5 regions. All the experts watched the shocking battle in the central ground, and they were abnormally nervous. Everyone knew that the success or failure of this battle would determine the fate of the 5 regions. That demonic lord wasn't someone that could be stopped by humans. In the central ground battle, the 2 experts of the human race were engulfed in demonic aura. They were determined to eliminate the demonic lord, and their bodies were filled with courage. They had already put life and death aside, so why would they be afraid of the sky demon moving the stars? After fighting for a long time, the battle strength of the 3 had reached the peak. Gradually, the 3 figures disappeared, and only black streams of light could be seen colliding, shaking the heavens and earth. 9 underworlds devour the heavens, twilight of the gods. Forced to the limit, Butterfly and Hua and Nu Chang joined forces to use a forbidden technique. The 2 merged their techniques, and in an instant, the nether hell appeared in the human world. Endless Azura, evil faces roared out. The god-slaying technique turned the human world into hell. The world of bones was so terrifying that it made people's hearts palpitate. When the nether hell appeared, Xian Luo felt his body sink, and the demonic arts in his body were severely suppressed. This is... Xian Luo looked around, and his face sank. Was this nether hell? Dance of the butterflies, heavenly sin! An opportunity appeared, and Butterfly in Hua used the last of her strength. The two blades flew out of her hands and into the sky. His ultimate move had yet to appear, but a terrifying pressure had already spread out rapidly. Danger struck, and Xian Luo's body trembled violently. He didn't dare to hesitate any longer and shouted. The royal ultimate move appeared in the human world at the same time. 6 ultimates of the Sky Demon, eternal banishment. The royal ultimate move was used, and the void within 1,000 miles collapsed. The move broke through the void and swallowed the 2 people in front. At the same time, above the void, streaks of dazzling blade light like meteors broke through the void and descended endlessly into the human world. Boom! The final move collided, and a terrifying aftershock burst out. In the battlefield, the 3 people were all sent flying. Before they could stabilize their bodies, they were swallowed by the crazily swirling spatial turbulence. The final move was to destroy everything. After the crazy aftershock, the world gradually returned to normal. In the battlefield, the 3 figures had all disappeared, and as far as the eyes could see, there was only a bleak red remnant on the ground.